It is showtime and we are live. Welcome everybody to Prayer-a-thon. We are so delighted to have you here. We have an amazing lineup. So I hope you've got a beverage handy and you're ready to hang out for the afternoon and maybe even the evening. I'm just going to tap dance a little bit to allow people to get here and join us because I know sometimes stragglers come in slowly. So while we're waiting for them, I did post the link for the Harris Waltz contribution at the top of comments, so that is there for you. We are still fundraising. This will be our third fundraising event for the campaign. We're asking if you feel led to plant your flag in the sand now, to stand up and count as a metaphysical person supporting progress, love, peace, and joy. Then please use that link, and you can give as little as $3. It all matters. I'll be updating you on that later on. We're going to keep the fundraising low key, so you're not going to get all those messages over and over and over as you did the last few times, because this is a prayer event, and we do want to focus on the sacredness and the reverence of prayer, and that will be coming up for you over and over. Also, I'm asking you for today, please no political questions. Let's keep it all about the speakers, their content, love, peace, and joy. We are woven around with love, peace, and joy, and we're going to keep bringing that energy, lifting it higher and higher as we go. So we have 33 people already joined us. Hallelujah. Come on, keep coming. Let's see. And yes, thank you, Granny B, for reminding me. If you have prayer requests, please put them in comments. We won't be able to go through and acknowledge them verbally. However, energetically, we are asking the team to attend to all of your prayer requests. And I can't think of a better place to put prayer requests than in the middle of Prayer-a-thon. So please do that. And moderators, if you would later on, just remind people who maybe came later and aren't aware. And the rules about let's keep the political questions out of this thing. So let's see what else I have to share with you. Now, as I told you in the promo material that I've been blasting you with, the intention of Prayer-a-thon is to bring us together in a space where we can relax, release the fear, worry, and doubt, hold on to our angels in faith, trust that everything really will be all right. Together, in numbers, we can manifest miracles. You're going to be hearing a lot about that today, but we're also manifesting miracles together today. I want you to know that, believe it, trust it, hold on to it because it is true. So I have a little message I'm going to give you from Metatron before we get into the content. It was longer, but I asked permission to edit it because we've got a lot of content today. So from Metatron to you, welcome to this blessed gathering of Lightworkers united in common purpose to heal ourselves and our world through love and prayer. Creator has said, love is our most powerful tool. Wield it wisely. Focus on raising our collective vibration so that it elevates ourselves and the planet. Yes, we really can do that. Through the power of our collective intentions, we can and will manifest tremendous miracles. Know it, feel it, trust it, believe it, for it is true today, tomorrow, and for always. This is your moment. This is your time, that which you incarnated for. Thank you for answering the call and showing up. That's half the battle. Over the next 11 hours, you will hear inspirational stories of miracles, along with the wisdom of the ages, which exists abundantly in those gathered here. Allow it to permeate your consciousness, inspiring you to reach higher, to allow yourself to receive more, for you were always meant to be an abundant soul. That is true regardless of what is going on in the world around you. May perhaps be a slightly different interpretation of abundance than you envisioned. Nevertheless, it will be perfect for you. Accept with grace and joy, and more will be given. For today, put aside thoughts of worldly affairs and allow yourself to float on a cloud of divine healing love. Receive the healing. You deserve it. Let it bolster your physical being in whatever way is needed. Thus shored up, you will be in a better position to continue on with your march to Earthtopia. Now we call upon our angels from every corner of the multiverse to join this circle of love and intention as together we manifest the most beneficent outcome for the future. Everything is as it should be. You are loved unto infinity. Let us throw the doors open wide and dive into prayer-a-thon. Enjoy, children. Enjoy. So that was your opening message from Archangel Metatron. Let me just take a quick look at what's going on over here in comments. Okay, we have 54 people. Hallelujah. Please, while we're just tap dancing a little here before we dive into the content, send out messages to your friends. Invite them to join you. We need to get a real crowd here to have the most energy possible to send out to the world in a sonic boom as we create massive transformation of peace, love, and joy. We are changing the world today. That's what this event is about. That is not hyperbole. That came from the angels. So let's all bring what we can. This is our time. Put the flag in the sand. Set your intention. Step up. Take the action now. Welcome, Debbie. Glad you could get here. Craig, Gemstone, Sandy, Kimberly. If I don't get everybody, it's no slight. I'm just doing a little here just to say hi as we tap dance a bit. So our first guest, Janet Connor, is going to be coming on and talking about who she is, what she brings, and telling you some amazing stories of miracles. And then she's going to bring a massive blessing to us. But before that, she had a little something she wanted to share astrologically. So Janet, we're actually making great time here, far better than I thought we would. If you'd like to do that now, I think it might actually be a good time. So hang tight and I will get you up here. Hey, Janet.
This is so important that it's actually the fulcrum in the prayer practice I'll be sharing with you in a little bit. If you're aware of astrology at all, you know that November 1st was a Scorpio new moon. I use the moon as my calendar every single day so that I'm very aware of the moon phases. And then I always turn to this precious book, Inside Degrees by Elias Lonsdale, because for every single degree of every single sign, so 360 degrees in the entire zodiac, there is an oracle. You can think of it as almost a tarot reading. This is today's, and or it's not today, but the energy of the Scorpio new moon is feeding this entire lunar cycle. In other words, the entire month of November. In other words, this sacred moment as we approach the end of an 8-year and enter into a 9, and the energy completely holding the United States election. So I think it's perfect. I wasn't planning on reading it to you twice, but it's so important. Listen to it now, and then it will be a part of my prayer practice. We are in a Scorpio 9 degrees, and so in the book you always round up, I'm reading to you Scorpio 10. Think of every single word of this in light of what's happening all around us right now and all of the chaos and hate and anger that's being spewed out into the world in this election. The symbol, it always opens with just a line. You might be familiar with the Sabian symbols, and the Sabian symbols are only a symbol. This gives you this image, but then it gives you paragraphs of explanation. The symbol for Scorpio 10 is on a human nose, a wart turns into a diamond. Doesn't that sound like what we're living right now? On a human nose, we're in a very human, wild time. A wart, something that we think is ugly, let's get rid of it, turns into a diamond. Here is now, if you haven't read these before, listened to this before, this is much like getting a tarot reading. Your brain cannot understand it, doesn't understand it, let go of trying to connect the dots. Instead, allow this mystical wisdom straight from the stars, straight from Scorpio, to just wash over you. Destructive patterns come around to regenerative places when they are persisted in tenaciously, yet with an eye towards the destructive patterns destroying themselves. The destructive patterns destroying themselves. Immense walls of misery have accompanied you through the miasmas of being viciously against yourself. And when the misery and the hatred have spent their wastage and their fury, this is important, listen, the inner core self arises unscathed. The inner core self arises unscathed. This is what happens in prayer. This is exactly what happens in prayer. It activates, elevates, awakens your inner core self and incorporates the darkness and the anguish into the ability to raise the dead, to generate miracles, to face everybody with the unfaceable. The veteran of several internal battles, isn't that all of us? The veteran of severe internal battles turns around and acknowledges that there is something burning at the center of your being, an essence spark, which is immortal and can survive and flourish in the thick of the worst. Your own veiled yet potent inner light, guiding the journey and never flickering. Isn't that exactly, Deborah, what the prayer-a-thon is all about? We are activating our inner potent light, and it's that light, the light of the angels, the light of the goddess, the light of prayer, that will guide this journey, and it will never flicker.
That is beautiful. Thank you, Janet. So sorry to surprise you with calling you up early, but we're live and we just have to go with the flow.
Well, and it's such an important moment in time that actually having the opportunity to read that to everyone twice, I think maybe when we hear it the second time as part of a prayer practice, that language is really going to spark and awaken and help us remember who we are and why we're here and the power of prayer. So thank you.
Yes, it's perfect. It's all perfect. The angels have promised it's all going to be perfect. And look at that. Emma Mitchell is here. Welcome, Emma. So glad you could come. What a delight.
And let me say, thanks to Emma Mitchell, this is the reason, because she's a shamanic astrologer and depth numerologist. She's the one who introduced me to April McMurtry, and she's the one that has turned me into an addict for inside degrees. So aloha, Emma.
That is wonderful. Yeah. So everybody over in the comments section, if you came late, you didn't hear it, but I'm inviting you to put your prayer requests in comments. We probably won't read them because we won't have time, but we are acknowledging them, and the angels have agreed to come in to monitor the prayer requests and to carry them out for you. We've got some massive angel support here today. We've called them in from every corner of the multiverse. So as more people gather here, the energy is just going to keep rising and rising. I don't know if you can feel it, but I've been feeling it all week. It's just been intensifying. And normally doing something like this, I would have been a nervous wreck. Magically, I'm not. It's like whatever happens, happens. We're here. We're going to love one another, flow through, and just have a wonderful time. Shutting out the outside world for now. Letting go of any fear and worry. We are just surrounded by love. It's like big cotton battings being wrapped around and cocooning us in this container of love for today, for 11 miraculous hours. Was there something you wanted to say, Janet?
Well, you did say 11 miraculous hours. And yes, maybe you noticed on my face, 11. You know this better than I do, Deborah. And Emma, as a depth numerologist, it's the first master number. And it is the number of the angels. When I first was falling apart and stumbled into deep soul writing 27 years ago, every time I looked at the clock, it was 9:11, 2:11, 5:11, 11:11. And that was, I didn't know it then, the angels going, come on, honey, wake up, wake up. And I still see 11 after the hour constantly. And it's my clue to repeat a particular prayer practice. So it's not an accident.
Oh, no. It's like little God winks that just pop up here and there. You know, this is really interesting. And I didn't learn about it until somewhat recently. But my name is an 11. My birthday is an 11. Even my phone number is an 11. It's like, was I supposed to do this or what?
And my publishing name, not my full name with my mother's middle name, but Janet Connor, is an 11. Yeah, those 11s are just sparking at us all the time.
Yeah. And 11-3, more magical numbers. If we added the whole thing up, it's probably even more potently magic. The angels chose all of this. They produced this event. If you haven't heard me say that before, listen to that. They gave me all the details, who I was supposed to invite, how it was supposed to be structured, even how it was to be named. Everything. I'm just delivering the goods that they asked me to deliver. So we're creating this magical container, as I said, and it's just going to be wonderful. It already feels wonderful, but I know as we go further and further, it's going to be even better yet. Divine Magic Occult, welcome. So glad you could be with us. You're posting to your community. Thank you. Thank you. For all of you who are out there sharing and getting people to come, thank you, because we want to bring people in mass numbers. The more we bring in, help them to calm down so they're not sending out all that negative energy, manifesting what they don't want, the better. Let's get them all in that zone of peace, love, and joy so that we'll manifest more peace, love, and joy. That's how we're transforming our world today and every day. So it's a little early, but I think we have enough people here to go ahead and start Janet's presentation. So I will do that, Janet, and then we'll bring you back up after. And that will even give us a little extra time for Q&A, which is a wonderful thing. So I'll see you in a little bit. I switch screens here. It is my honor to introduce you to the extraordinary Janet Connor. She's a prayer artist, a deep soul explorer, a field guide in the mystic, and the author of numerous books. As the trailblazing field guide, Janet has made transcendence a way of life. No matter what. Sorry, folks, hang on for a second. I hit the wrong button. Oh, I hate when that happens. Here we go. Now we're back. Challenges life defiantly thrusts at her feet. She uses her inspired spiritual tools to transcend, expand, and then blessedly share with the world. It wasn't always that way. There was a time when she was teetering on the precipice of the abyss. It might have been easy to quit, to hit the reset button and try again. Except her divine soul had other plans. So began the journey that birthed her best-selling book, Writing Down Your Soul. The foundational work that has since functioned as an incubator for all the little hatchlings waiting to emerge, and they are many, including her book, The Lotus and the Lily, which grew into an annual group prayer intensive, a mystical, magical, healing journey to harvest the past and create the future. Janet's work can't be summed up in a couple of paragraphs. Her soul agreed to take a deep dive back to the origin of women to uncover the truth of who they are and were meant to be. In the doing, she's opened the door for all who, like she, are seeking more meaning and understanding about their mystical, magical soul. Please welcome prayer artist extraordinaire, Janet Connor.
Oh, thank you so. That's such a beautiful, evocative. I really feel like you see me, you know me, you are introducing me. Because so many people, when they read a bio, they're just reading it. You brought me alive, and I am so grateful for this invitation to be with you, to talk about a transcendental life, to talk about the goddess at the core of who women really are, and to join you in creating a prayer-a-thon at this moment, this magical moment feels a little terrifying for Americans and for people around the world that are staring at the Americans. It feels frightening. And of course, as a prayer artist, I know the antidote for that is prayer. So thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. And thank you for creating this.
Yeah, it's all thanks to the angels. They had the input into your introduction. You know that. Yes. I'm just so honored to have you here and to have you help us to kick off Prayer-a-thon, because who better than a prayer artist to bring the expertise, the wisdom, and the love? Because we can't forget that love is our most powerful tool. And when we combine that with prayer, now we're unstoppable.
So on that note, what do you say we begin with a prayer? And it's a prayer about love. I have received a lot of prayers, but this one was dictated to me on December 26th of 2019. And in order to understand what it's like to be a prayer artist and where these prayers come from, you need to understand that this is how I go to bed. I sleep with paper. I never go to sleep without paper because almost every night I'm awakened with something. It might just be a phrase. It might be what to write in Sunday's notes from the field newsletter. Last night, it was 2 pages of the prayer we're going to do here in the Prayer-a-thon. Well, on December 26, 2019, I awakened. So I have my eyes closed. It's 4 a.m., the magic hour. The magic hour. I didn't understand it when this first started to happen, but I've since read a lot about this hour of God or hour of the goddess between 3 and 4 a.m. In hospitals, nurses call it the hour of the wolf because so many souls make the decision to leave during that time. But for me, and I think for everyone, this is download time or upload time. And so normal for me to begin to hear something. And so I don't sit up, I don't turn on a light. I put my yellow pen and paper on my stomach and I take dictation. I do not write these prayers. And this prayer is so dear to me that I say it first thing in the morning when I wake up. And it's the last thing I say before I fall asleep. It's called the Queen's Love. This, I knew when it was given to me, was the antidote to, I even hate to say the language, but I grew up Catholic, the Apostles' Creed, which is this list of all these things you have to say that you believe in. I could no more repeat those phrases today because every single one of them is not true. It's not true for me, and I think it's not really a description of the way the universe is created. So it's only one page. The Queen's Love. We sing the song of one mother, infinite faces, infinite love. The sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, the seas, hawk above, fox beside, worm below, seen, unseen, we are one body, one breath, one love. Her body, her breath, her love. She is our beginningless beginning. She is our endless end. Turning and returning, turning and returning, we are born and reborn into love, only and always. Into love. So it was, so it is, so it ever shall be. Life without end, world without end. Love does not end. This is her eternal truth.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Isn't it just?
It is.
It's so perfect. It's just perfect.
Yeah. And you know, you were talking about the whole Catholic prayer and what that can mean for some people. And I know there will people be watching today who feel that way about prayer, that it might be an anathema to them, and they're not even sure why they want to be here to listen. But
right, because it's called a prayer-a-thon, and I am so grateful to you that you called it a prayer-a-thon. So I have a story to tell you and to tell everybody listening who's going, prayer. So I was awakened in the middle of the night. Once again, I've got my little pad of paper with me on February 24th, 2018. Big year. Although I didn't see it coming. I'm just sleeping, and I'm awakened in the middle of the night, and I clearly hear in my left ear, left matters. I clearly hear in my left ear a divine feminine voice, and it only said 2 words, prayer artist. Even as I heard it, I curled into the fetal position, and I'm usually a pretty trusting, I receive my dictation, I write it down, I get to work the next morning in deep soul writing. This one was like, so I curled up in the fetal position, but I did reach over to the yellow pad of paper and I wrote the words prayer artist. The next day, in deep soul writing, we needed to have chats. So I addressed the beloved vibration of Sophia and I said, oh, yeah, we need to talk about this. And we wrestled for a day. The next day, Sunday the 25th, I woke up and immediately made my coffee, must have coffee first, and went back to wrestling about this word. And in writing, and I only write by hand, and I have 27 years of journals, and so I can find this actual page, proof that this happened. So I'm saying to beloved vibration of Sophia, and I'm starting to cry. And I said, I do not know what this means. And I'm pretty sure it changes everything. But if you want me to be your prayer artist, I will be your prayer artist. I had barely finished that sentence and the first prayer came through verbatim. It's called Sometimes I Pray, and I cry every time I read it because this was the beginning. So it did change everything. By March, so this is a matter of 3 weeks, I bravely, or maybe more accurately, terrifiedly, if that's a word, sent out a newsletter announcing, and I really felt like, excuse me, who's writing this newsletter? What's going on here? I announced that I would no longer be teaching my books because I was making a living teaching Writing Down Your Soul, teaching soul vows, teaching Find Your Soul's Purpose, teaching The Lotus and the Lily, plus 2 creativity courses. And my entire year was full. But I needed to make room for prayer. And so my hands wrote this newsletter and said, I will no longer. This is the last year I'll be teaching those courses in order to create space for prayer intensives. Now, minor detail, I had no idea what a prayer intensive was, but I was creating room for it. And so I stopped my very successful 6-year radio show, The Soul Directed Life. I created a podcast, the Praying at the Speed of Love. I wiped out my website. I hired a brand new web designer to create nothing. It's nothing but prayer intensive. I don't know what a prayer intensive is, but we got to do it. And the very first woman who joined me in my very first prayer intensive was Kahu Lāhela, who you will be introducing everyone to in this prayer-a-thon. And she was teaching us this ancient shamanic Hawaiian prayer of forgiveness. So there we are. And 75 people or so were with us because somebody was interested in this prayer intensive thing, whatever it was. And suddenly a woman who I knew a little bit about, she had been in previous course workshops with me. She lives in Canada. And I knew a little bit about her personal story, and that she had paid the highest price you can from walking away from a fundamental religion, losing her family, losing everything. In this case, she walked away from a fundamental Islam. And here she was, learning the Hawaiian shamanic prayer of forgiveness in a thing called a prayer intensive. And she suddenly glared at me through the camera and screamed, prayer, I hate that word. Houston, we have a problem. I call myself a prayer artist. I can't change that. It's non-negotiable. So you want me to be your prayer artist? I'm your prayer artist. I don't know what it means, but all yours. And I'm doing prayer intensives. I knew that was non-negotiable. And she had prayer. Boy, did she ever give me a gift. Because up until that time, I had not opened my shelf. You can see those large navy blue books in the background. That is fine print OED, the Oxford English Dictionary, the Bible for all writers, right? Up until she said, I hate that word, I had never read it. So I open it. I'm sitting right here. And I start to cry. The dictionary definition for prayer is appalling. It's evil. It's a lie. I hate prayer too, if that's what prayer means. Because in that dictionary, as well as Merriam-Webster's online dictionary, any dictionary, prayer is defined basically with three phrases. So the dictionary indicates that there are three components, three definitions of prayer. Number one, supplication. That's the only verb. Supplication. The only thing I and everyone who prays get to do is beg. Okay, so I'm not too crazy about that definition. Who wants to spend their life on their knees begging? Number two, the second bullet is, who are you begging? Who are you supplicating? A God figure. Now, in our 5,000 years of patriarchal history, the dictionary doesn't even have to say a white male God figure. That is so assumed that God is this cranky old white guy with all his rules and judgments, and he's watching you and he can't wait to catch you doing some. Oh, please. Okay, so I'm supplicating, I'm begging this white male God figure. And the third part of the definition is following a formula. Oh, I hate prayer too. And so, who wrote those formulas? Every single one of our patriarchal religions has a white male God. And the intermediaries are all, or have been until very, 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 very recently, men, rabbis, imams, priests. There are now female rabbis. Thank you very much. We have a long way to go in the rest of the religions, but hey. And who wrote the rituals? Who wrote the formulas? Who wrote the words? I don't think a whole lot of women were writing, let us say, the Apostles' Creed, right? So I had that OED open on my lap. I'm crying. And the way I handle everything is I pick up a pen and have another conversation with my beloved vibration of Sophia, Our Lady, Queen of Magicians. She has 4 names now. She's always adding one. And I said, I hate prayer too. Why do you want me to be a prayer artist? And then she gave me my marching orders. Redefine prayer. Restore prayer. Revitalize prayer. Renew prayer. Get people to fall in love with prayer. You don't need a new word. You need to bring this word back home. Oh, okay. So that's kind of a big assignment. It's taken me 6 years. Deborah, it's taken me 6 years. I have slowly listened to how prayer wants to be defined. And there's no supplication. There's no white male God. There's no ritual. And prayer is the most delicious, delightful, ecstatic thing you can possibly do. Prayer is joy. I won't give you all 7 definitions, but the first one is love songs. Prayer is love songs. Now, I didn't intellectually make that up. It happened because these prayers kept coming. sometimes twice a day. And then my job, I write them, whether it's at night or during deep soul writing. And then I come in here and I open Word and I have to type it up. So I was typing up a prayer called, was it Do You Feel That Breeze? Anyway, I was typing up one of those prayers. And you know what all writers do, or maybe you don't. We always read out loud what we are writing, because then we can kind of hear the rhythm.
Sure.
I read every newsletter aloud. I've read all my books. Because then your ear will tell you, that sounds funny or something there. So I'm just sitting here reading this prayer out loud, and my body began to move. And I'm not paying any attention, but I began to notice that there was a ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. And I went, they're lyrics. These prayers are lyrics. I'm not a musician. I'm writing lyrics. And that's when that first definition came. Prayer are love songs between you and the beloved, however, they're love songs. The OED doesn't have that definition.
OED cannot conceive of that definition. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Isn't it though?
It is.
I mean, right away, it just opens prayers, love songs. I can dance them, I can sing them. And of course, everyone can receive their own. I do have a lot, but I am not the author of prayers. My job is to teach everyone, to share with everyone. Prayer is in you. Prayer is you. Prayer is moving in and through, and as you develop your own prayers. The second definition, and maybe this helps kind of, well, I just want to blow open the doors on what people think prayer is. The second definition is medicine, sacred medicine. So real prayer opens your heart. It cherishes your body. I'm telling you, none of those prayers I said as an Irish Catholic kid cherished my body. Right away, there goes patriarchal prayer. What do you mean it cherishes my body? It rearranges my mind. So it's this medicine, it's holy medicine that activates in me who I really am.
It just hit me. The love songs, they're wooing you.
Exactly. I always feel they're like, oh, she's kissing me right here. They're kisses. They're love songs. Think about some rock star singing some sexy, fabulous, and everybody in the stadium is gyrating to. That's a love song. Well, the divine love songs are every bit as evocative, as powerful.
You are busting paradigms left and right and
Yeah.
hiding.
That seems to be my job. And so when I said yes to deep soul writing and yes to prayer artist and eventually yes to witch, yeah. And it's all about, I think, who I really am. I am about redefining, reinvigorating, restoring these precious, original, feminine, divine feminine. Prayer is feminine. The masters and teachers of the Akashic Record, once when I came to them for a little help with what is prayer artist, they opened the conversation showing me. Now I didn't see it. They gave the visual to Laura Lynn Bunn, who then communicated it to me. But listen to this visual. So they said they were showing me 6 women dancing around a fire in flowing, soft, delicious cloth cloaks. The fire is magnificent. We're outside at night. We all have flowers in our hair. We're laughing and dancing and singing. This is how women prayed. This is how we pray. This is original prayer. love songs, love dances, love invocations, outside, under the moon. That's prayer.
And it's also healing. From that love is the healing energy that so beautifully encapsulates the divine feminine. So when you talk about Sophia, who is Sophia to you?
It's quite a story. So here's the story. I teach this annual workshop course book, The Lotus and the Lily. Lotus is Buddha and Lily is Jesus. And we listen very carefully to their teachings on how to create a beautiful and abundant life. And it's not the law of attraction. It's not manifestation, which is really spiritual materialism as it's taught. It's pretty radical. And it turns out they said exactly the same thing. What? 600 years apart, they said exactly the same thing. So I obeyed my instructions and created this book and this course, The Lotus and the Lily. And the probably most pivotal, important week in this 4-week process is forgiveness. And so I received this meditation called Release Your Prisoners. And on that particular day, December 1st, 2014, I'm leading 100 people in this meditation. And in this meditation, we go down into our bodies and discover that every single one of us has a prison in our second chakra. And we have stuffed all the people and situations that we feel harmed us, hurt us, don't understand us, and we have made them prisoners in our bowels, so to speak. So in this meditation, it's not like going to therapy. You don't sit down and go over the story again and who did what. No, you just open the gates, the prison door, and you walk in and it's stinky and smelly and creepy. And to think this is in your body, it's like, well, okay. And then you walk up to every single cell and you open it and you simply tell. Now you recognize right away, oh yeah, I know who you are. And all you do is say, you may go now. Please leave. You're free. Go. And within a very brief period of time, the prison cells are empty. And then you crawl to the back, the very last, creepiest, darkest, most horrible cell. And you know who's in there, don't you? Yourself. And you let yourself go. It's an incredible meditation. So I was simply leading everybody in that meditation. And it was the first year that we had opened a trap door and let the ancestors out. I was like, well, okay, look at that. By the time the meditation was ending, I didn't feel well. And I don't get sick. Thanks to deep soul writing and a divorce, I don't get sick. So I was like, whoa. Well, I was so sick that for the next 6 days, I could make it to the toilet and that was it. So I couldn't do any work. I couldn't do all of the marketing I was planning on doing on my next book that was coming out in the spring, Soul Vows. I was completely non-functional. I did know I better start drinking some water. And then a dear friend would bring me, when I could eat again, like a tablespoon of white rice. I mean, I was a sick puppy. On December, now, so the important part of the story to lead to Sophia, because I couldn't leave, I couldn't go anywhere, I couldn't, all I did was sit in my reading chair downstairs, and I had these books piled on my reading table, and I had always a journal in my lap, and I'd do a little reading, and then I'd do a little deep soul writing, and then I'd go to the bathroom, and then I'd do a little reading, and I'd do a little. The only books on my reading table in December of 2014 were about the divine feminine. Not that I planned that, but somebody did. So I had 3 of Margaret Starbird's books, starting with the most famous, The Woman with the Alabaster Jar, but I also had Bride in Exile and Lost Legacy. I just read them. I mean, there was nothing I could do. Get up, go to the bathroom, come back, read a little more. I had Cynthia Bourgeois' The Meaning of Mary Magdalene, which I love dearly and have now read 8 times. I was rereading that. And I also had a much harder book to read by a German theologian, translated into English, and it was all about the divine feminine. And in this book, she traces, if you start with the image of the dove and Venus and Mot and Aphrodite, and she just keeps tracing through time all the way up to the dove landing on Jesus's left shoulder in the Jordan River. And she clearly says that everybody that was there, every first century Palestinian, knew exactly what that was about. And it wasn't a white male voice saying, "This is my son." That was the goddess saying, this is my boy. So I read that. And on December 26th, now listen to that date, it's the same date years later that love was given to me. On that date, I had done a little bit of reading, and then I picked up my journal to do a little bit of still writing. And I was right behind it, and I began to write DG, or tried to write DG, which is short for Dear God, which is how I started writing in 1997. My hand wouldn't move. And I was annoyed, like, come on, people, don't do this too. I could not get Dear God out of my hand. On its own, it wrote Beloved Vibration of Sophia, exclamation point. That was the moment. That was the moment that Sophia announced herself, the divine feminine, with a very particular name and exclamation point. You got to include the exclamation point. And the feeling, Deborah, the difference in the feeling between writing Dear God, comma, and Beloved Vibration of Sophia, exclamation point, is dramatic. And I had a loving, wonderful relationship with Dear God. Dear God is the source of deep soul writing. That was the source of the lotus and the lily. Yeah, that was still the lotus and the lily. That was still who I was writing about in Soul Vows, because that book was ready to be published the following year. I had this long, intimate, wonderful, magnificent, miraculous relationship with DG. It got sort of abbreviated to GG. But this is completely different. When you invoke the divine feminine in your hand, in and through and as you, everything changes. And that was a moment, the moment, maybe the most important moment of my life, in which I realized the price a woman pays for worshiping a white, male, judgmental, law-spewing, judgment-spewing God. That God does not fit in this body. She fit perfectly. She fit every cell of my body, and everything changed in that moment. Everything changed. And the little proof of it is, on January 9th, I finally felt better. I went, whoa, I'm back. I'm functional. This is great. And I looked back at December 1st when it started, and I realized I had been sick for 40 days and 40 nights. Hello? What? I mean, I was initiated. Not that I planned it, but she did. And I was utterly, and here's the little final thing that you will so get, because you're an angel person and an Akashic record person. So right after I felt better, I contacted my friend that does angel guidance readings. And the first question I asked is, why was I so sick? The angel said, you weren't sick. felt like saying, well, maybe you should have been here. Don't tell me I wasn't sick, but I'm not going to have an argument. They said you weren't sick, you were being fed. Oh, so now I have this completely different understanding of that initiation. In order for her to arrive and fit in this body, everything that wasn't her needed to quite literally be released. So now, every single day, I always write beloved vibration of Sophia, exclamation point. But over these years, she's added Our Lady of the Thresholds. She added the Queen of Magicians. Oh, I mean, it's just, and I have to use them all. And then the last one, new this year, is Goddess of Fire. And they're all a little different. They're all like aspects of the sacred feminine, of the divine feminine. I love them all, and I write them all. And if she gives me any new ones, I'll add them. But at the source, at the foundation, is what that theologian saw, that Sophia is the red thread, is the trail of the divine feminine through all time. Time that goes way back before any of those patriarchal sky god religions.
Yes.
So did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. And it brings up another question. So now you've taken the deep dive. You've gone to the origin of women. Mm-hmm. How much did your life change at that point?
Completely. I have described this. This was not a conversion. You know, we use that language, you converted from this to this. This was an inversion, a complete. And I didn't realize it at the time, I was seeing the world the way it was in the period of the goddess of matrilineal lineage, of matriarchal goddess. Think of the island of Crete, what we know from the anthropological and artistic record about life in Crete. And Crete was my understanding, I've tried to read as much as I can, sort of the last bastion of the goddess temples and the goddess life and the goddess culture. And it was all reverential for women, for women's bodies, for children, for art, for music, for fish, for dolphins. It's all that beautiful art of people dancing, and the men are playing musical instruments. There is no weaponry, none, zero. There are no, we see in the artistic record constantly, here's the conquering hero, and he's got the slaves in chains behind him, and then here's the urn or the whatever to prove that he's this great leader. None of that. So I have done, Carol P. Christ is a wonderful place to start with this understanding of what was it like when women were not second-class citizens, when women were not stuck in a little box, just like patriarchy stuck prayer in a box. Whoa, it stuck women in a box. And this is continuing to this day, particularly in the United States of America, right? What was it like? What did it feel like? What does the world look like when there is only reverence? I call it her garden of reverence, as opposed to the Garden of Eden. Her garden of reverence. And once again, Debbra, Janet did not make that up. I was awakened in the middle of the night. This is like this recurring story. It was during the second prayer intensive with Kahu Lāhela on the shamanic prayer of forgiveness. And it's sort of, Kahu Lāhela and I didn't plan this, but it turned out to be an intensive all about sexual abuse. Oh, it was hard. And everybody was telling their stories about sexual abuse, and we were cutting these patriarchal aka cords. It was brutal, beautiful, and healing. But you couldn't look away, and you couldn't not hear the stories of your sisters in this intensive, telling these horror stories about their sexual abuse, their daughters. So I was getting really angry, and I was reading books about patriarchy, and I was. It's kind of a nice parallel to what a lot of us are feeling right now, and the impetus behind the prayer-a-thon. I was really lost in anger at patriarchy, and I couldn't come out of that black hole by myself. So she woke me in the middle of the night once again and said it wasn't a power structure. It was a reverence structure. In other words, it's not that women need to be in charge, although right now in the United States of America, there are some of us that would really, really like to see that. But matriarchy wasn't women over men. Oops, did my hands show? It wasn't a power structure. That's patriarchy, dominance, control. It was a reverence structure. Reverence for the goddess, reverence for women, reverence for music, reverence for dance, reverence for children, reverence for the dying. It's this unending reverence. Well, what does a reverence structure look like? It doesn't look like the world we have created right now. And so from that moment on, I have said yes to anything she asks me to create and offer to the world that in any way helps heal this wasteland and help us move closer to living with reverence. But the first place it starts is reverence for yourself. And if you're stuck in that place of, well, God doesn't love me and God's got all these judgments, and you've got to start with, my body is holy. I am her vessel. I am her sacred treasure of life. It starts there. And growing up, not a lot of us women, not little girls, were not taught that you are the embodiment of the creatrix of the universes. Your body is holy. No, what are we told? When you start getting your period, they say, oh, it's the curse. I don't know. I hope young women don't use that language now, but that's what we said when I was in 8th grade. Oh, I got the curse. Oh, think how different our world would be, Deborah, if a woman, a young girl, was celebrated. Oh, you are her sacred treasure of life.
It
I
will
digress
happen. It will happen, just not tomorrow. We've got a ways to go.
Because we are alive right now. That's what your prayer-a-thon is about. It doesn't mean that we see the Garden of Reverence tomorrow, but we do our part right now to change our energy, our commitment to love, our sense of reverence. Do I have reverence for everyone that's here? Do I have reverence for the people I disagree with? Do I have reverence for the earth, the food I eat? Yeah, let's just start with, how do I embody and demonstrate and expand a sense of reverence for life?
Yes. And I was reading on your website about how you took one of your prayer intensives and you used that group of people coming together to pray about a coming storm sometime back, which was so affirming to read, because we did that recently in our group for the storms that were coming. Mm-hmm. And for us to say to the people, yes, there's this tremendous power, and us sending love and an angel blanket of peace, there is such power, but we can't prove it. We have to get them to come and join us in faith, which is what we're doing here on Prayer-a-thon. So to keep coming back to the love song, to the reverence, the joy in connecting with divine in that way, and how powerful that love is. That's what we have to keep reminding ourselves until we see more evidence.
Well, in the evidence department, I actually have an astonishing story about the proof of the prayer practice that we're going to be sharing. So I'll tell you that story now, so that we can go right into the prayer practice when it's
perfect.
Time.
Yes.
So, because we do hold this idea, Deborah, that there's no proof. We don't really know it, but we're going to do it anyway. So everybody listening, put on your seatbelt. This is a wild story. In 2013, my 24-year-old son, Jerry, was subpoenaed to appear in front of a secret federal grand jury in New York City to name the names of his fellow activists in Occupy. You remember Occupy being a very big deal in New York City. And he stood silent. He is not going to answer those questions. He's not going to name names. And if anybody is my age, you might remember the House Committee for Un-American Activities in 1958 and Senator McCarthy and all of that horror. Well, we have a tendency to put that in a history book and say, yeah, well, that happened back then. No. My son is proof that ability of the federal government to force you to say things and name names is still happening. It happened to my son. So he stayed silent. And the judge, I was there, started screaming, "Don't you know what I can do to you?" It was terrifying. The courtroom is packed with all of his friends, and I'm watching this judge scream at my son. And Jerry stood silent. He had made a vow to himself and to his community. He was not going to name names because then it's just like in 1958. It goes on and on and on. So the judge did what the judge could do, and he sent my son to a high-security federal prison. Now, Jerry was accused of nothing, where there's no trial, there's nothing. But the American legal system has that power to force someone to go to prison, to coerce them. So Jerry goes to prison. And at first he was really strong. He told me, "I know why I'm here." And that was May of 2013. And it was getting harder and harder, but he was still holding on. And then his girlfriend dumped him in prison in an email. And he really started to deteriorate. He just didn't have that anchor. And he still, even though he was a complete wreck, he was in the fetal position on his bunk in his prison cell, not eating. He still said, "Mom, I know why I'm here." So I got scared, and I did what I always do. I contacted the masters and teachers of the Akashic Record, and I begged for help. What can I do for my son, Jerry? And they gave me a unusual and very specific prayer practice that I then called the light to the prison. They told me to gather 100 people, critical mass. Okay, I went on Facebook and asked, and people around the world agreed to do this. 100 people. And what we did was gather at 11 a.m. Eastern every single day and shower a picture of this prison. It's a 12-story massive complex with almost 1,000 prisoners in New York City. And we were to do one thing: shower the picture of that prison with unconditional divine love. So we had to fill ourselves with that love, and then through our eyes, have it go into the picture. And we were to look at the picture for 5 minutes. And they told me I wasn't to share it. They said, "You will see like black crud rising off the picture. And you're not to talk about it or name it. Just know that this is the release of the negativity, the anger." And it was very important that this was not about releasing Jerry. They said, "You have no intent." What do you mean you have no intent? No intention, no words. And we were not to focus on Jerry's cell on 9 North. We were to shower the entire prison, almost 1,000 prisoners, and everybody connected with it. The guards, the lawyers, the victims, the families that come to visit, the judges that judge. I mean, you're probably up to 15,000 people, maybe the police, maybe more. This man, and all we were doing was showering the picture of that prison with unconditional divine love for 5 minutes. Nothing happened at first, but we kept going. It was hard. There were days when it was very hard for me because I realized I have to forgive the judge. I don't want to forgive the judge. But I realized if I cannot forgive the judge, and by forgive I mean cut those negative patriarchal aka cords, which is the Hawaiian language, cut those cords that have constricted him, just as prayer has been constricted and the behavior of women have been constricted by the culture. The legal system has been constricted into this is who you are and this is how you're supposed to treat people. So I did it. And I reached the point where I could actually wish the judge freedom from all of his patriarchal training, because he was in his 80s. And I didn't want him to repeat this life. I wanted him to be, I actually wanted it. I wasn't trying to convince myself. I actually reached a point where I wanted the judge to be free. On January 28th, I got a collect phone call, and my son was in the lobby of the prison. Mom, and they had simply come and handcuffed him, walked him through the tunnels, dropped him off in the lobby, and said, "You're free." So what? So I went to the masters and teachers later, and I thanked them. And I said, "But why? Did our prayers make a difference?" And they said something so important, and it is the essence of this prayer-a-thon. Light. It's not the light to the prison, it's the light to the election. It's the light to the United States of America. They said, yes, it did change everything, because your prayers got the judge to ask himself a question he had never asked before. What is authority? Well, I had the release paper that the judge signed to let Jerry out of prison. It's 21 pages long, and it's not pretty reading. For the first 20 pages, he talks about how much he hates Jerry, how much he hates his politics, how much he hates Occupy. He even says how much he hates his mother. It's the vitriol, ugly, but on the last paragraph of the last page, the judge writes, "But I do not have the authority to keep him in prison." And then he signed his release. What? And then they confirmed this in a way that you probably will understand as someone who is working within the Akashic records. They said those prayers speak to the king in the judge, not the judge that you see, but the king in the judge, or you and I might use the language, the soul. And they said, when we speak to you, we speak to the king in you. Now, I would rather that it said queen, but we won't get fussy. The point is this spark, this purity, this divine love that the queen, the beginning, the endless beginning, those prayers were touching that soul spark in the judge. And as a result of letting him out of prison 4 months before the federal secret grand jury was going to be unseated, there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that those prayers saved my son's life. I visited him the last Christmas before he was released. And I told his attorney, he's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. I don't know how you know, but you know that you know when someone is close to suicide. So those prayers freed the judge, got my son out of prison, saved his life, and there's this other result. He made a vow the day he got out of prison. He walked across the street, stood under the 9th floor, and spoke to the guys, and he made a vow to go to law school. And he is now a public defender in Queens, New York, keeping people out of prison. That prayer, Deborah, staring with unconditional divine love for 5 minutes, look what that, and that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to share. That's the freedom that your prayer-a-thon in all of its forms, but that is my prayer for the blessing I would like to share with your community. This prayer makes a difference.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, we have all seen prayer is so powerful. Miracles happen every day if we allow them to.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's so important. Stepping up in faith and trust, allowing divine to meet us, to exceed us, to facilitate for us.
Right.
And that's what we're doing in this gathering. We're stepping up and saying, yes, this is what we want. Together, we're going to make this happen.
Yeah, you've created something very special, very holy, and very powerful.
Yes, not me, the angels. I'm just directing. They're the producers.
Well, okay, here's a confirmation of that. The 4th definition of prayer actually was the first one I ever received, and I received it from the angels. So I get this prayer artist thing. And I turn to my friend that does the angel guidance consultations, and I asked the angels for a little help with, excuse me, what is prayer? What is prayer? And they wouldn't answer my questions. And I was getting really annoyed. So I said, well, is it this? And they go, nah, not quite. Well, how about this? And I was getting so frustrated. Come on, people. If there's anybody that knows what prayer is, it's you. Why won't you tell me? And I think, Deborah, they just took pity on me. I think they just went, oh, for heaven's sakes, we have to give her a little help. And they gave me this definition. And I can't say I understand it, but with my whole body, I know it's true. They said prayer is a vibration of love that goes beyond all universes. Prayer is a vibration of love. I get that part. Prayer is a vibration of love. But then this that goes beyond all universes, where does it go? Prayer is a vibration of love that goes beyond all universes. And I'm not editing that. That came directly from Archangel Michael. Prayer is a vibration of love that goes beyond all universes. So why wouldn't you want to pray, right?
You know, it's like the siren song that goes out, reaches whoever's out there that can respond and help.
Whether they know it or not. They don't have to be in this prayer-a-thon. They don't have to be even aware of it. That is the point. You think the guards and the prisoners and the judge were aware of us looking with love at the picture of the prison for 5 minutes? No, of course they weren't. But it's still in those little black specks were like proof. It's releasing the anger and the fear and the worry and the judgment, and all that negativity, however you want to label it. I actually saw those black specks rising up. So that's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to help people, the ones who are present, but we just become this vortex, this vibration of love, and it's going to cover the United States from Guam. We have a tendency to forget that Guam is a part of the United States, and then we have Hawaii, and then we have all of and Alaska, and all the continental, and then let's not forget Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, because those are territories of the United States. It's half the globe. And it's going to have this beautiful, positive, freeing effect on everybody. And they don't have to know it. They don't have to consciously. The judge didn't know it. But when he wrote What is Authority, he was reflecting back to me that his soul knew it.
It's the softening to release all of the negative feelings that are out there. We just need a little bit of softening to get our miracle.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I'm a softening agent. I've had it my title: Prayer Artist, Mystic Witch, Firekeeper, and Softening Agent.
Whatever it takes. Thank you, Janet. I can't tell you how delighted I am to have spent this time with you and to have the privilege of sharing it with all of the people who are watching. Gobsmacked. I just don't know any other way to describe it. It's beyond expectation. Thank you for sharing from your heart, sharing your love, being vulnerable, and being such a beautiful example for where we're going in partnership with Divine Feminine. I'm so excited about the future.
Yes. And that's such an important thing to say right now, because people are terrified about the future, right? Everybody's so worried, and there's so much chaos happening. To have that state of hope isn't even the right word. I have a knowing, a belief. I am participating in the healing of the wasteland, and together we are creating a world with reverence for all.
Can't get any better than that. Perfection. Thank you. It's a delight. Bye for now. And we are back. Janet, I was having so much fun watching you reacting behind the scenes.
And I'm very grateful. I hope everyone that is presenting a prayer watches their own interview first, because I was listening to myself as if I don't even, and I got very teary about my son getting out of prison. And it was a beautiful reminder of the power of what we are about to do. Prayer really, really, really changes the world.
Yes. And you know, the amazing thing, these interviews are like an out-of-body experience. I watch them and I can't believe that really happened. But it's the angel magic. And it's transcending even our intentions. This is grander than all of us combined.
I become aware of that every single thing I do, the witch sequence, the lotus and the lily, every single event, agreeing to be here with you, is that the part of me that writes a teaching outline or creates a landing page, that's the word that's coming up is limited, but that's I do the best I can. Then I show up with other people, and together, our souls, our spirits, our hearts, our energies, we call it in all of my events the theater of the miraculous. So we are all interconnected in ways we don't understand, but it's this amplification of the power of prayer. So me alone in my back bedroom praying is magnificent, but a group of people coming together changes, just like the 100 people around the world looking at the sending light to the prison, changed not just my son's story, but you might not know, that's the prison where Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide, and that prison today is closed. It's closed. So we have this, the power of prayer is beyond anything we can imagine. Just like the angel said, prayer is a vibration of love that goes beyond all universes. Well, it's a vibration, you know, so if things are vibrating, they change, they break open. So I think we're discovering a little more. I'm discovering more about the power of that definition. Let us become a vibration of love and send it out. Yes, across the United States, around the entire globe. Everybody around the world is watching this election too, but then it goes beyond all universes.
It's going to the multiverse. We're clearing the way for those ETs to finally come in. See, we didn't know we were doing that either.
No, I feel that way about every single event. I always come away going, whoa, that is so much bigger, so much more powerful than my limited understanding of what I was offering the world.
Yes. I don't know if you had a chance to look at any of the comments, but you have some beautiful, loving comments coming in.
They're on the side, and I was able to watch a few. And I thank everyone for listening to my stories. As I listen to my own stories, I think, whoa, for a Midwestern small town Irish Catholic girl who was a teacher of the deaf, for heaven's sakes, my stories blow my mind.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow. Yeah, well, I was crying, Maureen, so prayer will do that for us.
Yes.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Pamela. I do feel like my life fell apart at 50. I want to say this to everybody who's here. My life completely fell apart at 50 in a very violent divorce. And it was the violent divorce that left me so distraught, so alone, so broke, so afraid that I picked up a pen and stumbled upon Deep Soul Writing. Deep Soul Writing, as you can see, changed my world, but it has changed, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people's lives.
Yes. And not that old prayer that we grew up thinking was prayer, as you deftly explained. I'm so grateful for that because I run into people all the time who were just offended by prayer, as you talked about. And this message needs to get out. We're having a conversation with divine, as we were always intended to do. We were never intended to be separate.
Right. And we aren't. Patriarchal religion tells us we are, and that you have to pay a price to try to get in God's favor, and maybe you'll go to heaven, blah, 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 blah. Those are all lies. Every single one of us, female and male, is her sacred treasure of life.
Yes. I'm just checking the comments. This one, I think you saw that.
Hello to Uma. Yeah, I recognize a lot of people.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so glad.
It's so thrilling. And these are people I've prayed with before, and welcome to everyone I haven't prayed with before. It's like, sure, Spirit, I don't think I've prayed with you before this moment, but it is so delicious to recognize people I have prayed with before, and now hundreds, thousands of new prayer companions, prayer friends.
Yes.
We're prayer friends. I did say I was a teacher of the deaf. This is the sign for friend. You put out your two index fingers and they wrap around each other. This is what it means to be a friend. Now feel in your body what that word friend now feels like. Me and you.
Yes.
We're inseparable. We are this, and now add to that, we're praying together.
Don't get me crying, Janet. Oh, yeah. Maureen says she's about to cry too. And I love this comment from Granny.
Prayer is a vibration of love that goes beyond all universes. That's Archangel Michael's definition.
Yeah.
And I dare say he knows a thing or two about prayer. So the first thing we're going to do is call in the archangels to support us in this prayer. Hello, Uma. Love you too. Riveting Glance. What a beautiful name. Thank you. And thank you for reading my many books. Lotus and Lily opens in what, a week?
Yeah, so there's still time for anybody, especially who is new to you and just gobsmacked by what you've been sharing. Oh, please go check out Janet's website. I'll get you the link again, because Lotus and Lily is transformative, massively life-changing.
That's how we met. That's
Yes.
how we met. You came
Yes.
last year.
It was actually a couple years ago, but
Well,
it was phenomenal. I think it was the first time that Kahu Lāhela taught Hana Ikapona. So I got to be there for that, and it was just so amazing. That's how I met both of you, and look where we are now.
Where we are. Yeah, because Kāhu Lāhela is going to close the prayer-a-thon at 10 o'clock or so Eastern.
Yeah. And you just look at how all the threads come together. It's just so amazing. I'm astonished all of the time at the way that the angels weave things.
Yeah.
For these marvelous creations to delight and entertain and love. So are you ready to step into your blessing now?
I am going to begin that we're going to be having an experience kind of like the light to the prison, a little bit like that. So here are a few things you might wish to prepare. Take your shoes off. If possible, take your shoes off, because we're going to be connecting with Mother Earth. You might like to have a journal or some paper at hand so that you can jot down, or not. And if you're someone that's very, very visual, you might like to have some colored pencils nearby. You can sit up and close your eyes or leave them open. You also are welcome to just lie down and let this prayer cover you. And very important, make sure you have some water. Let me say this now before we get started. One of the things that makes deep soul writing radically different from journaling is that we activate all our senses. And okay, I understood how we activate our eyes and our ears and the sense of smell and touch, but taste? So in deep soul writing, in those days I wrote to DG, I said, I don't understand how, if what makes journaling not journaling, so that we drop out of the alpha brainwave state all the way into the mystical theta brainwave state, if one of the ways is to activate all our senses, how are we going to activate the sense of taste? And immediately in deep soul writing, I was reminded of one of the earliest and most profound stories of my life. I was invited, and I was so thrilled to be invited to a ceremony, a healing ceremony for me here in Dunedin, right near me in Central Florida, near Tampa. And it was to be conducted by a blind Navajo shaman. Who wouldn't say yes to that? Off we go. Now it's August. Do you have any idea what it's like in August in Florida? And we're outside on a cement pad, and they had set up a very large metal bowl to hold a fire. So it was like 120 degrees out there. And he began to pray, and he tapped me with feathers, and he said things in Navajo. I have no idea. I could feel something happening, but I did not intellectually understand whatsoever. When the prayer was over, he and the woman who was his guide in that prayer stood up, walked away, and he handed me a glass of water. And he said, and this is so important, he said, the Navajo have had water present in every prayer and every healing ceremony for 8,000 years. Because we know that all the prayers, all the healing, everything that just happened in this ceremony is in the water. It's in the water. So, Janet, we're leaving. You sit here and slowly and consciously drink the water, and you are taking in this healing ceremony again at the cellular, right down to your mitochondria, at the cellular and cellular level. I have had water next to me at all times ever since, every time I journal, and everyone that comes to every one of my events, the first thing we do is bless our water. And so have a glass of water, because we will drink it at the end of the prayer, which means the prayer is now entering you all the way down to your mitochondria.
I love that. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm going to give you center stage.
Okay.
Take it away, Janet.
I begin by sanctifying my prayer stole, kissing it, and speaking aloud. I am a prayer artist who speaks, a mystic witch who remembers, and a fire keeper who sees. Let us pray. For those that were not here at the beginning, I want to read you the Chandra, the oracle from the Scorpio new moon on November 1st, that is directing this entire lunar cycle of November, because Our Lady, Queen of Magicians, said this is how we're going to begin this prayer practice. On a human nose, a wart turns into a diamond. Let these words wash over you. They are beyond anything your brain could possibly understand. Let them enter your body at the cellular and cellular level. We'll take a sip of water after we hear this. Destructive patterns come around to regenerate places when they are persisted in tenaciously, yet with an eye toward the destructive patterns destroying themselves. The destructive patterns are destroying themselves. Immense wells of misery have accompanied you through the miasmas of being viciously against yourself. And when the misery and the hatred have spent their wastage, isn't this exactly what we're seeing? When the misery and hatred have spent their wastage in their fury, the inner core self arises unscathed and incorporates the darkness and the anguish into the ability to raise the dead, to generate miracles, to face everybody with the unfaceable. The veteran of severe inner battles is not every one of us a veteran of severe inner battles. The veteran of severe inner battles turns around and acknowledges that there is something burning at the center of your being. Let's put this into the first person. There is something burning at the center of my being. Say that. There is something burning at the center of my being, an essence spark. Tap your thymus and say, an essence spark, which is immortal. It's a reminder, I am immortal and can survive and flourish in the thick of the worst. Our own veiled yet potent inner light is guiding the journey and never flickering. Let us awaken our essence spark and activate our inner light to guide the journey of the American election, of the month of November, of the completion of the year 2024, and the welcoming of the year 2025, a 9-year. 9 is the divine feminine number. 9 holds the energy of all 9 numbers. We are praying together in the theater of the miraculous at a very sacred, pregnant moment. So let us pray. Let us begin by calling in our guides and guardians. As I speak, call on yours. I, of course, am always calling Archangel Michael and Lucy, Mary Magdalene and her beloved husband, Yeshua, Joan of Arc, oh, the queen of my heart. You see her with me at all times. My mystic family. You are a member of a mystic family. You just might not know it. The name of my mystic family is Woman Speak Truth. and all of the Miraphors in all time, going back to Isis and before. I stand and you stand in the lineage of all the Miraphors and all the witches. Welcome them. Feel yourself surrounded by all of this divine assistance. We must begin prayer by becoming empty. This is really important right now when we're filled with the chaos and the anger and the hate that's been spewing in this election. So let us begin by becoming empty. My favorite image for this, and I'd like to share it with you, is that I am a container for coffee. I am a French press. Imagine yourself for a moment as a French press. The coffee grounds have been put in, hot water has been poured in, and the swirl begins. A wooden spoon, think of the election, all of the chaos, all the commotion, all the hate. It's swirling, it's swirling, it's swirling, and we cannot get it to stop on our own. And so we call on the hands of our guardians. I'm going to see Mary Magdalene on my left and her beloved Yeshua on my right. You see whoever you like. Call right now on at least 2 guardians, 2 spirit animals, 2 angels, and see their paws, their wings, their hands coming together above your head and gently, lovingly, but firmly pressing down, quieting all the chaos, worry, fear, exhaustion. It's coming down out of your mind, your eyes, your ears, your mouth, your throat, your shoulders. Feel it come out of your shoulders, your heart, your stomach, your solar plexus, your womb, your groin, your legs, your knees, your feet, down, down, down. All the chaos, all the worry, all the fear is being pushed down out of your body and into the ground. The grounds of your coffee, your French press, are going into the ground. Take a moment. How does it feel to be empty? Empty of all this chaos, empty of the worry, empty of exhaustion. In this state of being empty, we are now ready to be filled. Let us be filled with the love, the Queen's love, the love that goes beyond all universes. We begin by putting our feet, even if you're on the 8th floor, still put your feet on the ground and feel energetically your feet connected with our Earth Mother. And feel this delicious connection with her. She is the womb and the tomb of all creation. Everything on this earth is born out of this earth, and everything on this earth dies and returns to the earth. She is the queen of the living and the dead. And she rises now to kiss the bottom of your feet. Feel her life-giving creative energy begin to flow up from her sacred dirt into the soles of your feet. Feel your feet welcome. Yes, beloved, fill me. And her love begins to move through your ankle, up your leg muscles. She kisses your knees, your thighs, and into your exquisite pelvic bowl. She caresses your hip bones and enters your sacred womb space, the birthplace of all your creativity, and up, gathering her power into your solar plexus and arriving full of strength and creativity and energy and love and possibility into your lungs and your heart. Sit still for a moment and feel how it feels to have a heart filled with only her essence, her love, her spark, the truth of who you really are and who you came here to be. Notice how it feels. How does it feel? How does a heart overflowing with the love of Mother Earth feel? Does it have a color, a movement, a shape, a sound, a symbol, a song? Are you hearing a song? What is happening as your heart is full of only one thing, the love of the Queen of the living and the dead, Mother Earth? Notice for a moment. And if you like, you continue to sit or lie down with this feeling, or perhaps you'd like to jot down some words, some colors, some symbols, something to help you remember what it feels like to have a heart filled with love. Now, move your attention to your 8th chakra. Above your head, above your crown, your soul's purpose, your connection to the cosmic mother. You know what it feels like to be connected with the Earth Mother. Now, let's feel this connection with the cosmic mother, the Queen of Magicians, and feel her eternal love flowing down from the stars into your crown. Pituitary, eyes, ears, mouth, throat, shoulders, thymus, and into your heart. Notice how the cosmic love of the mother feels in your heart. Is it the same as the mother of the earth? Or is it a little different? Does it have a color, a smell, a movement, a shape, a symbol? Jot down, draw, or simply hold your hands over your heart and remember what it feels like to be filled with the love of the cosmic mother. Filled with the love of our two mothers, Earth Mother, Cosmic Mother, we are ready now to begin to spread that love. This is the love that heals our world right now. So feel it fully in yourself. And when you feel it fully in yourself, feel it wanting to leave, to spread, to expand into your room, your house, your family of biology, your chosen family, your family of love. Feel this love that's so big that it can no longer be contained in your house and your friendships. It spreads, it grows, it moves, it sings, turning and returning, turning and returning. It reminds us that we are all born and reborn into love, only and always into love. It wants to love your city, your town, your county, your state. Everyone in your state is now feeling this love, whether they know it or not. She knows it. And now this love is so big, so strong, so powerful, so healing, so creative, so holy, that it cannot be contained in your state. It flows over the entire country from Guam to Puerto Rico. And then, because we live on a planet where everyone is interconnected, it flows across the oceans, north and south, Antarctica to Arctic, and the entire globe. This magnificent, most beautiful planet ever created is held, surrounded, kissed by the love of our Earth Mother and our Cosmic Mother. This is the love that heals us as individuals, our country, and our world. Just feel it. Just sit with the feeling, see it spreading, see it changing people, protecting them. Just like the light to the prison touched everyone affected by the prison, this prayer affects absolutely everyone on the planet impacted by the election and everything that comes after the election. Just feel that. In this prayer, you have awakened your essence, your soul spark, the living light that is you. When we step away from prayer, it's easy to lose this feeling and go back into fear and chaos and worry. And so, to keep this prayer alive in you, this memory of the vibration of love that goes beyond all universes, the love of the Mother Earth and Cosmic Mother, tap your thymus. Anytime you want to come back, tap your thymus and say, I remember. I remember. Practice it now so you can remember. I remember my essence. I remember my light. I remember love. Thank you for joining me in this prayer, and I hope you'll join me all day Monday, all day Tuesday, all week, all year, tapping on our hearts and remembering who we really are, how powerful we really are, and the power of prayer. Go in love. Oh, and I forgot to say, drink your water. Drink your water. Everything that just happened beyond our consciousness is in water, because water is alive. Slowly and consciously drink the water, and the entire prayer enters every single cell of your body. can't hear you, Deborah. I see you're talking, but I can't hear you.
Forgot to unmute myself. Thank you. That was so beautiful. Thank you. Lots of wonderful comments. I can't wait to go back and listen to it another time without distraction to really fully absorb it. But my beloved grandmother came forward, which was unexpected and so wonderful.
So she wants to pray with us. She's a part of this theater of the miraculous.
She believed in prayer. Yes. And I want to welcome Sharon Sipe, who's popped in to help us, and she's sharing all these links so that you can connect. Thank you, Sharon. We so appreciate you. And all of the amazing moderators that are here giving of their time so graciously. I'm astonished at your generosity every time. Thank you. You bless us. So if you have questions for Janet, now would be a great time to pop them into comments, because she's going to be hanging out with us for about a half an hour. And
I think all day. I don't want to miss any of it.
It's all truly powerful, but wow, did you kick us off in such an incredible, powerful way. We will carry that energy with us. You bet. Yes, I think there's a couple up here. Maybe I can show you. Let's see.
I see some comments.
Oh, yeah. And isn't that the way it is? Always what you needed.
It's what I needed. I've been slightly hysterical. So I very selfishly received this prayer for myself as well as everyone.
Yeah, because it's about learning to receive as well for those of us who are just big givers. So important.
Thank you, Ang. Wonder Woman and White Stag. How adorable is that, Maureen? How adorable is that? So are they the ones that cleansed and cleared all the chaos? Adorable. Thank you. Well, harp fiddle, having just been through 3 hurricanes, yeah. There's a lot going on, and Scorpio is a water sign. Take care of yourself. Take care of your house. Oh, thank you. I practiced so I wouldn't cry myself. Sure, Spirit. I cry all the time. Prayer is so...
Yeah, I don't usually cry that much, but connecting with the divine, that just brings up everything.
Yeah.
Heart to heart.
Is vitamin water. And it's any water and of course, water becomes holy when you bless it, or you take it outside in a blue bottle and put it under the sun. Yes. Any cleansed, cleared, filtered, good water. Thank you, Riveting Clans. Thank you. Love your name.
So, you guys, what questions do you have for Janet? What would you like to know?
Well, and I can understand that the brain, after such a profound prayer, doesn't really, question. I don't know. Do I have a question? And it's always later. You go, hey, I should have asked that guy, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I think they gave you my Facebook, my professional Facebook page, Janet Connor Prayer Artist. You can post your questions there.
Oh, thank you. That's wonderful. Yeah, that is on the web page for the event.
Yeah.
So let me grab that link again, and they can find all of your links.
And when you go to my website, you can sign up for the newsletter, have a look at Lotus and Lily, lots of goodies.
And be sure to check out Lotus and Lily quickly, because that might be perfect for you right now.
On the 12th.
You're here. Yes.
So Callista, how do we connect for that second chakra? Oh, no, I do believe there's a recording on my website for it. And I always give it to everybody in Lotus and Lily, and all kinds of, we have so many prayer practices and so much forgiveness. Kahu Lāhela is going to be with us as a special guest for Hana Ikapono, because in order to complete 2028, an 8-year, we have to do not just cleansing 2024 1 year, because we're entering a 9-year, we have to look back to 2016, the last 9-year, and look at, so, there's a lot of cleansing and clearing. So we're going to have a massive focus on cleansing and clearing, lots of meditations. There's an entire chapter on forgiveness in my book, The Lotus and Lily. And we have a very special, it isn't even on the website yet, Jennifer DeVille Catalano, who plays the crystal alchemy bowls, is going to invite us into a meditation where we let the bowls remove. So massive amounts. There is no end. Just as there's no end to prayer, there is no end to cleansing and clearing and forgiveness.
It's beautiful.
Riveting glance. I saw a question over here. Do you need to know about astrology in order to use Elias's books? No. I mean, none of us. I think to become an astrologer, you need about 8 lifetimes. I mean, it is a complex, compound, magnificent language. I think it's the Cosmic Mother's favorite language. I hang out with astrologers, Emma Kupu Mitchell, Marcia Wade, Michael Lennox. I quoted him today in my newsletter, but I am miles away from understanding astrology. I still find looking at the oracle for every new and full moon and the equinox, just thrilling, magnificent. So I think the answer is start where you are. If you feel called to know more about this book, I think it's $16 or $17. I highly recommend it. Think of it as a tarot deck. Think of it as a 360 card tarot deck. Yeah. Now, there was a question you put up, and I missed it, Deborah.
Okay, it's here.
Oh, I have to look. I was always confused by what they meant in church by prayer. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. So now we didn't talk about the 7 definitions of prayer. Prayer is so big. If you want to come to janetconner.com and sign up for my newsletter, there'll be lots and lots of conversation about prayer. We did finish at the beginning of this year, spring of this year, an entire intensive on original prayer. You can look at my intensives, and the ones that have been recorded and are available to repeat are under on demand. And there is a massive one on original prayer.
That's wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. An oak tree and a green, I have to move this so I can read it. Green forest, I get the feeling it's representing the cleansing. Oh, may it be so, Maureen. Mother Earth would like us humans to have a little more reverence. And I do see Barbara saying over here, not outcomes. This is a big deal, Barbara. This is a big deal. And the masters and teachers had to teach it to me. I wanted my son to get out of prison. And beyond Catholicism, I then spent a decade in New Thought. And it just sort of became in here that you pray for outcomes. What do you think the law of attraction is all about? You're supposed to get clear about what you want. So I've had to extract myself from that. And I think the masters and teachers saying, you're not even praying to get your son out of prison. Got that? I go, what do you mean? No, I want my son out of prison. They said, no. No intention, no words. It's unconditional love for the entire system. That was, I think, a massive transition point for me where I can reach the point where I don't have any goals. I don't pray for anything. And what has come to me, this is what the Lotus and Lily is all about. what has come to me is so much greater, so much bigger, so much more miraculous, so much more fun, so much more magnificent than anything this Janet Connor could have possibly come up with, that I don't even try anymore. I don't pray for anything. I don't ask for anything. I let the universe teach me. Well, and here's the like a one sentence, what I do. And this is what the Lotus and Lily is all about. You get clear about how you're going to live. What commitments am I making? We call it your conditions. What conditions am I creating in every moment of my life that turns me into fertile soil? And then it's like volunteer seeds. Oh, look at that. Prayer artist. I didn't ask for that. Oh, mystic witch. Trust me, I didn't ask for that. But I was creating in myself this rich, fertile condition in which Our Lady Queen of Magicians could say, you are such a witch. Wake up and start redefining witch.
Before we go to the next question, let me just ask you, I've been wanting to ask you this since we talked last. Tell us about being a fire keeper.
Well, I'm not sure I can even answer that. So
Okay.
Prayer-A-thon came in 2018. Mystic Witch came all because of Rabbi Tirza Firestone sending me a new endorsement. My publisher wanted to make a little money during COVID, and so they wanted to put out a new edition of Writing Down Your Soul. And they said, Janet, those endorsements by Larry Dawsey, they were written in 2007. Get some new endorsements. Oh, yeah, well, okay. So I invited all the people, all of the women who had been leading prayer intensives with me. And one of them was Rabbi Tirza Firestone, who gave us a little introduction to Kabbalah and the Tree of Life. Whoa, what a woman. And she said, yeah, I'll send it to you. So I'm sitting right here. I open my email and burst into tears. The opening sentence, and it's on the endorsements in the newest version of Writing Down Your Soul. She said, Janet Connor is a prayer artist, scholar. I sort of went, well, okay. No one has ever called me a scholar. I rather like that. And then the third, and 21st century witch. I have never used that term. I probably was holding the same about that word that every woman for the last 600 years has felt about it. But that spark, that inner knowing in me started screaming joyfully. Tirza sees me. She sees me. So I did this at the top of my lungs. I'm not going to do that to you. Somebody sees me. So in that moment, I committed. I didn't know it, but I committed to witch. And witch, go look at my website. Witch is everything. Witch has taken over my life. Witch is the most delicious. Did you know this? You probably didn't. There was a time before all of our sky god religions when the holiest title you could call a woman was witch. Witch was the leader of the community, the spiritual leader, the healers. Witch is the most magnificent thing. So, of course, what did Christianity do? They turned it into the most evil thing. They're doing that all the time. And so our job is to, nope.
You ready for a question?
I'm glancing over. Debbie saw a circle of fire. Oh, how beautiful. We held up our arms and joined hands. There. Let's all hold up our hands. I can't get them in. There we go. Yeah, energetically, we are all. That's what happens in prayer. That's the theater of the miraculous. From my heart and my hands to your heart and your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
I love it.
Yeah. We don't have to understand, right? Goddess kisses constantly, whether we understand or not.
Yeah, WHT, before I started this work, I didn't like people all that much. I was happy to be a hermit. But, you let the angels into your heart, and all of a sudden you love everybody. Transformation. That's what we're
And
doing.
they bring the people that don't get you. Okay, they don't get me. Bye-bye. But suddenly these magnificent people start showing up, and we're in intensives together and we're praying together. And to show the power of this, what happens to me, let's say, in deep soul writing, an awareness, an idea, if I posted in the private Facebook group for the particular event like Lotus and Lily that's coming, 6 people will say, oh, I saw that in my dream last night. Wait a second, this happened to me. But there's this communion, interbecoming, interbeing, to use Thich Nhat Hanh's language, that we are all connected, and it really brings it home. And I do find myself falling so in love with the people that come to my intensives. I say constantly, you cannot have more fun than this. You cannot have more. And now we're doing very profound, deep, mystical, transformative work. And yet, you can't have more fun. I had a lot of fun today praying with you. Yeah, we are creating the conditions to be open and receptive, as opposed to telling the universe what you want. And I noticed, exploring the mystical side of life, put in her definition. I am redefining, which, once again, it's a long process. But I love your wise, intelligent, totally charming human. And Angie Sullins has a tarot card that's woman in total charge of herself. I mean, there's lots and lots. It's still a work in progress for me, but the place I started is a witch, is a woman. No, I have to add spiritually independent. A witch is a spiritually independent woman who prays in the thresholds between worlds. Woman, spiritually independent, thresholds. I forgot what the C and the H are for. So it's still a work in progress for me. I love your definition. Oh, Maureen, that's a lie. That's patriarchal. I'll tell you a quick story about it that illustrates this. When prayer came, I had a lot of conversations with the masters and teachers of the Akashic Record. And in one of them, I asked about the rosary. Now, you heard me say I was raised Irish Catholic. You know how many rosaries I've said on my knees around the dining room table? When I ran away from the Catholic Church with my hair on fire at 19, I swore I would never going to say a rosary again. Well, that's because the rosary, as it's presented to us, that was saying that Apostles' Creed at the beginning, it's an indoctrinating theological dogma practice. That's not what the rosary is. The rosary, I was shocked to discover, is an ancient pre-patriarchal goddess prayer practice. It's a goddess prayer practice. Those are goddess beads. So I asked the masters and teachers about that. And here's the picture they gave me. They said, they showed Laura Lynn, who did the consultation with me, a bunch of men sitting around a table. So that would be the bishops and the popes and the priests, right? Making a conscious decision. We can't fight the rosary. We can't get those old women to stop saying it. And of course, why are we saying it? Because it's a transcendental experience. We can communicate with the dead, right? Well, they didn't want that, because you have to be obedient. You have to pay attention to the priest on the altar, and you can only obey what the priest tells you to do. So you can't have people in the pews that have the ability to access the divine, the mystic, on their own, right? That's why they burned witches. So they said, or they showed, they made a conscious decision to keep it, but to extract all the transcendental power by forcing people to say the Apostles' Creed. I still have my mother's crystal Catholic rosary. I inherited it, but I can't look at it or touch it because there's a man being tortured to death hanging from the front of it. You're not going to have a transcendental love relationship with the Queen of Heaven and Earth looking at the picture of a guy being murdered to death in the worst possible way humanity has ever discovered, short of burning women alive. So they took away all the power. And so now everybody I know practices a goddess rosary. And you've got, well, I'll show you mine. My dear partner in creating the witch sequence, Kathy Stevens Pratt, made it for me. It's a Magdalene rosary. And it's all the beads are in the shades of the moon. There you can see there's the dark moon, the light moon. And the front piece, the first piece, where you would see a crucifix if you were saying a Catholic prayer, is this beautiful agate crystal. And it looks an awful lot like the Cathar cross. And the Cathars are the treasure. The Cathars were murdered because they knew the truth that Mary Magdalene and Jesus were married. And Leo is asking us to pray for all of humanity. Yeah, that's what this prayer was. We simply covered the entire world without judgment. Thank you for praying. Hello, Uma. Yeah, Uma, I think, has been in everything. And Uma's going to be with us in a week in Lotus and Lily. Love you, Uma. And Bobby. These are all my friends in all of the witch intensives and the Lotus and the Lily and prayer. These are my prayer buddies. Now everybody's my prayer buddy. Well, bingo, sure, Spirit. That's it. In one sentence, every single one of those religions was designed to take away our power, and primarily women's power. Every single one of those religions is attempting to control women's transcendental power, and our bodies. Yes. It does. Debbie said there's no originality. Actually, when you sort of slice the beliefs of fundamental, now this is fundamental Islam and fundamental Catholicism and fundamental Protestantism and fundamental Judaism, when you put them all together, there are an awful lot of similarities, particularly around loathing the human body. In a sentence, if I, and I am not a theologian, but if somebody asks me what is uniform across all of those religions, it's that in order to connect with the divine, you have to ascend out of your body. The body is evil. The body is, as I was taught as a Catholic, a place of temptation, right? It's a lie, people. It's a lie. And when the goddess, I told you that story, when she landed in my body, she wasn't an idea out here. She was in my body. This is what the patriarchal religions all hate. And we're living it right now in the United States of America. I don't know if Americans know, but when Samuel Alito wrote that Dobbs thing that took away our right to management and control of our own bodies, he quoted, and I'm not going to remember the guy's name right now, but he quoted a guy from the 1750 who was a priest or a bishop who signed the death warrants for witches. Got that? Don't get me started. We'll have another event about witches. Becca. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm so excited for Lotus and Lily. I always am. It's the 15th year. Love, not fear, will prevail. May it be so, Becca. May it be so. May it be so. Yeah. Uma just captured it. I tried to mention it a little tiny bit in today's newsletter. This is all about Pluto entering Aquarius. And I have to get my notes out from Emma Cooper Mitchell, the last event she did. Let me see if I can do this right. So we've been in this weird place where Pluto's been in Capricorn for a gazillion years. And then he had a little taste of stepping into Aquarius last spring. A lot of things happened then. That's when the witch sequence opened. And now he's back in. And so he's just finally getting ready to say, you know what? It's time for the age of Aquarius. And now Emma could correct me if I'm not telling the truth here. But I believe it, my notes here say from 1119, so I'm assuming that's this year, 1119, Pluto's going into Aquarius, where he's going to stay till 2043. If you're my age, you know the words to the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Well, we're finally on the threshold. And I think that's why this is so violent. This is so patriarchy, toxic patriarchy, the worst that we see in the election. That's its death throes. And then we're also in this moment of birthing the age of Aquarius. And, you know, that can have some contractions too. So we're in this fertile, rich birthing. And there are a few pangs, but let's share them together. And breathe. Isn't that what they tell you when you have a baby? Breathe. Push and breathe. Okay, we're adding prayer. Push, breathe, and pray.
I don't know about you, Jan, but my head is spinning with this energy. I'm feeling this wheel, something going on up here.
Well, Cosmic Mother kisses you. Earth Mother blesses your feet. Yeah. That's the power. And so when you say that, I ask myself, as a Catholic kid, even receiving communion, whatever, did I ever feel what you're describing? That delicious magnet? I never once. Never once. Now, maybe somebody else did. And, you know, it's possible. But we're doing what the masters and teachers said they tried to take away from us. We're entering the transcendental power, which, if you read my books and hang out with me, you'll understand is the mystical theta brainwave state. So patriarchy wants us to stay in beta, fast, goal-oriented, do your hard work, shut up and obey. And so your poor brain is going da 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 da. You can't have an original thought. You can't create anything. You really are worried. Worry. The only brainwave in which you can worry is beta. And so what we do in my events and what we're all discovering, whether you know the language for brainwaves or not, is how to slow down our brainwaves into alpha, where we can do some good work. And there's layers and layers of this. I'm giving you the kindergarten version. And finally into theta. The only brainwave in which you can have a creative idea is theta. So all writers, all poets, all musicians, all dancers, all chefs, this is the only place you want to be. And all of our patriarchal religions and education systems and corporations yank us up into worry and fear and production. So when this is why they kill the artists, right? When you look at what happened in every dictatorial country, they come after the teachers, the librarians, and the artists, because we can't be controlled. And the Catholic Church is all about control. Fundamental Islam is all about control, right?
Yes.
So yeah, and so it feels strange, doesn't it, for a moment, Deborah, because we are all in this, make your list of things to do, get to work, blah, 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 you know, that's beta. And that was the magic of me stumbling into deep soul writing, because I dropped into theta, not knowing I was dropping into theta. And then this voice came through my hand on the page, and I went, what? So I didn't know it, but I was beginning to taste and experience mystical theta, which is the deepest theta. And now I live there, and you probably had a little experience of it in this prayer practice. And that's what deep soul writing is all about. But when you do it like constantly, when you live the way I live, then Deborah, it's not, now I can still get kind of, what? But for the most part, it's simply how I live. And so I'm able to function and live in mystical theta in communion with the goddess. But it's taken me 27 years to get here.
I'm just looking for the link for your book so I can share it with everybody.
Well, all my books are on my website. So if you put in janetconner.com, and you got to spell Conner with an E, Conner, there is a section on books. There's a section on intensives. There's just sign up for the newsletter. So you can find all that in one spot.
Okay, great. Because I was going to Amazon.
Yeah, otherwise you're going, and here's a book, and here's a book, and here's a book.
Yeah, better to just.
And we're also a global community, so you don't want to put in just Bookshop in the US or Amazon in the UK. So
there you are. I'll put you down in comments. And I think we have a few more questions popping up here. Let's see.
And I've read about the Salem witch trials as well as I was going associating. Yeah. Now, the Salem witch trials are so interesting, Maureen, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to remember the title right now. There is a historian in Massachusetts who wrote the best book about it. Horrible to read, and it was called almost like The Perfect Storm. Something Storm. I got it out of the library, so I don't have it on my bookshelves to come and bring it to you. And I have forced myself to study what was done to witches. You want books about witches, I can give you 25. They're hard reading. They're hard reading, but it's also necessary because you have to understand what's been done to women in order to break yourself free. Sharon put it in janetconner.com. Thank you. The dark. Yeah. Is that Martin Luther King? The darkness cannot overcome the light. I think it's Martin Luther King Jr., isn't it? Or Thomas Merton. Thomas Merton's the only Christian I still love. I love Thomas Merton. He's my boyfriend. So, Sure Spirit, who said that? The darkness cannot overcome the light.
See if it comes up here.
Alteri, how lovely to see you. Yep, crone. I am a crone, but I'm 76. But I really am embracing, I need to use the word witch because it's been thrown. Patriarchy has thrown it as women, and women have been tortured, burned, murdered, starved, had their property stolen. And so it's very important to me to embody that word, to restore it to holy. If you want to read one book on witch, it's Witches and Pagans by Max Dashu, D-A-S-H-U. Witches and Pagans. Debbie, Writing Down Your Soul, no, I have to think. Writing Down Your Soul was recorded when it first came out, and it was on Audible. I believe the only book right now that you can purchase in Audible is Soul Vows. I think that's right. Calista, thank you for getting the book. And when you say it, are you talking about Writing Down Your Soul? Or I have a lot of books, like 7 books. It's the first Writing Down Your Soul, then Lotus and Lily came out, then Soul Vows, Finding Soul's Purpose, then the coloring book, and 2 journals. Up a lot at night. Yes, Barbara. The reason we wake up between 3 and 4, and for me it's closer to 4, also is connected to the Schumann waves. The Schumann waves, somebody who understands this better can articulate it better, but my understanding is that the vibration at the center of the earth is measured. This is science. It's measured, probably that some guy named Schumann started this, and they're called Schumann waves, and they come closest to the surface between 3 and 4 a.m. And so science can point to what is so sacred and precious about 3 to 4 a.m. But everybody that's been through a near-death experience, a mystical experience, anybody that hangs out with me, we all get awakened in the middle of the night. And instead of fussing about it, sleep with paper and jot down what you hear, because you won't remember. This is so important. You think, oh, I could never forget that phrase. I could never. And then you wake up in the morning and go, what happened? Shit. something. So write it down. I have paper near me at all times.
You must have to store it in a warehouse by this time.
Well, I have a lot of journals. If I opened, but I'm just not ready to part with any of them because something will happen, like in astrology. When Emma says, look back at blah, 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 I can get out the journal. All right, what happened in October of 2012? I got the journals and I date everything, so it's easy to find again. And I'll go, well, look at that. Look at that. And so it's a reminder that this is a long story. I mean, how old is the cosmos, right? Billions of years. So the stars and the planets have been dancing and creating for so very, very long. And then humans slowly became somewhat conscious of it and began to look at astronomy and astrology. It's a love song, a long, long love song. And you and I have played our part in this love song thousands of times.
Yes.
Right? I mean, whether we have a conscious past life regression memory or just an inkling, like, ooh, like when Witch arrived. Why in the world did I say she sees me, she suddenly sees me? Where did that come from? Well, it comes from the witch within. But I didn't know that. So I had to spend a lot of time getting to know her and love her. A Storm of Witchcraft, Riveting Glance just put it up. A Storm of Witchcraft, the Salem Trials and the American Experience, Emerson, somebody. Yeah, he's a history professor.
Okay.
In Massachusetts.
And Maureen gave you the answer from before.
So it was Martin Luther King Jr. I bet he's praying with us. Now, Granny, when you say to my channel, I was at one time reading my newsletter every week, and then I stopped doing it. So I only put things on YouTube occasionally. Most of the things that are on YouTube are, my virtual assistant rates them private, so you don't get to see them, but you can see them all on my website. But thank you for subscribing. It's low down on my list of things to do, but to get back active on YouTube. So
Things are shifting with YouTube, so in the new year, you might be happier to be connected.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll follow your lead because you're like, ooh, I'm going to pay attention to her. Magic, Witchcraft, and Religion. Was that a book? I don't know.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I have a lot of books. I have a lot of books about witches.
Any other questions for Janet? We still have a little bit of time before we shift into our next guest presentation. Anything that's popping into your mind that's kind of there and you want to talk about, Janet?
I'm letting your question enter because we have covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, yes.
We have covered a lot.
Let me ask you a question while you think about it. You were talking about you've got all those volumes, and my gosh, you just went through that hurricane and had a near miss. And God forbid it should come back. So I wonder if this is a little message from your team that you might want to think about a backup place for your journals.
Well, never mind the journals. How about a backup place for me? I have now lived in Florida 40-something years and never felt like this isn't home. This isn't home. And so my son, who you all met in that story, public defender in Queens, New York, is getting engaged, and he's putting on the full court press. He wants me in upstate New York or middle state New York on the Metro North, 2.5 hours from New York, so that we can constantly be together. And he is the love of my life. He is my only family. I have brothers and sisters, but he is my heart. And so I know I will be moving. I know it. But it feels so important to me to finish the witch sequence, which ends spring of 2026 with the 7th witch art gift, which is dragon. And so exactly how this is happening, but when I had to evacuate from Milton, his sweetheart, and he just went, that's it. So they started a Google spreadsheet of small towns on the Metro North. And so I think I'm being moved. This is the sign for move, Florida to New York.
If you don't mind winter, it's beautiful.
Well, I was born in Chicago and grew up in Wisconsin. I'm not a big fan of winter. However, I need to be near my son.
Yes.
And there, the word children occasionally comes out. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And at my age, I start to think about the end, right? I'm 76. I'll be 77. I'll be 78 when the witch sequence ends. You know, how do I want my life to end? Where do I want to be? Where do I want to be buried? Where do I want to die? You know, you think about these things in your later 70s that I never thought about that in my 50s or 60s. But now I can begin to see the horizon. And so I want to end my life finishing the work I came here to do and knowing that I have transmuted prayer, witch, garden, dragon, anointing, and resurrection. Those are my redefining orders. And the witch sequence, and I already am receiving clues about what will happen after the witch sequence. And it's so big that I can barely, it's hard to even get it out of my mouth. It's so big. But she's been training me for this. Prayer artist, excuse me, that's too big. No, okay, I can do that. Mystic witch, oh, that's too big. Oh, okay, no, I can do that. The witch sequence, 7 witch art gift. Okay, that's crazy, but you can do it. And so I'm sort of both terrified and in awe and thrilled and excited to do the work I came here to do.
Yeah. Isn't it often because of all they're asking you? It's like you're constantly flying by the seat of your pants and you've got to get used to it.
Well, this is actually very important because patriarchy says you have to have a degree in that. You have to get a master's. You have to get a PhD. You have to have these titles. You have to have done this work. My master's degree is in education of the deaf. How is that preparation for a prayer artist? My career brought me to CNN. I created the hiring program at CNN. How did that prepare me for mystic witch? So I had to learn, and some of it is the hard way, to let go. I'm not in charge, and accept the fact that I don't have a PhD in all these things. And yet, when I talk to people who do, I have a whole lot more to tell you about witch and what has been done to women than people who have and are historians. Because I've read their books and I read them and go, you're missing the point. You're missing the heart of it. And so, yes, this is very important. Listen, you have to have the mystical tools. For me, that's deep soul writing. It could be meditation, dreaming. Pay attention to how the angels and your mystic family and your guides and your guardians are speaking to you. And then say yes. And then it comes. That's what the Lotus and Lily is all about. All the people, all the guidance, all the and the books. This is okay. This is now time for you to read this, Janet, without fail. It'll arrive in my lap. So it's a trust. I trust that I'm here for a reason, and it wasn't to be the superintendent of special ed, and it wasn't to be the vice president of CNN, and it wasn't to be the head of a headhunting firm. I did all those things, but that isn't me. That isn't who I came here to be. And it took me till I was 50.
Well, you had to deal with the ego side of things before you dipped into soul. And that's where we are now.
It's like the Richard Rohr, his book called, oh, come on. I'm not going to think of the name of it. But the point is that you spend the first part of your life, the first half of your life, building your container. I got my master's degree from Northwestern. I've been a vice president. I made 6 figures, blah, blah. I got the pretty house, blah, blah, blah. And then the universe does you the biggest favor in the world by breaking that container. And now you only pay attention to the contained. And I give her the name, the goddess. And it's a much more delicious life.
Yes.
It's more fun. And you don't have to starve to death doing it. She takes care. She takes care.
When you lean in and allow, yes.
Yeah. You will be provided for, cared for, led, directed, but you'll go down a path and go, are you sure about this?
Yes, I have to show you this one.
Yeah, Becca is in Maryland, so she wants me to get a little closer.
All your fans are popping up.
There, upstate New York.
It looks like it's calling you.
Yeah, I've known that for a long time, but I live 100%. My attention in the night, listening, in the morning, deep soul writing, reading. I don't even look. I don't open my computer till usually 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I got on early for you.
Thank you.
Because I'm in this receptive mode. Then when I come up here, I put my hands on the keyboard and I create what I've been told to create. There is room for nothing else in my life. And I love my life. I love it just the way it is. So it is hard to imagine, and I'm packing up a house I've lived in for 25 years and moving how, when, excuse me, I don't know. So Barbara's asking, I woke up with my vibrating. Do you think that, well, the Schumann waves, do a little Google search on Schumann waves. And you'll get lost in all the pictures and there's times when they're higher. And if you're being awakened with your body vibrating, the first thing I think I would do is be still. Okay, if I wake up with that, I would just put my hands on my heart, close my eyes, and feel what I'm feeling. I think that's where I might start. Then in deep soul writing, I would have chats with beloved vibration of Sophia. Okay, she is called beloved vibration of Sophia. And I would ask for some help, some clarification. I might ask Kathy Stevens Pratt, who is such an oracle, to help me perhaps with the tarot. I might look into the astrology. What is going on right now? And of course, the people who gather in all of my events, they have all of these skills and talents. I'd get into the private Facebook group and I'd ask, anybody have any thoughts or feelings? And then pay attention to your dreams. You could ask as you're falling asleep, something's going on. Please guide me. Please help me. Please help me understand, because there's a part of me that's a little about this right now. So I think just look at all of the possibilities. You could also call people together to pray with you if you're really frightened, right? But it's a vibration. And what's the definition of prayer? A vibration of love that goes beyond all universes. So maybe, just maybe, the angels are just giving you a little. I don't know. What do you think, Deborah? A little?
A lot. Not just a little. They're amping it up.
So now everybody's going to go, oh my God, am I vibrating in the middle of the night? I don't know.
But it's all good. And you're so glad that you said yes.
But first you have to say yes. And it's so natural, instinctive, patriarchal training. You go, no, I'm not ready for that. I'm not trained for that. I can't make a living doing that. Like that crazy story I heard myself tell. I really did look at my hands on March 18th and go, excuse me, who's writing this newsletter? I cannot stop teaching these workshops that I have taught for years. And my hand just kept typing. I went, yeah, well, okay. If I hadn't followed that and listened to that, it would have been so easy to go, I can't make a living doing this. I don't even know what a prayer intensive is. I said yes anyway. And my income skyrocketed with prayer intensives. So All right, so what did Debbie say? When I grabbed for a piece of paper, I pulled out a note card. Oh, that's funny. And on the note I had written a few years ago, I have a wonderful story for you about that, Debbie. I realize now that this is when everything started. It was December 31st of 1995. December 31st, 1995. I was still a headhunter. I was miserable. That work was making me sick. I was in a toxic marriage. I was a blanking wreck. And I sat at my little desk at home and I turned over, remember paper calendars when we were turned over. And I just thought, I can't do this for another year. I just cannot bear this for another moment. I picked up a piece of paper and I wrote on it. Now, I had no writing practice, but listen to what I wrote. I want you to find me. I will sit in a field until you find me. I proceeded to completely forget about that. My marriage fell apart in 96. Everything fell apart. I found the piece of paper. I lost my house in the divorce, and I found the piece of paper, and I went to move. So I asked, I want you to find me. I will sit in a field until you find me.
It's beautiful.
So I agree, Debbie. But you got to save the little pieces of paper, because then later you'll go, look at that. She listened.
There's another question we have to get before we wrap, because we're getting close to changeover time here. Actually, we're a little over.
Well, Riveting wants books. Well, you sure? And downstairs I have about 50, and in my bedroom I have about 200. And then I can't even show you all of those over there. I have built-in bookshelves. It's nothing but books. Kind of depends, Riveting. Like, is it witch stuff? Is it prayer stuff? Is it deep soul writing? For sure. I mean, that's just my foundation. And the book's called Writing Down Your Soul. Everything, because you can take your questions. Don't ask anybody else for their advice. Take it to the page.
Maybe if she goes to your Facebook group, that would be a good place to have that discussion.
Well, and those Facebook groups are private. They are for the people who are in. So Lotus and Lily is the one that.
So your public page.
You can talk to me in my professional page, I think, or send me a friend request for my personal page, which is just my name, Janet Connor, or send me an email. Once you're on my newsletter list, we can have chats. I do, by the way, and I have to do it pretty soon. I always write a newsletter in December with the 5 books that changed my life that year. And they're always pretty unusual. These are not New York Times bestselling. But I share them and people can read them or not.
So she said she's not on Facebook, but that's okay. You can contact her through email. Through her website.
My email that people would know from the website is so simple. It's janet@janetconnor.com.
There you
go.
When
I answer you, it'll be a little different one. And yes, Becca said I'm a very expensive friend. We're always talking about books. We're always talking about, they're the esoteric books, they're the unusual books, they're the hard to find books, they're unusual, numerology, astrology, witches, also fabulous.
Yes. Well, I hate to do this, Janet, but it is time for us to switch over. Thank you so much. I can't express the gratitude I feel for you being here, bringing the love and the magic.
And mine right back to you and to everyone here in the theater of the miraculous. Let's go make a miracle.
We receive the gift that you gave us today. Thank you. See you soon. Okay, everybody. So next up, we have my friend, Linda Lang. She's going to have an interview with me. We're going to talk all about who she is, and get your beverage ready because she's going to do a special Living Waters blessing before we go into Q&A. So here comes Linda. I just have to find her. Here we go. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you to Linda Lang. She's an emotional alchemist, a water whisperer, and a spiritual healer. She blends energy, intuition, and thought change to release limiting thoughts, unresolved emotions, and stagnant energy to bring greater alignment, awakening, and empowerment. You might say she's deep in the woo. Having been aware of spirits and energetic activity from a young age, she was prepared to take corrective action when a spirit mummy showed up at her bedside. Linda is also a walking miracle. She took a detour through the valley of the shadow of death and miraculously emerged back into the sunshine to continue her mystical journey. Today, we're blessed to have Linda with us to share her gifts, anecdotes, and that mystical journey. Join me in welcoming my friend, Linda Lang.
Deborah, it's my pleasure to be here with you today and spread some light.
Thank you. That is what we are hoping to do. That is the whole purpose of Prayer-a-thon. And you are not only going to spread some light, my dear, you are going to entertain, because some of the stories you have are just off the charts amazing. And I know the listeners are going to love that. So the first thing I want to ask you about, what does it mean to be an emotional alchemist?
That's actually a label my guides gave me because I didn't know how to explain to people the kind of work that I do. And so we know an alchemist changes lead to gold. So one of the services I give is transforming emotion, releasing emotion, shifting mindsets so that we have a different energetic state.
Can you dive into that a little more? Because, you know, those buzzwords, some people know exactly what you're talking about, but not everybody. Shifting the mindset and the energetic states, what does it really mean? Like an example, what is it that you do?
Well, maybe the best way to explain that is to give a personal story, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Once upon a time, I had a job that was okay. There were some tasks in that particular job. It was an office job, a small office job. There was only me and another woman in this office and the owner. And some of the tasks I really dreaded. And one day it was time to do the task, and I just sat there and I thought, I put it out to the universe, I guess, because I got an answer. I asked how I could bring love into this situation. And it was like magic because my perspective changed like that. All of a sudden, instead of it being like right here, I was pulled back and I could see it from a different perspective. And I could just feel the love that was already there within that task. And that task became my favorite thing to do. I used to avoid doing it and I would maybe do it once every 4 or 5 months. And it transformed so much that like every 2 weeks, I was like, can I do it? Can I do it? It was such a shift and so automatic. And really, it was about how I was looking at it, the stories I was telling myself, the emotions that that triggered. It kept me locked with the blinders on, thinking that this is the way it is when it could be so much more and so much better than how I had been thinking.
I love that. That is a perfect example, because I know a lot of people can relate to that, all of their triggers. And aren't triggers really just an opportunity to find out what's behind it and get healed?
If we choose to use them like that, they can be an immense trigger for transformation.
Awesome. So I know that the people out there are wondering about what I said at the beginning, that you've walked through this valley of the shadow of death. So tell us about that story.
Well, it was a long time ago, Deborah. I was 22. I was married. I had a baby, and I was so happy. I actually said to God, the universe, source, that my life was perfect and I hope nothing changed. And a week later, I had my doctor's appointment and I said, I feel like there's something kind of weird going on behind my knee. And she said, oh, there's a little bit of swelling. So we did some tests, and it turned out to be a very rare and aggressive cancer that they really didn't have a form of treatment that was very effective. Essentially, what they told me is they had to amputate my leg. If they did that, I had a 50% chance of living for 5 years. If they didn't, I'd be dead in a year. And that diagnosis just, first of all, opened up an immense door of fear within me, but it also opened up this mystical and spiritual connection. I had visitations, I had knowings, I had my intuition amplified. I had a recurring dream that guided me not to have the surgery. So I have both my legs, and it's like 40 years later, right? I just walked away from the medical community. I'm not going to say I didn't do anything because I did nurture my body. I took herbs, I exercised, I nurtured my spirit with meditation and spiritual connection with prayer. And I was guided along the path, and here I am today. It is. I do consider myself a walking, talking miracle because of that story.
Yeah, and few of us have had that journey through the valley of the shadow of death and come out the other side.
Especially so young. And the blessing of that, I think, is that maybe you're more open and less set in your ways and more open to possibilities. I just really believed that God provides an answer for everything. Absolutely everything. And I was determined to find it.
Yeah. And we have to say, not that this is medical advice and you should always consult a professional about such things, but this is Linda's version of the journey and what she felt through her own divine guidance that did work out well for her. And we are so happy that it did.
And I'd like to second that too, because our paths are all very different. And for another person, maybe their highest soul evolution is through going through the medical system or even passing away. Maybe they've completed what they needed to do here in Earth School, right?
Yeah, it's also very different and individual. So I think when you talk about as a child seeing the spirits, you always knew there was something else beyond what the eye could see, and you were energetically connected. So in my opinion, you probably brought that forward from past lives. But coming in with all of that knowledge already, don't you think that somehow inflected upon your cancer journey?
I suspect so. Right? I'm sure we're all a product of our past experiences and our wisdom, our learnings, as well as the intention that our soul has for us in this lifetime.
And you went on to go to mystery school to study Huna, shamanism, and I don't even know what else. So
Well,
I think that was catalyzed by what you brought with you into this life that led you to those opportunities that in a time when those things were not common.
yeah, in the early 80s, it was definitely not mainstream at all. No internet, really. If you were lucky, you could find an occult bookstore or some type of spiritual bookstore, but it definitely wasn't mainstream. And yet, you know, I think of my mom who must have had some kind of inkling because when I was 13, she bought me an Ouija board, which is not a typical thing for a mother to buy a 13-year-old, and maybe not a good idea for most people, I would say. And she also bought me a golden ankh, the Egyptian um, cross, which has significant spiritual meaning as well. So it's just really interesting that those two things crossed my path so early.
Well, I'm guessing that was probably part of your pre-birth plan, that you would have an early awakening because you had all of these things that you wanted to learn so that you could bring them to the world. So what led you to the Huna and the mystery schools? What was your path? How did you find it and then decide this was the journey you were going to take?
I'm going to say totally by accident, because there are no accidents, but I had never heard of Huna ever at all. And there was a trainer who came to my city doing I think it was a 4-day intensive workshop. And a friend of mine said, "Oh, I think you'd really like that." And I'd be like, yeah, okay, So I decided to go, and it was so powerful. Huna is amazing for anyone who wants to understand energy more and live in harmony with it. We have rituals that connect us with our higher self, and we literally can put our hands up and feel the higher self and then bring it in, and it's so blissful and peaceful. It's incredible. We have techniques for pulling out emotions, beliefs, all kinds of wonderful things like that. It was in that weekend, well, 4-day, I think that 4-day workshop, that I understood how powerful it was, but I also understood that it was a way of life, and I wasn't ready to commit to that lifestyle at that time. So that was probably 2005. And then in my exploration of modalities, it really opened up shortly in the years after that. And there were so many modalities. And I came across one that really, I'm going to say, shifted my energy field in a not good way. It removed my grounding cord to the earth and connected it to my second chakra instead. It was just kind of crazy. It it changed the way I cared for people, and it just wasn't comfortable. And I knew that I needed some help to kind of get out of that circumstance. And that's when I signed up to go to Huna. So that was the next March. I went for my first trip. I've been there 5 times. And the last time I had 2, I'm going to call them visions, unless they're all night dreams. The whole night I had these visions of how the island had given me all that it could give me and how I was complete with Huna. And I'd be like, "But I love Huna." And they'd say, "No, you're complete." And so I know that my studies with that halal are complete, but it really is just a magical journey. And so, a word of caution for anybody out there: energy is real. It is real. Your thoughts and emotions are part of your creation, and so are the modalities that we study, the schools of wisdom that we study. They have an energy field, a morphogenic field of their own that we get to tap into. And it's not always clear the quality of the energy when we first step in. So I encourage everyone on their own path to be very cognizant of the shifts within them. Are they supporting life, taking life away? Are they supporting growth, taking growth away? Just be very mindful that the transformations that are occurring are actually helping you become who you want to become, and not ego based or some other lower energy based.
Yeah, isn't that always the trick? Figuring out the two. There's probably a lot of people who don't know what Huna is. So could you just briefly tell us what that is?
Yeah, for sure. It is the Hawaiian Mystery School. It's their system of healing and spirituality, ancient. It's what's come through the lineage. So The school I studied with, I believe, was 28 generations back, and they were the kahunas and healers and I want to say divinators, but I don't know if that's a word. But the people who foretold the future
Mhm.
for the king, right? For the king. It's all based on aloha, open heart chakra, connection to um, everything, really, the elements, each other. It's
And is it on
beautiful.
all the islands or just one island?
Each island has its own, I guess, version, I would say. So I studied the Big Island of Hawaii. That's the Huna that I was involved with.
And did the shamanism work come from the Huna, or was that separate?
Partially from that, and partially from some training that I did. Actually, my hypnosis teacher was also a shamanic practitioner. Not He studied under a Native American shaman, but so most of the work that we did together would be like taking shamanic journeys and that kind of transformation as compared to some other things that like rituals, things like that. We didn't do that kind of thing. So I
Fascinating.
hope that answers your
A
question.
story about the lady with the hip replacement. What kind of modality were you using with her?
Oh, it was a mixed bag. She's amazing, actually. She was amazing. She's crossed over now. This was probably, gosh, I don't know, maybe like 15 or 20 years ago. She was 82 years old and a church deacon. And I was like way out of her box, right? But she was so desperate. She was waiting for a double hip replacement. She could not sleep. She was in so much pain. She didn't get more than 2 hours of sleep at a time. So if you can imagine, one of her friends suggested she come to see me, and she did. We had 4 sessions together, and what I did for her is what I do for most people when I'm working one-on-one is read the energy field, feel the blocks, um, and then check into my toolbox because I believe the wisdom's always in the room, right? Check into my toolbox to see which tools in what order to shift that energy. And it was just astounding to me because this woman had one child in her lifetime and she loved her son more than anything. And he died probably in his 30s or 40s. He died like maybe 15 or 20 years before she seen me. So you can imagine all of this grief building up. You couldn't even say his name. She couldn't think about him without bursting into tears. She held so much emotion inside her. And it makes so much sense that the pelvic girdle involved in, childbirth with her only son was holding all that grief. So we did our 4 sessions. I'll say after the first session, she went home and she slept 10 hours straight, got up and had breakfast, and slept for another 2 hours. That's how tired she was. She was astounded. So after 4 sessions, she never needed the hip replacement. It really was amazing. But you see, she was willing to do the work to let it go. I did have to, convince her though, because she did have this belief that holding the grief somehow kept the memory of her son alive. And so we had to do some work on that, but it made such a profound shift for her and for me as well to see something so physical and so ingrained in the body be able to release and be healed was incredible.
Yeah, and those miracles are happening every day. That is available to people. I kind of feel like too often traditional medicine is giving up and saying, we don't know what to do, just live with it. And there are all these people walking around with this pain and suffering that don't even know they have options in the energetic world. We have many, many tools in our toolboxes. I could imagine you might have even used EFT to get something like that out, although it might have taken longer.
I don't think I did at that time, but yeah, energy, using energy can be pretty quick as
Mhm.
long as the person is willing, like gives permission, and as long as we get cooperation from the unconscious mind, right? Because that's where the magic happens. When the unconscious mind is on board, we can create miracles. Absolutely.
And that's your theme song. You are all about thought change.
That is true because it's made such a huge difference in my life for me. And that would be one of the gifts I would love to leave the world is the ability to open your mind and even just explore other possibilities. Not that you have to, buy into them, but just consider what else is possible. It might surprise you.
Yeah. Well, if what you're doing isn't working, then what have you got to lose by trying something else?
Exactly. And that's what that woman did, the church deacon who was just, out of her box, but she was so grateful that she came and had that huge shift. It really improved the quality of her life.
Pain is a great motivator.
Sure is, and that's maybe why we have so much of it in our world, right?
Yes. So you have another story I want to have you share with us. I don't know where it fits into this journey that you're on, but where were you in your life when the mummy showed up?
The mummy showed up. I was in my Huna years actually. I had been working in I guess I'd call it like an antique store, and the fellow that ran it had a little black tiki statue made of lava and probably some resin, and he said, "Oh, Linda, here you go. You'd like this kind of thing." And I'm like, "Oh, wow, that's amazing, right?" And I had it for some time, and then one night I woke up and there was this mummy wrapped in like oozing bandages. It was just like out of a horror film, standing right beside my bed. The second I woke up, it disappeared. And I thought, okay, this is kind of weird, right? Next night, same thing, standing right beside my bed, and he's trying to pour a vial on top of me with some type of liquid. I'm like, whoa, okay. As soon as I wake up, disappears. The third night, I'm laying in bed, I wake up, and he's upside down. So I'm horizontal like this, and he upside down with his head at my head, and he's trying to pour this vial on me. And I'm like, this really freaked me right out. So woke up, disappeared. So I went to my kumu. Kumu means my teacher in Huna, and I just messaged him, and he's like, "Let's get on a video call," right? Like, so we did that, and we determined that it was that tiki. It was a spirit attached to that tiki. So he had me wrap it in black cloth and bring it back to Hawaii next time I came. And, wrapping it in that black cloth totally took any apparition away. It was incredible to think that my energy system was so like acute that it was aware that something foreign was in it. And also fascinating to understand how these spirit attachments can be embedded in physical things. It's really something to be mindful of for sure.
Yeah, so if you're bringing antiques home and suddenly weird things happen in your home, that's something to consider.
Mhm.
Yeah, I bet we're going to get a lot of questions about this particular story. That is so cool. Thanks for sharing that. So before we go on, I just want to let everybody know Linda is going to do what do you call it? What you do with the water?
The name that my guides gave me for it is called a living waters healing. It's where I take the diamond ray energy and I structure your water, your coffee, your tea, your can of pop, or your cup of juice, any high water content, food or beverage. And it makes, they said remolecularize, which I don't really think is a word, but apparently it's a word. But so they're putting the light into the molecules, and when you drink it or consume it, that's the fastest way to get that beautiful, peaceful, loving, healing energy into your physical body. When we channel, it has to go through the layers of the aura, right? But when you drink it, it goes from the inside out.
That is so cool. So I just wanted to alert everybody that you're going to be doing that shortly. So make sure you have a beverage handy because you don't want to miss this. So tell us about the diamond ray.
The diamond ray is something I became aware of in 2015. I had two synchronicities that made me aware. First, I had won, I guess I'd say a contest. I'd won a reading from a psychic in Sedona who just emailed me a reading, and it was so beautiful, such a beautiful reading. And she's the person who told me that I carried both the diamond ray energy and the triune heart flame energy, which is a really compassionate energy. And at the same time as I had that, I had won a gift from a psychic artist where she would draw my spirit guide for me. She is in Australia and she's amazing. And she actually sent me the beautiful picture. And it was a picture that had all this energy coming into me and radiating out of me. It was a diamond ray. It was amazing. And so once I had that reading from the woman in Sedona, I started to work with it, not really knowing what I was doing. So I was working on myself first. And after I don't know, maybe about 2 months, I started working with the odd client just to see. And I remember the very first client. In about an hour and a half, I channeled this energy 3 times for maybe 30 seconds each time. And in between, we just sat and talked. And it was just palpable. The shift in her was palpable. And she actually went to drive home and she started falling asleep and falling asleep. She finally pulled over and asked her guides, and they told her that this is how they were processing the energy that I used. It was, she saw it like a film spinning super, super fast. And they asked her just to sit for about 10 minutes. And then after 10 minutes, she could drive the rest of the way without any issues. So she did that. And when she got home, she said, from now on, that's what I want. I want the diamond ray energy. So it was a real testament to the healing power of the energy. And probably about 6 months after I was channeling it and using it and working with it, learning about it, I heard, why don't you remolecularize water? And I was like, there's no such word. Who are you? And how do I do that? And I just like knew like that. I just walked over to the kitchen counter, did it. That's it.
It is so amazing. So where do you think the diamond ray comes from? Does it come from an angelic realm, from creator, from somewhere out in the universe?
It's a really interesting question, Deborah. And when you said that, when it said angelic, I got no. When you said creator, I got yes. I can tell you from my Indian palm leaf reading that I'm like at this lightning rod for really intense, high vibration spiritual energy, and that my system can transform it so that it's usable for other people because it's so intense. If you're not kind of wired properly, it's kind of like you might blow a fuse or something, right? So, and that's completely possible. I've known people who've, blown a tooth because we have meridians that run through our teeth, and it's it's fascinating. And for me, it's just of the way I'm hardwired, right? For me, it's like it's not an issue at all. It's not a difficulty. It's not a challenge. It feels delicious.
Well, you brought all of that energy with you into this lifetime. And we were talking before we started about how a previous life you were a monk in Tibet. It feels to me like there's some kind of a connection there. So you have that wisdom, that understanding, and also the presence to process things like that with that wise perspective.
Yeah, I definitely have an open mind. Really, anything is possible. Really. That's how I look at life, for sure.
But for people out there who aren't quite as far along as you are in your journey, it might be good to check in with their own guide team before they try something like this to be sure that it's wise for them.
Absolutely. We should all make our own choices, right?
Yeah. Thank you for being here, Linda. It has been such a delight. And now we are going to move into the blessing.
So beautiful, Deborah. Thank you so much. What I want to share with everyone is one of my spirit prayers. Every year on New Year's Day, I create a spirit prayer. It's not always finished on New Year's Day, but it's always started. I choose some oracle cards or tarot cards, discover the theme, and from there create a beautiful prayer that I align to throughout the year. And sometimes I'll throw in some meridian points or some chakras to hold it almost like a template, like a crystalline structure for my energy system to tap into it. And so that's what I like to do today for everyone is to share a beautiful prayer. So this isn't something you would do while you were driving or sitting on a bus. You know, to really benefit, it's better to have attention focused on the prayer because I'm going to ask you to sit and be fully embodied and have your eyes closed and just really tap into the energy, feel it, see it, hear it, however it is for you. So that would be my caveat as we begin. So let's do that. Let's sit and close our eyes and take a nice deep breath. Breathing deep into the belly. Exhaling fully. Take another nice deep grounding, centering breath. And one more. And I'd like you to imagine for a moment that you are breathing in and out of your heart chakra, pulling in the energies of the cosmos, of Source, Creator, down into your heart, and at the same time pulling up the energy from the earth, grounding that beautiful spiritual connection here in this plane. And as we start the prayer, you can just listen and tune into the energy, or you can repeat the affirmation. After me, I'll make sure to leave space. So here we are in the heart chakra. There is a space in all of creation that only I can fill. I've come to this place and this time to be a beacon of light during a time of transformation. The world is waiting for me, for all of us to awaken to that part of me that is a divine spark of all that is. Just move down to the solar plexus, please. For I am a bright light of divine source. I stand supported by the entire cosmos. As I step into the truth of who I really am. I am fully supported in the changes that come and the changes I make. And I'd have you just move your awareness up to the throat chakra. Within me is this spark, this source that is powerful and mighty, courageous and resourceful. From this place, I command my life. I'd have you move down to the sacral chakra, the second chakra below the belly. Breathing deeply. I step into my power. And see beyond my earthly perceptions. As I open to the miracle of healing for myself, for my country, and the world. Now please move up to the third eye, breathing deeply in and out. With the limitless love and support of the universe, I allow the path to unfold perfectly, with grace and ease, trusting that each moment I am guided. Now please move up to the crown. And through my trust, my spiritual connection is renewed. Just feel that energy through your system. And as we move down to the root chakra, breathing deeply, I surrender my fears and limitations. And fill myself with a profound feeling of peace and contentment. I know I am in the perfect place in my perfect purpose. Just breathe deeply. Allow that energy to permeate your whole system. And when you feel ready, just open your eyes. Come back into your environment. Beautiful.
Thank you, Linda. That was so powerful.
Wonderful. How do you feel, Deborah?
Refreshed.
Good.
It's fascinating. When we were at the sacral chakra, there was a pack of dogs that showed up running along beside me. Support for the power.
Wolf energy is very supportive, like a brotherhood and sisterhood, right?
Yeah. And isn't that beautifully evocative of what we're doing here? We're not alone. Coming together like this, we are magnifying our power to the nth degree.
We're never alone.
Yes, that was so beautiful.
Thank you.
So is there anything else that you would like to add?
I just feel this real sense of deliciousness and of trust and peace inside. And that's my hope for you, that you feel that as well, and that's the energy you radiate, and in that radiation, attract more, magnify it more, create more from that space.
Yes, our intention is to send out the love, the peace, the joy in a sonic boom across the planet. That's what we're focusing on.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Been an absolute pleasure, Deborah.
I'm so glad you were able to find the time in your schedule to join us. And I know that our viewers are going to have some fascinating questions for you. Wow. How amazing was that, right? I wish Linda could hear the applause from you because I know you're all loving it. It's so magical hearing the inspirational miracle stories and learning about all of the amazing opportunities for healing that are out there. Because I know so many people in our community are suffering with physical, emotional, even spiritual pain and issues. And I firmly believe there's an answer to all of those things. Creator designed us so perfectly to be able to heal. It's just a matter of connecting with that healing energy. So I hope that inspires you who are suffering to not stop looking for the answers. Always keep looking. So now we're going to bring Linda up, and she's going to do her special Living Waters healing for you. Hey, Linda. Oh, you're still muted. It won't let me unmute you because you're muted. Are you there?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now.
Technology, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So I want to absolutely thank everybody for joining us today and for all your comments. It inspires us all and helps us to tune in and spread that energy even more. I hope you found my spirit prayer delicious. I love them. I've been doing them probably 25 years. There's such an energetic component to them, and it's like an alignment where you radiate that energy out, and when you do it over and over again, that shifts your energy system, and it's really incredible the kind of things that you can create in your life when you work with the energy. It's wonderful.
It is. It's fabulous. I think we froze there.
Well,
oh, there we go. Now we're back.
I'm not froze. You were froze for a minute, so hopefully
okay.
the tech goddesses are with us. But
yes.
I definitely intend to do a water healing for everyone. So I hope you brought a glass of water, a cup of tea, a cup of coffee. What have you got? What are you drinking, Deborah?
Oh, you don't want to know. It's not healthy, but
well, maybe it's good to put a little bit of light.
It has water in it, though.
Yes. Yes. I mean, it works on a bowl of soup, on an orange even. It's really incredible. And if you have a bath to this beautiful water, it's like amazing, really amazing. So it's so good to see you, Ivana. Glad you're here. All right, so everybody's got their beverage. Deborah had a little taste of hers. I'd like you to have a little taste of yours so you can compare the before and the after. All right? Just have a sip. And then I'm going to tap into the diamond ray energy. There aren't any symbols associated with this energy. Again, it's an energy that I've been shown that comes into me and also radiates out of me. So it's just something I'm going to tap into. I'm going to be quiet for a minute unless something really I almost want to say profound pops in, because sometimes it'll show me the energy of the shift that it's making. But we are connected. It's a pretty quick energy too. All right, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Really, it went really deep into the heart center. I had the Egyptian god Thoth or Thoth or Toth or Thoth, depending on how you like to say his name. I actually asked him, and he said it didn't matter because his name was more for me than for him. And of course, he has his Hermetic name as well. But he had come to me one night and showed me in a vision the Egyptian weighing a feather against the heart, the ritual of the dead in ancient Egypt. And he showed me the structure of the energetic heart. There are more than 4 chambers in the energetic heart. And in this particular energy channel, the energy went really, 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 really deep into that heart center. It was a place that I don't even know if I've been in. It was so deep within the heart, just beautiful. And I have to just think it's because we're all here gathered with this beautiful intention, some incredible energy shifting happening. So it's just really wonderful. And as that energy started making its way up, it went to the throat chakra, and it was like waves of the ocean in the throat, and then up to the third eye, and up to the crown, and up to the 8th chakra. It's just really, really beautiful. And there's a little spout at the back too. So I would have you taste whatever whatever beverage you've brought, and just notice what's different. Often I'll get textures, sometimes it's taste, sometimes it feels sweeter, sometimes it's the consistency or the light. However it is for you, just know that it's perfect for you because it's structured specifically for you, even though there are many people on this call. Your water is specifically for you, and you can come back and watch a replay and do it again. It's really incredible. But yeah, I would definitely love to hear how it is for you, what you notice to be different. And of course, we are, 75% water, 80% water, depends, maybe 70, 60, somewhere in there. We're a big bag of water, right? So that water is going to make a shift to you from the inside out. And if you're open to it, I'd love to do this channel directly to you so you could feel the difference as well. And I would have you just sit very centered in your body. Close your eyes and just pay attention. Just pay attention to the energy that you feel, any physiological sensations, any visions, any emotions that come up. I've had past life healings done this way, and physical symptoms that have improved or been released. I can work on really any gamut, emotional. Just tune in and allow the energy to do what it needs to do for you. It's intelligent energy. It's very quick, very efficient. I feel a lot of head stuff going on. It's very interesting. For me, it moves like lightning speed. It really shifts and morphs throughout a channel. And of course, our intention here is to find more peace, more balance, to open our hearts more to love, compassion, kindness, and to be a positive force in the world, radiating light and peace. A lot of emotion through the eyes being released. It just feels like the energy or vibration is being up leveled a notch or two. And then go ahead, have a nice deep breath. Another nice deep breath, really fully integrated. Allowing it to really settle. And then when you feel ready, you can go ahead, open your eyes. Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you, Linda. That was so delicious.
I mean, the water is delicious, and so is the energy, right? And if anyone didn't notice a big shift in their water, it's still in there. It maybe just is beyond your awareness. I would suggest coming back with a cup of coffee or a cup of tea because it is so delicious. It takes the bitterness away and it's so smooth. It's amazing.
Yeah, and that's the really cool things. Thanks for reminding me because we're now at 3:40, so a little before that. Come back to that timestamp, and you can experience this over and over and have fun trying it on different beverages, just or even fruits, as Linda mentioned earlier, to see what it's like. How fun would that be?
Yeah, experiment. It's that energy of childhood, right? Be as little children. When we can come to it with a mindset of curiosity, of awe, of wonder, I mean, we open the door to magic for sure.
Yeah, let me get you some comments here because you got some lovely comments. And probably didn't see that. Debbie's the great researcher behind the scenes, grabbing all this information. She was the one who got you the definition of remolecularization. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that. It's amazing, actually. And so it's good to know my guides aren't making up words
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
anything else, right?
Yeah, thank you for that, Debbie.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's really interesting. I have a lot of people tell me they can feel the energy go down the throat into the water they've already swallowed before we start. It's amazing.
Well, I wonder if that means that the throat needed a little more healing, and that's why they're more cognizant of it.
Maybe. And you know what? It doesn't matter. You don't have to know. Just allow the healing, right?
Yeah, our brains just want to figure out those puzzles.
Yes, that's that human brain, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful. So wonderful to hear. Danada.
Yeah. Oh, this is funny, Miché.
Yeah. So beautiful.
Yeah. So you guys, we are open for about the next half hour for questions. Whatever you'd like to ask Linda about what she shared today or anything about what we've talked about, that's perfect. How did that feel to you, Linda, sitting backstage and watching yourself sharing all of those things?
Well, I tell you, it's weird. It is weird to kind of watch yourself. But, I did the meditation with it. It surprised me that the audio quality, because I've got a really good headset. But, the internet does weird things. And when you're working with energy, It really does weird things sometimes.
Yeah.
But I could feel so much energy and such an embodiment of peace by the time we were done with that. It's a really beautiful spirit prayer. They're all really beautiful, and they all seem to have different focuses or different topics. So I'm really blessed that that came into my life, and that came into my life through my hypnosis teacher, shamanic journey teacher. Him and his wife would do these prayer rituals, I guess I would say. And then one day I was, doing mine, and I was shown this particular, I'm going to call it an energy activation that I could use with the prayer to actually kind of oomph the prayer up even more. So I do that now with all of my spirit prayers. But yeah, it felt delicious. Really did.
I wonder what we're going to notice after this event is over. Another shift, another up leveling. It's going to be really interesting to find out. So everybody needs to be present, paying attention to see what shows up for you. Sorry, you were going to say.
Totally gone. But what I will say after your comment is that, you have some amazing practitioners here joining you today, offering a prayer. So how can you not up level, right? How can you not up level? And just pay attention to your energy system. Make sure you drink lots of water. You rest when you can, because you do need time to integrate. Your unconscious needs time to process and change your neural networks for the new vibration that you are. So do definitely be kind to yourself. We like to jump in and have as much as we can, as fast as we can. And sometimes we need a little space to process, right?
Yeah.
Which is why we're talking in between. Could you imagine doing like prayer? It would be a lot.
Oh, it would. That's why we've got it spaced out with the interviews, because people need time to absorb and shift. Not to mention take a little nature break now and then. So we're trying to accommodate everyone.
Exactly.
Here's another nice comment.
Yes, I am familiar with Dr. Emoto's work. His books are amazing. And I've often thought how cool it would be if there was someone who could actually do that research on water that we've charged. I mean, it's such a blessing. I mean, I've had people that, two people tried each other's water, and they could tell which water was theirs. The other water didn't taste good. Their water tasted delicious.
Wow.
Even poured out of the same jug, right? I do one jug, pour glasses. Everybody's water is different. It's just phenomenal.
Well, that makes sense, because the angels are customizing it for that person.
Absolutely.
And that's just validation, which, hey, we love validation.
Yeah, exactly. Or the energy itself, because I consider it to be intelligent. It knows. It knows what you need. It knows where the blockages are. It knows how to shift things in the most gentlest, easy way for you. And sometimes we need not gentle, though, so that we actually kind of pay attention and we believe. But my goal is always gentle anyways, as gentle as possible.
Yeah, so keep the questions coming, you guys. We got lots of space here.
Interesting that Barbara's water felt thicker. That's really interesting. That's not something I typically hear. But you just have to know, Barbara, that it's perfect for you where you are in this moment. If you come back and do it again another time, it'll be totally different.
Yeah. Oh, and here's some more about Dr. Emoto. I don't know if you saw that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's so much more going on than what our eyes can perceive, right?
Well, and that's why we're trying to be present in the moment, to focus on all of the senses, to allow them to expand. So Miché is a friend of, or a fan of Gaia. I haven't looked for water videos on Gaia.
Yeah, there is a reason why priests bless holy water for sure.
Here's a great question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Debbie, I would just reach out to me either on social media, on my website, linda@thoughtchange.com. I do all kinds of interesting things, let me tell you.
And she has a fabulous podcast, you guys. I put the link in there a little while ago, but I can pop it in again for you. She has incredible guests and conversations, so deep, some quite esoteric, some just kind of off the wall.
You just wait. I had some really wild ones coming down the pipe, and they were just amazing, really, totally amazing. Yeah, it's I think you have Elena coming on later, and she did my spirit animal for me in the native tradition. I'm an otter, so it's an ocean otter, not a river otter, so a sea otter, and we can go down to the bottom of the ocean to get the pearls. So we like to play, which is true. I like my healing work to be fun, but we can go really, really deeply, really, really quickly, which is shows up in my podcast sometimes with some of my questions, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's something you probably hear a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Linda
Yeah.
is known for that.
You could check me out on Insight Timer. If you have that app on your phone, I have some free meditations on that app. It doesn't cost anything to have the app. There are some paid things on there, but yeah, come and meditate with me. I had some
So here's
beautiful
a great
meditation.
question.
Yes, there are. There are other ways. There are. Very good, riveting glance. What a curious question. For instance, the other energy that I'm attuned to currently is the triune heart flame, and it's got three colors to it. It's a blue and a yellowy or goldy and a pink, and it's very much like being in a flame. And it can take resentments and hurt feelings and bitterness away, like just burn it off. Everybody knows of the violet ray, which is another ray, but this triune ray is just incredible, especially when you're hurt from someone really close to you. It can transform things just beautifully. And there are more rays than that as well. We're just beginning to open up to some of these higher vibration energies, really.
So how would somebody get attuned to those rays? Is that somewhere you go and have a class?
The energy picks you. The
But
energy
you could
picks
ask
you.
your angels for it.
If it's appropriate, I guess your angels would either let you know or precipitate it, because not all things are appropriate for all people, and sometimes there's some learnings or some healings that have to be done before you can access energies. I've had so many people that ask me to attune them to the diamond, right? I want to have a clue how to do that, because this energy comes into me, right? It isn't a symbol. Anything that I would try to attune you in any way, it would be like my head trying to make it up. So until such time that spirit says now you can attune people, it's just not on my plate at the moment, right?
Yeah.
And we have to trust, right? We have to trust that path, right?
Absolutely. They'll bring it when it's time. But asking opens the door to the possibility.
Yeah. Hi, Mike. It's so good to see you. Wonderful. Yes. There is a sweetness to this, too. Fascinating.
Yeah, that's a name I'm not familiar with.
I have not heard of the black ray. That's an energy I've not heard. But I've heard I can't remember. It was just recently. It was either like 32 or 32 rays is what I've heard. But I haven't had time to actually explore that.
There's so much. Yeah.
Either in Google or within the greater knowing, right? Sometimes we can get lost going down that water or that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sharon has so sweetly put my YouTube channel on. I don't do a lot on that channel at the moment because I'm busy with my podcast, but there is a playlist of water healings on there. So you can come back and have focused water healings on very specific things. Yes, curious, playful, loving, and giving is definitely my way of being, for sure. I could just sit here and watch the comments all day, Deborah.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Yeah, it's really beautiful. I appreciate you all for being here live, and if you're watching the replay, thank you for tuning in for sure.
So what is another anecdote that we didn't cover in our conversation? Because I know you have so many of them.
Oh my God, I have so many. Pick a topic. What would you like to talk about?
Do you explore the records? I just got a flash of that for some reason.
I have in the past. I haven't done it a whole bit. I have taken one journey, more than that traditional way of kind of being more conscious while you open it. I had taken a journey once to the Akashic Records, and it was so amazing because I walked into almost like the control room of NASA, let's say, and there were TV screens, there were like oodles of TV screens, and I was being led by a guide in front of them. And if I turned to look at one screen, I was in that life. I was just 100% in that life. So I had to like take my vision away, put my blinders on, know that they were there, and just keep walking. It was a really amazing experience.
Like a master control room where you could enter any of those lives. That's mind-blowing.
Yeah, it was
What do you suppose would have happened if you'd gone in?
I suppose I would have gotten quite a bit of insight into whatever that life had to show me. But that wasn't the purpose of my journey, so that's not why I went. But yeah, I should probably go back someday. There's so many things you can do, and it's all so much fun, right?
Yeah, not enough hours in the day.
Yeah, for sure.
And the journeys are all different and exciting, expansive. Yeah. I just feel like we are on that roller coaster and we are inching up to the top of that very big hill. You can just feel it. And I can't even imagine what it's going to be like when we crest that hill and start going down. Hold on to your stomach.
Yeah, I had a dream once. It was such an amazing dream. Oh my gosh. And I was walking up a mountain. There were 3 mountains. And there was somebody standing on the top of 2. And by the time I got to the top of my mountain, we're all standing there. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. Why are these people just standing there? So I just turned around and put my arms out like this and kind of did just a surrender kind of dive back. And the second I did, they all jumped off and we all landed in this beautiful crystal clear lake. This dream to me was about alignment, coming into alignment with my 3 selves: higher self, conscious self, unconscious self. It was a beautiful dream.
But also a big leap of trust and faith.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this dream also foretold me leaving the halal in the Huna training. And it was just wild. I love the dream world. There's so many messages in it. So I encourage everybody, if you remember your dreams, write them out and start to work with them. You will be so amazed at the
Yeah.
information that comes through.
And once you start writing them down, you open the door and then suddenly you remember more.
Yeah.
So it's an invitation. And if you accept, then you will get more.
And so they say that dreams are holographic. So if you even just remember a little snippet, it holds all the information for your unconscious mind. You consciously might not know, but your unconscious mind is going to know exactly what it means.
Oh, I have the wildest dreams, especially with all this ascension stuff. And it's like I can't even imagine the stuff I'm doing during sleep because it's just so far out there.
A lot of people leave and go out, right? They go out, they go to school, I don't want to say fight battles, but sometimes there are some big projects, let's say, that they work on in their sleep.
Yeah, so Debbie has a question for you.
Oh, yeah, the Tao Healing Hands is a beautiful, beautiful energy. There's actually quite a few like healing, physical healing miracles associated with that energy. It's very different. It is brought into this world as a download from Master Sha, who was given the ability to initiate people or activate this energy in people. It's got a little different process. It doesn't have a symbol per se, but it has what you might consider a prayer. Like we're all here doing a prayer-a-thon. You know, Janet had a beautiful definition. My definition of prayer is simply every thought is a prayer. That's my definition. So choose where you're giving your energy to, right? Choose where you give your energy to.
And you had Master Sha on your podcast, right? At least once.
Yeah. And he was rather tickled with me because I could understand the concepts that he was talking about. So he actually gave me the training, and it is a really beautiful energy. It's pretty quick, maybe takes like 5 minutes-ish, maybe a little bit longer depending on the person, for that energy to, you know, come through you and then go out to the person. And it's really done in an energy of giving and of love, and like a surrendering, right? It's not so much we're manifesting something with the energy. It's just allowing that energy to flow through you. It's not a one-time fix, though. It's, you know, anyone who is struggling with disease, let's say, they would need to have, you know, several sessions. Or he also has something called the Tao calligraphy, which they're symbols that he energizes with the energy, and then you can just trace the symbol, and you can sit and just trace it while you're watching TV. And he really has had quite a few miracle stories. Yeah.
So they can go to your podcast and search for Master Sha. Do you want to spell it for them so they can find it?
Master Sha, S-H-A is Sha, and the Tao is T-A-O. So I did 2 with him, one on calligraphy and one on, I can't remember what I called it. I think it was Healing with Light, maybe, and where we're talking about the healing hands. And he goes quite deeply into the teachings. He's like a grand master of everything, right? Qigong, Tai Chi. He as healing energy, like all the Chinese sciences, the ancient mystery school and the Chinese system. And he's a very knowledgeable fellow, very sweet fellow too. He's got a beautiful, peaceful energy. It's a lot of energy when he vocalizes, that's for sure too.
Oh, so those of you who have to leave, in case you don't know, tomorrow is first Monday of the month, which is my metaphysical chat at 9:30 Eastern. Now, it's a little crazy doing that on the back of this, but I asked the angels, should I postpone? And they said, oh, no, you add it on because let's just continue the energy moving. So come back 9:30 Eastern tomorrow night for Metaphysical Chat.
You are amazing, Deborah.
Just doing what I'm asked to do, as you are. It's,
Exactly.
I think about this often. I'm in touch with some of my high school friends on Facebook, and they post their things, and I'm just aghast at the mundane little lives they're living. And it's like, they don't know about this amazing world that is out here, and they're missing out on it. I can't imagine, but I used to be like that. It's a night and day thing. So I hope people are listening and getting that this is available to them too. Take that.
Everyone, right, has that ability, and if you don't open that door, that's okay. You can come back again and do it another time, right? But while you're here, you might as well open that door, invite in some magic, and just be open to whatever spirit has to show you.
It's
Yeah.
the difference between living and having an exuberant life. There's just no contrast.
Yeah.
Comparison.
Life is so amazing and entertaining. You don't need drugs, you don't need alcohol, you don't need stimulants, you don't even really need like TV or social media. When you have that doorway to spirit, it's just so fulfilling and inspiring at the same time.
And unlimited.
Yeah.
You just don't know what's out there for you until you step out and take a sip.
Yeah, exactly.
So any more questions? Linda's time is dwindling down here. We're going to have to say goodbye soon. So get those questions in now. We want to catch her while we can.
I have one more story that maybe is really appropriate. I get a lot of stuff through kind of downloads, right? And while I was going through my cancer experience, I had 3 paths that opened to me. One was this kind of, I don't know if you want to call it new age spirituality or the metaphysical way of life. The second was a born again Christian. I had a former neighbor who invited me to do a Bible study with him. And I'm like, oh, I need all the help I can get. It essentially is where I was back in those days, right? Early 80s. And the third one was a Jehovah Witness who would knock on my door and, have a talk with me. And so I had these 3 almost conflicting perceptions going on about like which path should I follow. And I was walking down the hall of my home, and my guide showed me first an apple core, and then the flesh of an apple, and then the skin of an apple. So it's like it was rebuilding the apple, and they said, which is more apple? And I'm like, oh. And what was really interesting, so they were all part of the apple. They were all equal amounts of apple, really. You think the DNA is the same. But what's really interesting is my born again Christian ex neighbor who came to my house every Monday night to do a Bible study never showed up again and never phoned me, which is like really odd, right? Really odd. The Jehovah Witness never knocked on my door again. The woo-woo people, that was the path for me.
It's magical. Why wouldn't they want more?
Yeah, why wouldn't they? So I see that Mary Lynn asked me about Kahuna came considerably later. It was early 80s when I had the cancer diagnosis, like 80. I'm not really good with time because I live in my timeline. So it was 83 or maybe 84 when I had the diagnosis, and I didn't go to Huna. Actually, no, I think I had said it was 2005. I think it was later. I think it might have been actually 2010 when I actually went for my first training. So it was quite a bit later, and I had, many, many experiences and many paths of study and healing that I did before I got to Una. And it was all perfect.
Yeah, it's that journey of following the breadcrumbs, and they don't go in a straight line. They meander all over the place. So makes
And
perfect
the second, right? The second you try to control it, you're already off your path, right? You just really need to follow the breadcrumbs, listen. When an opportunity is offered to you, check. Does it resonate? And make your decisions that way.
Yeah. And the perfect example is what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
When they brought this idea to me, I thought they were crazy. Not my thing. No idea how to do that. And it was a big lesson about just come on, baby, trust us. We got you. We'll work it all out. And now look at what we're doing together. And for all of the people listening today and in the replays, that can be you. Just listen, trust, and go along, because they always know about your highest and best interests. And they are helping you live that pre-birth plan that you created. That's what they're working off of. So why wouldn't you want to lean in and practice with them, play with them, expand with them?
And whatever you do, don't compare.
Yes.
Yeah. Every path is different.
And it doesn't matter when you have your awakening or when you have your up level. It'll be when you're ready.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's been fun.
Yeah. We still have another 5 minutes.
Boy, Debbie, you are just a fountain of information. Beautiful.
That's what Debbie does.
Yes. Absolutely. Beautiful. Yeah. I don't have verbal battles with Bible thumpers anymore. I don't think I actually ever did. But it was really interesting that, I mean, those are kind of the two people that don't give up, right? Or Jehovah's Witness and the born again Christians right there.
Well, when it's family, it's kind of hard. But I did discover Jehovah's Witnesses, they used to show up at the farm, come in a van load of people. Just show up out of nowhere, which I don't normally appreciate. And so one day I stumbled onto the thought, what if I tell them, put me on your do not call list? Well, it turns out you can do that. They've never been back. They let their network know. And that's it. So simple.
Wow. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if
I didn't do that, and it still worked. Right.
Yeah. You'll use some magic mumbo jumbo on them, probably.
Yeah, apparently, I guess.
Yeah. So, any last questions, you guys? We're dwindling down here. Oh, thank you for that. Sharon posted your buy me a coffee tip jar.
Sweet.
Thank you. That's
Thank you
wonderful.
so much, Sharon. You've been just a sweetheart, really helping all of us with our links today. So I appreciate you.
It's
I hope you had
fabulous.
time
There's
to
one more.
enjoy some of the prayers too, right?
She hasn't given up on you
what?
being saved. Wow.
You know, that's okay. I'll let her pray for you. Makes her feel better.
Mm.
And what she
It
gives
just-
to someone else, she's giving to herself, right? What we give to others, we give to ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just bless them and move on in love. That's the best thing.
Yeah.
We don't need to fight with anybody. And that's why, when I posted this event, it's open to everybody. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on, because it's about love and joy, peace, spreading it across the world. And I think both sides agree on that they would like to do that. So if we can come together on that point, then we can come together on other points. Yeah, Sharon is amazing. She is like super wrench. She's got all the things going. So Linda, it has been a delight. Thank you for giving so much of your time for Prayer-a-thon, being a part of it.
It was really my honor. I'm a Canadian citizen, not an American citizen, but your election really ripples throughout the whole world. You can't just have your country isolated without anyone else. Well, the whole world is intending for the highest outcome on Tuesday.
Yes. And may it be so. Most beneficent outcome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will send you off with love and thanks, and we will talk to you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Wow, you guys, how are you doing? We are a little over 4 hours into Prayer-a-thon, going strong. If you haven't already, take a minute, send out a note to friends, whoever you've got out there, invite them to join us. They don't want to miss this blessing. Yes, they'll get the impact on the replay, but there's just nothing like doing it live and having the opportunity to ask your questions of these wise, beautiful souls while they're here live with us. So next up, we have my friend, Dr. Elena Skyhawk. I'm super excited to introduce you to her. We've got a great conversation coming up, and she's going to do some magical blessings for us because she's Native American and a shaman and just a really all-around wise person. So let's go into Dr. Skyhawk's interview. Next guest is Reverend Dr. Elena Skyhawk, and you are going to love her. Dr. Elena began her metaphysical journey as a small child, engaging in captivating conversations and encounters with animals and spirits. With that magical beginning, it's no surprise she's dedicated decades of her life working with the shamanic realm, bringing a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the world. One of Dr. Elena's unique gifts is her ability to foster deep connections between humans and animals through the art of animal communication. In addition, she offers private consultations and workshops on birth totems and spirit animals, helping others tap into their spiritual gifts. But her mastery doesn't stop there. Dr. Elena is also an expert in healing through dream interpretation, past life regression, and shamanic journeying, guiding individuals toward personal transformation. With years of experience, Dr. Elena has cultivated a deep understanding of the spiritual path. Soon, she'll be sharing her journey of overcoming great obstacles to live her purpose in an upcoming book. If you're ready to embark on a deeper spiritual journey, you couldn't find a more knowledgeable, compassionate guide to support you on the path to awakening than Dr. Elena. She's an incredible human being who's been diligently working to heal Gaia quietly without accolades for years. She doesn't often talk about her planet healing work, but today I'm going to put her on the spot and ask her to share because she deserves recognition and appreciation for her service. Welcome to Prayer-a-thon, Dr. Elena.
Hi, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
We are so delighted to introduce you to our wonderful metaphysical community here and talk about this amazing work that you have been doing for a great part of your life. Can you tell us how that started? How did you discover that part of your mission here is to heal the earth and do these grids and things that I don't really understand, but you explain it to us.
Well, I started doing the work when I lived in Flagstaff. So that was back in 2004, shortly after I created Contemporary Native Healing. And I was renting a home from somebody who was very metaphysical and worked a lot with the native tribes and stuff. And so that's one of the things she started teaching me and letting me know that I was supposed to be also doing was to work with the ley lines, do the gridding, and then I use what they call pillars of light, and where it's needed wherever on the planet Spirit says a pillar of light is needed, I put one there and then I attach it to the grid. And then with my mentor Serge, we did a lot of ley line work. We moved them if they were out of place. We activated the energy in them. So we did that for several years while I worked with him while he was alive. And then it got to the point where it was just Spirit would come in and say, hey, we need more help. And so they would ask me to put down a pillar of light. They would ask me to grid a city. And then when I started working with the net of light with the grandmothers, several years ago. They have what they call is the net of light. And so every once in a while, it kind of, what's the word? It not like it disintegrates, but it gets less effective because there's,
Oh, sure.
yeah. So
Yeah. Like the energy erodes over a period of time and needs renewed.
exactly. So
Yes.
then what they do is like the net of light needs to be fixed over in Africa, or it needs to be fixed over in Israel, or wherever it needs to be fixed. Then I, during meditation before I go to bed, I tap into the net of light and I reweave it to put more light back in so that we don't lose the light coming into planet Earth.
So you're doing this during sleep?
No, I do it while I'm awake, but I go into meditation before I go to sleep. And I'm sure I probably do it while I'm sleeping too, but it's a conscious thing where I tap into that net of light and see where needs fixed. And my guides will tell me usually what part of the country, like they did that. I was back in Arizona a few months ago, and they asked me to put some pillars of light over in the Washington, D.C. area and Virginia and whatnot. And so I did. And there were like 3 or 4 that had to go in. And most of the time I never hear what happens when you do that. But the next day there was an earthquake in New York. So it shook up the energy, which is what needed to happen so that it could anchor that more light into that part of the country.
So as you're doing this work, is it something that we could notice, that we would consciously be aware of, or is it a more subtle thing?
Usually it's subtle, but like there are times like I had put so many in that night before that it did make a difference. And there was an earthquake because, again, Mahayina, which is Mother Earth or the Earth Mother, when she's asking for more light so that she can do her birthing process, when you put in, and there's a lot of dense energy in that part of the country, so it's going to shake the earth up a bit. And it was, when I woke up the next morning and saw that there was an earthquake, I was like, oops. But it's also what was needed to shake some of the energy loose so we could get more light into that part of the country.
So what you're describing is a little bit like we've been talking about what we're doing with Prayer-a-thon, the blessings that we're putting out intending to help heal Earth and keep the people calm. Is that correct, that there's a similarity?
Exactly. Yep.
That's fascinating because I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah.
So how many people would you think in the world are doing what you're doing quietly with nobody knowing about it?
I'd say quite a few, because we work through Archangel Michael and the legions of warriors, and I'm part of that group. I'm one of his top generals. I don't think he's promoted me again, so I think I'm still where I was the last time he told me. So it's our job to make sure that the souls on the planet are protected, that the earth is protected, and that enough light comes down so that we can continue the growth and so that we can still live in this beautiful state that we're in while we, do the ascension process.
So here's something that's just popping up for me. When this all began, say you didn't have your mentor in your life, what would you have thought was going on? You're just all of a sudden hearing voices telling you to go do these things? I'm just wondering, for somebody out there in the audience listening who maybe has had some of these feelings, how can they recognize it and know that they're being called to this higher purpose?
Well, when the guides talk to you, because I've been hearing them since I was a kid, same with animals, and it can cause, especially when you're a child, it can cause some discord in the family, especially if you're growing up in a family that is not in tune. But I would just know things without knowing where it was coming from. And my parents would be like, where did that come from? And how would you even know that? Because I was, when you're in kindergarten or first grade, you don't know or you're not supposed to kind of know what some of this stuff was that was coming out of my mouth. And so when you're claircognizant, you just know things without knowing why you know it. But I've learned that if it's, if it's from your spirit guides or an angel or an archangel, it comes with so much love, and it comes with so much, it's literally, you feel like angel wings wrapping around you. So, there's so much love there that this is something that you need to listen to and pay attention to.
I love that, because knowing you for so many years, I know you had a rough childhood, and yet despite that, your guides were able to get through to you, connect to you, and help you to get on your path. So is that something that you help people with if they're all of a sudden having their awakening and not sure what to do?
Absolutely. Because it's, we all wake up at different times. And sometimes it can be like mine. I came in at a very high level. So it was like the soul was already very awake and knew a lot of what was going on. But even if you're just coming into your awakening, it can be kind of rough. I mean, it's like, it's not like one day you just wake up and, everything's love, joy, and whatnot. You can go through, especially like the path I'm on as a shaman, or even a mystic or a metaphysical person. Sometimes I hear things that I'm just like, say what? It's like, you want me to do what? It is like, is that possible? And if you center and listen to that still small voice within your heart, you can tell truth. So it's like, okay, we're going to take a baby step. So let me guide you, because I've already been there. I've been through the trials and tribulations of going through a lot of the stuff that sometimes spirit puts us through to make sure we're ready. So it's like, if somebody comes to me that is just starting on their path, you take them through little baby steps. Let's show you this first and let you get comfortable with this. So you're hearing things. Well, you're not crazy. So let's look at this and see where it's coming from, whether it's truth, who is guiding you. So then we can take them on a shamanic journey so that they can go down and meet their spirit guide. They can go down and meet their power animal, and then anchor that energy into their physical world so that they can start working with it.
That is so cool. We could talk about this for a really long time, but I think now let's shift gears and talk about your animal communication, because that is another whole fascinating conversation to have. And you've got some amazing stories about some of the experiences that you've had with animals.
Yeah, it started when I was little, and my parents used to call me Dr. Doolittle, but he also used to get me in trouble because when we were living in Michigan, we had a long walk from the bus stop to where our house was. So I would run into dogs and cats and snakes and everything along the way, and I'd talk to them, and they would talk back, and then I would say, come on home with me, and they would. So my mom got to the point where, like, quit talking to the animals. I'm like, okay. So then I started telepathically talking to them, and she would yell at me, and I was like, I didn't say anything, because honestly, I didn't, And so finally I got to stop looking at them, stop thinking about it. I'm like, whatever. And so my idea was, when I went to college the first time, was to become a veterinarian, because I was so connected to the animals. I mean, I could sit down on the net by the lake, and baby quail would come right up to me, and they'd start pecking off the little bugs that would, flying around and stuff. And my dad would always be, don't touch them, but Mama was always right there watching. And it just got to be, where it was natural. And when I got older, I started actually hearing them, because I ended up starting, getting my own pets. And it was kind of like, it just part of who I was. It's like I could not talk to them. And I've had some healing experiences with some animals. I had a beautiful Afghan hound that was brought to me with an inoperable brain tumor. And the vets couldn't do anything. They said, well, if you can figure out how to shrink the tumor, then we can go in and operate. And the people were like, you're the experts. Why can't you do something? And they're like, because it was behind the dog's eye.
Oh,
They couldn't operate on it. And so my friend, who has one of those directories for spiritual businesses and people, they were friends of these people. And she's like, give her a call, see what she can do. So they did. And the daughter was going to, I think it was ASU. So she called me and asked me to come over and meet with the dog and with her and her boyfriend, and her mom was flying in from California. So I drove over to Tempe, and I'm like, okay, let's meet the dog. And the first thing they wanted was, because of this tumor, the dog was starting to not let them know she needed to go to the bathroom at night. So they wanted that stopped. So I sat down with Riley and I explained to her that this was not acceptable. She needed to wake one of them up to let them know at night. And I just kind of explained to Riley what we were going to be doing over the next few days to see if we could shrink the tumor. And I went back the next day and they're like, oh my God, I don't know what you did, but she did exactly what you told her to do. She came and woke me up the first time, and she came and woke my boyfriend up the second time. So there's no more going in the house. And that's when I started working with. So I knew she was open to receive. I knew she was willing to go through the process with me. And I made sure the mother and the daughter, because that's who the dog belonged to, were there with all the sessions, so that if she had a relapse, they could do the Reiki on her and what. But I worked on her with Reiki, Laho, Chi, and some of the shaman's touch stuff that I do. And this final day, I did some psychic surgery to see if we could cut the energy out of the brain. And then I didn't hear anything. I was like, oh my God, what happened? And I was talking to my friend a few months later, and she goes, oh my God, they didn't call you. And I'm like, no, nobody's called me. I said, what happened to Riley? And she goes, they took her into the vet to see, if there was any progress. And she said the tumor had shrunk to the size of a pea, and they were easily able to go in and take it out.
that is wonderful.
Yeah. So she says, what you did, she said it worked, and the vet didn't care how they, how it was done. He was just able, so they were able to save her life, which I think is pretty cool. So
Yes.
it's like,
Excuse me. So I have two questions. When you were working with Riley, was this in person or were you doing it remotely?
oh no, I was sitting there with her, working on her in person in the living room.
Okay, because that's unusual, right? Normally it would be remote.
Well, you have to remember this was back before like COVID and all this other stuff.
Okay.
So everything was pretty, back then I did everything in person. The workshops were in person, the healings were in person, readings were in person. If I could get to them or they could get to me, to me, it was more effective to have the animal right there. I have done work with animals through Zoom or just on the phone. But back then it was like with her, it was in person.
And so this next question, because I'm sure people in the audience are wondering this. So you didn't know what happened with Riley. And they're like, well, you're psychic. Couldn't you have just checked in with her to find out?
I probably could have, but I didn't think about it because I expected if you have some kind of phenomenal healing like that, you would be ecstatic and you'd be like calling everybody, especially the person that helped facilitate it, and let them know. But they were just like, I think the daughter was like, so like, oh my gosh, I think she had a feeling her mom would say something.
Yeah.
And her mom had said something, but she said it to my friend
Excuse me.
and not to me. So, but stuff like this happens all the time when we work remotely with people or in person. A lot of times they don't let us know, and it's part of, it's, to me, that's more of an ego thing. It's like, oh, I got to know, how good was I? Did I do the job? It's not us to really know. We just do our job and then keep going on and helping all those that seek our services, because we're not here for the accolades. We're here to bring love and healing to the planet, and that includes the animals.
I wonder, though, if some people just expect you're psychic. You will know, so we don't have to call and let you know. I wonder if that is an aspect of it. And what they don't understand is that, no, we're going on living our lives, doing other things, working with other people. And so, no, we're not going back and checking on you unless you ask us to.
Right. And that's part of any kind of healing that you do, whether it's on a person or animal. Our job is to do the healing. If you want us to know what the outcome was, then you need to let us know, because once, we have permission to, like I had permission to work on Riley for 3 days. Once that permission is over, she's out of my field. So I would have to actually tap back in and ask for permission again. Can I tap back in to see what's going on with her? But when you're working with a lot of different animals and people, and at that time I also had a full-time job, I didn't have time to sit there and go back and, let me go see how she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah. So as you think back about your long career of working with animals, what is the one story that stands out to you that's either funny or phenomenal? I mean, the Riley story is pretty over the top, but is there another story that really sticks out to you that kind of encompasses your work?
Well, the one that kind of freaked me out a little bit, I was living in Fountain Hills at the time, and I had met this lady up in Colorado Springs. I had gone up there to watch Brule play at Territory Days. And this lady showed up. She's a traveling nurse, and she had shown up in a truck. And Eagle and I had been talking to her, and we were fascinated because she had a wolf with her. And I'm like, oh my God, that's one of my totem animals. And so we both got really connected. Well, the people asked her to leave because they're afraid of the wolf, and they didn't want to cause problems. So she put the wolf back in the truck. And then toward the end of the day, she's like, well, I need to head back to Denver. Do you want to come in and meet my cat and say goodbye to the wolf? And so I asked Eagle, it's okay. And so I did. I went with her, briefly met the cat. He was a big tom, kind of like a tomcat, but he was like ginger colored. And then she told me that she was living in the truck with this wolf and cat. And I was like, oh my God, because that wolf was huge. And I didn't think anything of it. She went her way. She went back to Denver. I went back to Phoenix. And I got a call from her like the following Monday or Tuesday. And she said her cat was lost. It had jumped out of the truck on the way home.
Oh, boy.
And I was like, and I'm thinking, what do you expect me to do about it? And then she asked me if I could find the cat. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm in Arizona. You're in Colorado. I said, I can try. And so I went outside. I put on some, I think it was called the Hands of Light. It's Merlin's Magic. It's a Reiki CD. And I went outside and sat in my chair, and I'm like, okay, let's kind of see if we can tap into this cat. And the first thing I noticed is I was walking, the grass was tickling my nose. And I'm like, why the heck is that grass tickling my nose? And I looked down and I had orange paws, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And then I hear this voice saying, who are you and what are you doing in my head? And I was like, okay, who are you? And are you? And what's going on? So I had actually what they call spirit walk into the cat. So I literally did find him, and I asked him, I said, well, where are you? And he literally, I could see through his eyes where he was. And I said, why did you jump out of the truck? And he said, because I'm sick and tired of living in the truck with that wolf. I want my own space. and I was like, okay. I said, so show me where you're at so I can tell you. And then he was like, he goes, but now I realize it's not what I thought it was going to be. He goes, I'm cold, I'm tired, I'm hungry. Tell her to get here now and get me. I was like, okay, fine. So I called her and I said, well, I've had contact with your cat. I said, this is why he jumped out of the truck. And this is what he showed me on where he's at. And she goes, oh my God, I know exactly where that is. She says, I stopped there for lunch. Well, apparently she had left the window down a little bit too far and he got out the window. So she went back and she saw him go walking across the truck when she went back to ask them if they had seen her, the cat. And she started screaming his name and scared him. So he ran down to the culvert, which is where he told me he was living since he had jumped out. So I was like, oh, so that's what a culvert was. Because I didn't comprehend what the culvert was, but he was living in a culvert. And when she screamed his name, he ran for it so he could hide until he realized it was her. Then he came out and he was like, oh, hi. Yeah, I'm ready to go home. But she did take his advice. She found a place to rent so that he had his own space and the wolf had his own space.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
So you mentioned totems, animal totems.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's something that you're really interested in. You do a lot of work with. Could you talk a little bit about what that means?
Well, we are all have power animals that walk with us, just like we all have angels and guides that walk because we're not here alone. We have a whole team that works with us to help us kind of keep on the straight and narrow. And power animals are the same way. We are born with a power animal based on what month you're born into. And it has different characteristics. It's here to help you, but it's here with you just that particular life. It's a birth totem. Now, our main power animal usually goes with us from life to life to life. Like mine is a huge Kodiak bear, and she's been with me forever. And she's the one, her and my mountain lion were the ones that protected me as a child so that I could grow up through the abuse that I was going through. But it's their job to protect us, to guide us, to hopefully warn us of danger, which is what the bear would always do. It's like tear apart the family because she knew they were the ones that were hurting me. But without that, knowing, because people can sometimes lose their power animal, so you lose your power because you don't have that animal there. So when you take a shamanic journey to go back down and find your power animal and reintegrate it with the body and the soul, it gives you more power to do things like you need to do. It gives you more confidence, it gives you more power, it gives you more protection. We all have them. And then we also have totems that come in like to give us messages. The eagle and the hawk are very good at that. When there's a message from spirit that needs to come down, an eagle will come down and swoop over your head or land in the branch next to you. Or in my case, came right at me with his claws out, because I wasn't paying attention. And it's like, and I ducked behind my door of my car. So his claws went in instead of in my face. So they can get in your face. They, if you're not paying attention, they will make sure if they got a message for you that they will come in and give you that message.
That's a very similar way that the angels communicate in my vernacular, because it's like they'll just keep showing up and getting in your face until you take action.
Yeah, your guides will do that too. If you're doing something that you like, I wasn't listening when my main spirit guide told me I needed to leave Las Vegas and move to Arizona. I was like, no, I don't. I just bought a house. I just bought a brand new car. I'm not going anywhere. And he showed up in full ceremonial gear, shaking his fingers, yelling at me, which shocked me because I had never known a guide to yell at their charge. And he was like, what part of moving out of Nevada don't you understand? And he pushed me all the way up this 10,000 foot mountain, which when you look at astrology numbers and you're like, oh, 10,000, that's a 1. So spirit's behind this. And I got to the edge of the cliff and I looked down and you could see a tiny, tiny ribbon of water way down below, which you knew was a big river. But from where I was at, it looked like a ribbon. And I turned around and looked at him. I said, you're not going to do what I think you're going to do. And he goes, and he's like, yep. And he literally took his palm like this and poof, right into my third eye. And I went flying off the edge of that cliff, screaming at him. And I was like, I can't believe you just did that. And he's like, are you paying attention? Are you listening? Get your butt to Arizona. I was there in a month. I had found a renter for my townhouse and I had found a place to work and a place to live in Phoenix.
And so what was the big deal about going to Phoenix?
Because that's where I met Serge.
Oh, so that was how your journey began. So knowing that, it's kind of phenomenal that you had enough connection to get that kind of a message before you even worked with your mentor.
Yeah. Well, even when he came in, I wasn't getting the message. I was working at a spiritual book or metaphysical bookstore part-time because I was the office manager at a new Joanne ETC store. So I was working part-time at Vision Quest, which was a metaphysical bookstore in Scottsdale. And it was kind of funny because people started coming in, going, I was talking to all the psychics. I was talking to some of the teachers and stuff. And people started mentioning a piece of the universe. And I was like, what the heck is a piece of the universe? But you need to go there. I'm not sure. I know it's in North Scottsdale, but you need to go there. And you need to go there. And it wasn't just everybody that I was pointing in that direction. And my friend came in one day and she was like, oh my God, she says, you got to come to the psychic fair at Borders. There's a shaman there that you just have to meet. And I'm like, can you see I'm like running a store here? I can't leave and go meet this guy. And she's like, well, they're going to be there tomorrow too. So she's like, just make sure you get everybody out of the store and get it closed in time and we'll go over and meet up. I'm like, okay, whatever. And the next day I got the store closed in time. Everybody was out because it was a Sunday. And we got up to Borders. And of course, he was gone for the day. But she wanted to have a reading. And I knew what she was going to talk about. And I didn't want to hear it because I'd heard it so many times before. I went and sat way down as far as I could get away from her. And I was talking to this lady who apparently did tongue readings. And I was like, why would anybody do a tongue reading? It was kind of weird to me. When all of a sudden, like somebody put a megaphone to my ear and said, his name is Serge Running Wolf Martel. He reads at a piece of the universe on Wednesdays from 11 to 7. And I was like, I'm like looking all over, like, who the heck just said that? Where'd that come from? And then I heard it again. And I asked the lady across from me, I said, did you just hear that? And she goes, I didn't hear nothing. I'm like, okay, that was kind of weird, but okay. And I saw my friend was getting up. And so I got my stuff. I, thanked the woman for her information about her tongue readings. And I went up to join her and she turned around to tell me, oh, his name is, I said, yeah, his name is Serge Martel. He works at a piece of the universe, blah, blah, blah. And the psychic that she had the reading was, and they both looked at me like, how did you know that? So I told them, about the megaphone in the ear, and the psychic's like, he's the one you're the one he needs to meet. So the next Wednesday we did go up and meet him, and after Connie's reading, he goes, okay, we need to talk. I said, I didn't book a reading with you. It's like kind of like a hands-off stuff. And he's like, get your butt back there. We need to talk. And we did. And we talked about my jewelry, and talked about, joining his shamanism classes. And I did. I mean, we worked together for 9 years before he passed away. So that's where a lot of my training came together. I mean, I had already had bits and pieces while I was in Vegas with the readers and spiritual healing center that I was working through, taking classes and stuff. But once I met him, that's when the real training really,
So before you worked with Serge, were you aware of your Native American heritage?
Oh yeah, I've known since I was infant. My parents, unfortunately, took it the wrong way because they turned it into a bad thing, because they didn't like people that had different color skin than they did. And so I got called names that I won't repeat here. But it wasn't, but they let me know from as soon as I could understand that I wasn't like them. I was, one or if not both of my parents were Indian, and that just wasn't, didn't sit well with them.
So do you think that you and Serge had a soul contract? Is that why it was so important that you came together with him?
It was, because we've had several lifetimes together. He actually killed me in one lifetime. It was kind of rude, but and he was like, get over it. You're still alive, right? And I'm like, well, yeah. And he's like, so, but he's the one who actually put into context for me and really kind of blew my mind because of because he's the one who found most of the missing soul pieces that I had from what happened to me when I came into planet Earth this time. But he really shook my world up a lot when he, because I was like, wah. It's like, why me? Why me? What did I ever do in another lifetime to bring all this onto me? And he said, did you ever stop to think that you were put in that family to teach them a lesson? He goes, it's not about you. It's not about anything you might have done. He goes, you were put there to teach a lesson. And I said, well, they didn't get it. He goes, that's not for you to determine.
Yeah.
He goes, if they got it, great. If they didn't get it, great. They're going to have to deal with the repercussions. You were just put there to teach the lesson. And that really made me start looking at what I was doing and things that had happened a lot differently.
Yeah, I think that's a hard thing for so many healers and psychics to get, is that you can plant the seeds, you can help somebody, but they've got to take the action.
Absolutely.
So it's been wonderful talking with you today, Dr. Elena. I know that you have a special report you want to share with the audience. I
do. It's a report on your birth totems and how they can assist in your Earth life. So it's a little report that goes through all the different months of the year, kind of like your astrological or but it includes your directional totem. It includes your keywords on what each of those is here to do, and it clear, I think it also includes what plant and flower and mineral that is attached to your particular birth month. So it goes through all 12 months. And of course, I had to include an animal. I don't know if you can see it very well, but there's pictures. Yeah, there's pictures of all the different animals, so that you have a visual as well as the And of course the front, I just love some of the animals that are on the front.
Yeah, that we can't see. Sorry. That's all right. Excuse me.
But anyway, it's just basically it's part of the larger program of the power animals, which goes into way more detail on not only just the birth totems, but all the other different animals that like our lessons, the birth, so it's just kind of like helping you get your feet wet when you're working with the animal.
Yeah, it's an introduction. And that's a PDF file, which they can get by clicking on the link on the webpage under your bio.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure, and I look forward to talking again soon.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's been enjoyable. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye for now.
Bye.
I keep forgetting to unmute myself. So how cool was that? And the questions are already coming in. So I'm going to bring Dr. Elena up, and it's blessing time. She's going to first do a special blessing, and then we will get to those juicy questions. So come on up, Dr. Elena. Hang on, I have to switch my screen here. There we go. Now we have to unmute you. There you go. All these little details.
I'm telling you. Yeah, this is perfect timing because, of course, another thunderstorm is coming through. So you might hear some thunder coming through. It's actually me just going, no.
We can handle a little thunderstorm.
Yeah. So how are you doing today?
I'm starting to drag a little bit. I think I'm going to have to get some more caffeine because we are almost halfway through.
Yes. And so far, I have loved listening. Janet was, oh my God, she is so funny. I love her giggle.
Uh-huh.
And of course, Linda always has that beautiful prayer for the water, which I love every time she does that. So that was kind of fun to experience again.
I'm just loving the collaboration of having it all together in this one beautiful container to share with the world. That's magical.
Yeah.
So I put the link for Dr. Elena's birth totem report in chat, you guys. If you want that report, go grab it. And before we go to your blessing, I had typed in when you were talking about your parents that you were stolen and adopted. And so Amanda wants to know, why did they take you if they had a problem with your color? Which, yeah, that's an obvious question.
Well, for one, they didn't know that they were getting me. They had originally, apparently, was supposed to be getting a little blonde-haired girl. And of course, at the last minute, I don't know, something either happened. The mother might have changed her mind or reneged. And they needed a place to put me real quick because any of the children that were stolen, I actually have met several of my real birth family cousins, not in person, but I've met them online. And most of the women were stolen and gotten rid of, which I found very interesting that none of the male cousins mentioned it, but the girls did. So it was a way of, especially because like my native heritage comes from South America. So it comes from, started in Chile, then went up to Peru, and then Ecuador and Colombia. And my birth father actually came from Ecuador like 10 years before I was born. So he was Spanish and Indian, and the birth mother was white. And heaven forbid, especially back in 1960, that you would have relations with somebody that wasn't white, especially once I found where she came from and her background. So the children, when they take them, because even in North America, they have stolen many, many children. I mean, the Lakota themselves have, just from in that tiny time frame, like when I disappeared, there were 350 stolen. I think they found maybe 2 or 3 of them, because they change your name, they change your birthday, and of course they send you as far away from the state you came from so that people looking for you aren't going to be able to find you. And what happened, because I actually had a vision, that was my first past life regression that I had with my first teacher in Vegas in her church, which kind of shocked me to begin with, because I'm like, people do this in churches, you know, because that's not the way I grew up. And I actually saw myself being born into this life. So I could see them take me out in the middle of the night, and they drove down this long dirt road, because I never knew where I came from. I couldn't prove that I was born in the United States, which became troublesome a few years ago when you know who became president, because he was trying to send everybody that he felt didn't belong here back to the country that they came from. And it took me years, 36 years, fighting with the passport people to get a passport, because there is no birth certificate. And when I finally found somebody, I was living in Tulsa several years ago, I found an agent in the Texas office who was willing to work with me to prove that I was here from pretty much birth, and that the parents that I was growing up with were also here for quite some time. So I had to do their background and ancestry and send him all the original documentation. And he goes, well, no wonder nobody wants to give you a passport. You don't have a birth certificate. Because the one they were able to finally get through their friend who was a lawyer, and then another friend who was a judge, it took them 2.5 years to get it. In order in the United States to get to become legal citizen, you have to, that birth certificate has to be issued within a year of the baby's birth. So they legally never adopted me, which made it even worse when I think about what they did, you know. So to the answer to the question, no, they had no idea what they were getting. And when I was handed to them, they were like, what the heck? And that's when they were told, well, one of her parents is Native American. And why they took me, I really don't know, except that, as my mom told me, well, your dad wanted kids. Well, yeah, to abuse us. So it was like, because she herself hated kids. She never wanted any. So it made for an interesting life.
But it made you who you are today. So we can spin it that way anyway. But no, seriously, you would not be the same person without those experiences. So out of crap can come something wonderful.
Yeah,
And
if you're willing to put aside, and it took me years to learn this, and it took me even more years to do the healing process. You literally have to forgive everybody that was involved in what happened. You know, no matter what they did to you, like the older brother that I grew up with, he tried to kill me twice. I had to, like, total forgiveness, no, you know, repercussion, no, I mean, it had to come from total love. It had to come from, it had to be pure. It couldn't be like, oh yeah, I forgive you. Okay, whatever. You couldn't do that. It had to be from the heart. The same with my dad, the same with my mom and the uncle who abused me. And then any other person who harmed me in some way, I had to sit and Serge actually had me write a paper down, a piece of paper. He was like, anybody that's ever hurt you, write their names down. Well, mine turned into like 4 pages because I literally put my pets on there too, because it hurt when they died. I felt it was my fault that they left or whatever. I had to go through that piece of paper every single day and sit there and say, please forgive me. I'm sorry. You know, it's part of the Ho'oponopono, but you go a little deeper, you know, because Serge was part Hawaiian. So he taught me the original, the way Ho'oponopono is supposed to be done. So I literally had to go through that whole list for, I forgot, he had me do it for a month, where I had to sit there and forgive my father for what he did to me, my grandfather, my uncle, my brother. I mean, it's not easy. And then I had to forgive myself, because I had to realize, for one, it wasn't my fault what they did.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of people listening now and later who will totally relate to this. And so for them, I hope that they're getting the takeaway that there is hope, there is healing, but you have to do the work.
Yes.
So getting help to get through it faster is a wise choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't had Serge and even Cattell, because she's the one who started me on the journey, because she's the one who taught me the past life regression after I went through the one. So I could go back in and find any other past lives where somebody hurt me. And a great experience of that was, I was working at I don't even know, it was like an advertising place for car, you know, they would send out cards for people that bought cars and stuff. And they hired a new girl, and she was sitting behind me. And I was like, why is that woman sending I mean, I could literally feel the darts going into my back.
Mm.
And I was like, what did I ever do to her that she's sending darts to me? So without saying anything to her, well, first of all, I put salt around her car because I didn't want her to bring that negative energy into the office, because it was painful and it hurt. But one weekend I decided, you know, I'm going to do a past life regression on myself, and we're going to go back and we're going to find out where we met up and what the problem was. And it turned out we were warriors together in the Crusades. We were best friends. There was just one little problem. He had a sister that he thought I had taken advantage of. So he came after me in a battle, and I chopped off his head. You know, so yeah, there was a little bit of animosity. But when I took him back to that place before it happened, so he could see what his sister was really like. And then when he saw that she wasn't pure like he thought he was, she was sleeping with every warrior in the command. When I went back to work on Monday, we were best friends. It was like weird. You know, to me at the time, it was like, oh my God. It's like, you hated me on Friday and now we're best friends. So that's how fast energy can heal when you're willing to forgive and to allow a different perspective.
Yes. And I think most of us have learned that.
The hard way sometimes.
Thankfully, yeah. And part of the reason that we do things like this and share is because we're hoping that they'll get it and get their own healing faster.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's all about sharing that wisdom. So before we go off on a total tangent answering questions, let's come back around, because you have a very special blessing for us. And I am super excited to share that with the audience.
And I actually got it to save. It's amazing. So basically what this is, it's a prayer to the 7 directions. And what it does is I use it all the time whenever I go into ceremony. And it doesn't matter what kind of ceremony it is. You could be sitting there meditating and you want a circle, you know, you sit down and you want a circle of protection while you're doing a meditation, or you're actually doing some type of ceremony. You also still want that circle of protection. So it uses the medicine wheel. And when you work with the medicine wheel, there are 7 directions. You have north, east, south, and west, above, below, but then you also have the center. So what this prayer does is it calls in all the elements of the directions so that we have a more sacred circle while we do healing work. So like when I do healing work on people, whether it's myself, an animal, or somebody else, you want that sacred space. And that's what this will do for us.
Wonderful.
So
So I'm going to give you the full stage. Give us the deep dive treatment. We're ready.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Great Spirit, the one Spirit that moves through all, we give thanks for today and this wonderful gathering of souls. Teach us how to walk the path of beauty. Help us walk every day in love and peace. Whoa. With this prayer, we'll be blending indigenous cultures together from the north and south, as all people and cultures are one. We are one nation, one tribe, the human tribe. We are all related. Mitakuweoyasi. What I want you to do is visualize yourself standing in the center of a medicine wheel. And then when you're ready, look towards the east. Aho, Wabun, Ayana Tonka Shane. We welcome you, Spirit Keeper, to this most sacred of circles. To the spirits of the eagle and the condor, thank you for kicking us out of the nest so that we would learn to grow our own wings. Take us to higher grounds and illuminate our destiny, you who are the great visionary. Teach us to always see through the eyes of our heart. To the new day, to the light within and without, to illumination, east, the gate of the morning. Thank you for the moving airs, for the awakening of life. May our eyes lift to see the freedom of the birds. May our thoughts be in awareness of the gifts of each moment. Now, turn to the south. Aho, Shana Dose, Ayana Tonka Shane. We welcome you, Spirit Keeper, to this most sacred of circles. The great serpent, Sachamama, Amaru. Wrap your golden coils of healing light around us. Teach us to release our past the way you shed your skin all at once. Coyote, who teaches us to learn to laugh at ourselves and not take ourselves so seriously, but who also teaches us to be aware of those not being honest and to be aware of your surroundings. Teach us to walk with beauty and grace on the belly of Mother Earth. Teach us that beauty is always in us, around us, and surrounding us. Teach us the beauty path. To the south, we look for trust and innocence. To the little mouse, to the white-tailed deer, and to the good road home. South is where we find the sacred fire of creativity. We seek your vitality in healthy alliance. Thank you for your teachings of relationship for music, dance, and art, those things that carry joy and communion. We pray that our life may unfold in harmony and with our kin in all realms. Now we turn to face the west. Aho, Majikiwis, Ayana Tonka Shane. We welcome you, Spirit Keeper, into the most sacred of circles. Mother, Sister Jaguar, Otorango, and the Great Mother Bear, protect this medicine space. Show us the path inwards to our own inner mastery, where we radiate the unconditional love of our heart. Teach us the way of peace and integrity. To the west, to the dark matters, to the dark waters of looking within, to the black bear, the brown bear, and to the raven, to the medicine path, west, the power of places between the worlds. We turn to you, seeking passage into the depths of knowing and unknowing. Thank you for the lightning and the cleansing rain, for those things that teach compassion and nourish understanding. Thank you, Jaguar, for the medicine of solitude and the silent stalking for truth. Now we turn to face the north. Aho, Wabus, Iona Tonka Shane. We welcome you, Spirit Keeper, into the most sacred of circles. To the spirits of the north, hummingbird, white buffalo, spirits of the land, guardians of the land, the ancient ones, and the ancestors. Help us remember ancient wisdom and ancient knowledge, and to drink deeply from the well of immortality. Whisper to us in the wind, in the crackle of the fire, in the sacred space of our heart. We are thankful and grateful to you who have come before us and after us. Teach us the walk, the sacred path. To the north, home of the old ones and those gone by. To the wisdom place, place of the white buffalo and the snow leopard, the moose and the beaver. North, Spirit's mountaintop, we turn to you for wisdom. In the place free of shadow, we seek perspective and a path of service. Thank you for the gifts of lodge and sustenance. We pray to live upon the gracious earth with remembrance of gratitude and with respect for all our elders in all realms. Now we look below. Aho, Mahaina, Pachamama, Tierra Madre, Iona Tonka Shane. Welcome to the most sacred of circles. We celebrate all those that live within you, around you, and surrounding you, all of our relations. We thank you for sustaining us in all of our lifetimes. Sing to us our original healed soul song. Teach us to remember who we are. To Mother Earth, enfolding all beings with the beauty of compassion, nurturance, creativity, and peace. Hear our prayer for the two-leggeds, the four-leggeds, the winged ones, the creepy crawlies, and the swimmers, for all are children of the Mother. Now we look above. Aho, Wankantanka, Iona Tonka Shane. We welcome you into the most sacred of circles. Grandfather Sun, Inti Tata, Chaska, the Inca messenger to the star people. Hold us in between the tick and the tock, between the spaces. Hold us in the place of infinity, where all the stories exist simultaneously, where all the healing happens instantaneously. Thank you for bringing us together, for letting us sing our soul songs one more day in one more way. Teach us that we are the ones we have been waiting for. To Father Sky, encircling all beings with light of protection, warmth, clarity, and vision. Hear our prayer and grant us the courage to bring the radiance of our true selves out into the world, and the humility and self-esteem to foster the radiance of others. Now as we come to the closing of the prayer, we are back to center, to that place within our being where the 6 directions meet. Remember, we are all sacred beings. Walk on, walk on, walk on. Mitakiwe Oyasi. Walk in beauty. This is the ending of the Navajos that they use during the blessing way. In beauty I walk, with beauty before me I walk, with beauty behind me I walk, with beauty above me I walk, with beauty around me I walk.
Thank you. That was so amazing. I love it. I love it. And I know the people in chat loved. Are you okay?
I just got really hot. Whew.
Yeah. Well, what they don't know is that you've been very hesitant to tell your story. You've had to overcome a lot to get to the place to be here today and share. Is this the first time you're actually sharing publicly?
A lot of it, yeah. I mean, it's in the book that just hasn't gotten finished for some reason.
Well, so that, yeah, not public.
Yeah, it's like, Well, part of it was, oh, I can't write it now because mom and dad are still alive. Oh, now I can't write it now because mom's still alive and Ronnie's still alive. Oh, now he's dead. So I still can't write it because mom's still alive. Well, now she's gone. The uncle's gone. The one brother's gone. But there's still that fear. Like I was having issues sharing things on LinkedIn because I know my younger brother is a connection. And I kept thinking, oh my God, he's going to see this and what, but it's like, it's time to, it's my story, not his. And that's one of the things I'm finally getting to. It's like, who cares? Most of the people are dead now. But again, it's a story that needs to be told because there's so many that have suffered similar things that if I can stop just one person having to go through all the many years I've gone through it. I mean, I hate to think how old I am and how many years I've allowed this to affect me. So just by helping one, and that's one thing Serge taught me. Our mission is to help at least one person on the planet. If we do that and we do it out of selfless love, then our purpose for being here, we've accomplished it.
Yeah.
But by not telling my story, how many people is it not helping?
Exactly. And I also know, obviously, your parents didn't teach you about your culture. So it took you a lot of years, a lot of effort, and a lot of frustration to come back into connection, to reclaim that culture so that you could share it with us. And it's so beautiful. I hope you will keep sharing it.
I will. I was told by one of the up and coming spiritual leaders of the Lakota, he was like, we know you're Indian. He says, and from looking at your guides, he goes, you're one heck of one, because he could see who my guides were. And it's not something you just normally go around and talk about to people. At least I don't. I was never, I'm not one to, I'm not an extrovert to begin with, but to be able, these people are throwing names here and there. And I'm like, to me, that's more of the ego. But when he saw who my guides were, he was like, wait a minute, you have Sitting Bull, you have Red Cloud, you have, and he just kept going down the list and he goes, holy crap. He goes, yeah, you are definitely one of us. But because I wasn't raised on a reservation, the Indians have a hard time accepting me because there are reservations even in South America.
Yeah.
And the white people don't accept you because they know you're Indian and they have issues with it. So I'm like, well, what the heck's a girl to do? So it's
so beautiful that you have the ancestors as your guides.
Yeah, now if I can just get them to talk to me. And I had a great grandmother from South America. I think she was talking in the Inca language because that's where it traces back to.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know what you just said, but that sounded pretty cool, but I couldn't understand a darn word of it. So it was like, can you speak English, please? You know, and I've actually had a cousin in Peru reach out to me and all he spoke was Spanish. And I'm like, hello, English speaking person here. Could you? So I found an app that would translate everything he said.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah. And then I had to respond to him. I had to type it in English, hit the button, and it translated it into Spanish. Then I couldn't read it anymore, but I could send it to him and he knew exactly what I said. I was like, so we communicated for a while, but I haven't heard from him lately. But it's just, it's kind of, and you would think with all the technology that we have out there now, because I still haven't found the birth father. I did finally find the birth mother, and I found out I had 5 half siblings from her, and they had no idea I even existed. But before the brother that I had just found, he passed away like 6 months after I found him. He let me know because he was born in Phoenix, and he says he has a very good feeling that that's actually where I was actually born. So I know now I really was born in the United States.
If only that could be proven, that would be wonderful.
I know I can't because I've looked, because we have no idea. I don't think I was with them long enough. They took me so quick that she never registered me because she didn't want her name associated with, and neither did the family, because like I said, from where they came from and from what I can tell of the rest of it, because the other kids, none of them have bothered to reach out to me.
Yeah. Well, I salute you for how far you have come and for now being ready to share, because in this next chapter of your life, you've got a lot to accomplish.
Now
So hopefully all of us here can send you our love and energy to support you as you move in, because that book has got to get written. The story needs to get out there. Who knows how many other children like you are out there still struggling to find out where they came from. They can be inspired by your story.
Absolutely.
Let me pull some questions up for you.
I know. I'm trying to read them, but they're going so quick.
Yeah, I've got some back here ready to go for you. So
okay. Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
So have you gridded, DC?
Yeah, that's what caused the earthquake.
Oh, right. You did say that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, it didn't probably cause it, but then again, maybe it did, because I'm sure I'm not the only one who is sending light to that area.
Especially now. Yeah.
Wow. I can't even read that.
This is Amanda. She said that she knew things when she was little. She didn't know how. And her parents said she was gossiping and lying.
Oh. Yeah, it is. It's like, because they don't understand, if you're claircognizant, you just spout things out. I still do it to this day. Things will come out of my mouth and people look at me like, huh? Why'd you say that? And I'm like, I didn't say anything, because I don't realize that it's coming out or that anything's being said. Yeah.
And here's an interesting one. I'll read it so you don't have to strain.
Oh, yeah, because I can't see that.
Debbie Brady, she said, Elena, your mom had the same gift. That's how she knew that you were talking to the animals. She was shamed by her parents and relatives to, quote, stop that.
Probably. I know she never really talked that much about, or at least the mother I grew up with.
Yeah.
I know she grew up on a farm, and she was always trying to like make her sister-in-law look like she's the one who came from the wrong side of the tracks, when apparently it was the other way around, because she felt like she didn't fit in because people made fun of her as a kid because her dad was, I mean, literally was the milkman. He, you know, the little bottles of milk that they would put up on your door. That's what he would did to earn a living. Yeah.
And Barbara says, my spirituality came out of seeking healing for my inner child. I'll bet
That's
probably a majority of people here could relate to that.
yeah, absolutely.
And here's a note to you from Linda. Strong spirit, Dr. Elena. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Linda.
Betty says, I've always loved hearing about spirituality, what Native Americans believed as a child. Is it similar to what we are coming to? Is that right? Does that make sense? I believe what she means is with our new age woo-woo stuff, are we moving closer towards the belief systems of the Native Americans?
Pretty close. See, we don't look at it as woo-woo. It's like it was, you know, it was natural, you know, in the old, and for one, you know, Native Americans don't ever call themselves a shaman. It's not a vernacular that is used. We were in the, you know, you were either called a spiritual leader, or a medicine person. So you had a medicine man or a medicine woman, and you had the spiritual leader. The spiritual leader always had to be either a medicine man or a medicine woman, but the medicine man and medicine woman didn't necessarily. But it was that spiritual leader, it was their job to talk to the stars, to talk to the animals, to talk to the plants. You know, so it's just a way of life. You don't, and that's why, you know, when we first met, you're like, oh my God, why don't you tell people this? And I'm like, because I think everybody knows it, because I do. I figured everybody else was the same way. It turns out they're not, but they're getting closer. And that's part of what the reconciliation of the tribes are all about, because we truly are one nation, one tribe. And I have a funny story about that Spirit gave me, because I questioned them one day, because it keeps coming up. And with Black Elk's vision of the medicine wheel, he came up with the colors red, yellow, black, and white. Some tribes refuse to use black, so they use blue instead. But I asked Spirit one day, you know, just for kind of like shits and giggles. And I said, okay, I said, because I don't look at Native Americans as red, because we're not, we're brown. I don't look at Asian people as yellow. I can see the black and white part, but I couldn't really comprehend the other colors. So his explanation was, well, one day I had all my stuff out, and he says, I was deciding what to create as people on Earth. So I had these clay figures lined up in a row. And he goes, there was a little bit of a oops accident, and some paint spilled on the figures. And it just happened to be red, yellow, white, and black that hit them. He said, so you're actually rather lucky, because I also had on that palette blue polka dot, purple polka dot, green polka dot, and orange polka dot. And you guys could have ended up with those colors instead. And I was like, which is hilarious. So it's like, it doesn't matter the color of a person's skin. We are all connected. You know, animals are sentient beings. They have souls. They have a purpose down here. Even trees, they have chakras. They have one chakra, and it moves up and down the trunk. So people always ask, well, I can just go up and hug a tree. No, you can't, because there's some trees that don't want to be hugged. You always do it in a sacred manner. You ask permission, just like you would a person. Is it okay if I give you a hug? And they'll either say yes or no. Trees are the same way. Some trees don't want to be hugged. Others will. And if they say yes, because you'll feel it if it says no, and you can also feel the yes. That chakra, if it's way up here in the branches, it will come down and meet you at your heart. And then it will send love to you. So, it's like we really are all related. And this division that seems to be going on really has to stop.
Yes.
This planet was created to, or this actually United States was created to be a melting pot. And in order to have a melting pot, you're going to get people from all cultures. That's the whole idea of a melting pot. But it's the same for the whole world. This planet is free will. We all have the right to be here. Nobody can tell us what to do. Nobody can tell us anything, because we are sovereign souls. So for anybody that steps in and says, you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to do this, you have to do that, run, because that is not somebody to follow. That is not somebody to listen to. And it's not somebody that you want to be around, because they usually have very negative energy.
Yeah. Well, if it makes you queasy, uncomfortable, afraid, probably time to go the other direction.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Betty said, I liked hearing what I heard about Native Americans and their spiritual beliefs. It's not religion. That's what she was getting at. It's not religion. It's spirituality.
Yeah, it is. And I've had people question me, because I'm also a minister. And so they're like, oh, well, what church do you go to? And I'm like, none. My church is outside. If I want to go to church, I'll go take a walk out in nature.
Yeah. And you perform beautiful wedding ceremonies too.
Actually, I do.
Yeah.
I had a blast at one a couple of summers ago. It was a couple up in Scottsdale, and it was a 4th of July, and it was like I had such a blast, because I hadn't planned on going to the reception, but she's like, no, you got to come. And I'm so glad I did, because they were a hoot. And it's like sometimes, and we still kind of stay in contact once in a while, but other people just come out there. I had another couple that just came out last spring. They eloped from Missouri, and they had bought a license out in Tucson, and they had to hurry up and use it, because you only have a year once you purchase it to use it. So they drove with their 6 kids in a van, straight through. And they called me at the last minute, can you perform this wedding? And I'm like, okay, where? And it was like out in the desert. I'm like, of course. And it was like hotter, not a cloud in the sky. It was only like 110 degrees out there. I'm like, sure, I'll do it. But it was beautiful.
Yeah. It's sacred being a part of a new beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're in the Oklahoma area. So if anybody in the Oklahoma area is looking for a minister, have them look up Dr. Elena. So Harp Fiddle says, I went to a nearby Native American powwow. It felt healing and I felt at home. I think you probably find that at most powwows. Is that true?
Yeah, you do, because they welcome everyone, as long as you're respectful. and that you stand, when appropriate. It's like, and you take your hat off if you're a man. But when they do the honor guard comes in or the grand entry, as long as you stand up and you honor them, they're some of the most beautiful people to be around.
Yeah, Pamela says, thank you for sharing your story. It's a blessing. Indeed it is. And just send her lots of love and healing energy, because it took a lot of courage to come forward and share. And I believe this is the first of many such shares, because it is a story that needs to get out there. People will be inspired and maybe even find healing just from hearing the story.
Yeah.
It's powerful. Marby says, it's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Marby.
Thank you.
How about that? Marilyn felt the vibe through cyberspace. That's powerful. It's very powerful. You're getting lots of accolades and support here. See this? All this lovely love and support coming to you.
Oh, thank you all. Me too. I look forward to reading it. I have it started. I just haven't finished it.
Well, you're on the right track now. So Marilyn has a friend in Sedona that does grid work. That is so cool. Because I don't think there's many people out there doing it.
Or like me, they probably do it and they just don't tell people.
Yeah, could be. There's a lot of mysteries in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Chipasmi says, I'm sorry for what you went through with your family, but your chosen family accept you as you are and love.
Yes. That I have found out to be true. They're as kooky as I am, so that's great.
Yeah, one big metaphysical family. We accept everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Betty, for the kind words. She's sorry for what you went through.
Oh, thank you.
Pamela, thank you for the totem guide. It's great. Awesome. See, already
thank you. Yay. So what are you, Pamela? I'm curious to find out which animal you are.
She might not have had time to read it yet. Because it's been less than an hour since she got your link. So.
Oh, okay.
I'll read it. So what more do you want to tell us about those birth totems? Because that is a really deep, fascinating subject.
Well, they're interesting. Well, all the totems are interesting because I work with so many, but it was really challenging for me because I really don't know what month I was born in. I have to trust spirit on when they say I was born. And I can't even, I don't even remember if I go with when they say I was born. I don't even know what the birth totem is for that month. Because I mainly work with the power animals. So I mostly work with my bear, who is the main one.
That's a Kodiak bear, right?
Yeah, she's a huge Kodiak bear. And oh my God, the stories that are going to be coming out in the bear book are hilarious. Oh, and some of them are kind of scary because she's a protector. And so she would, but the first one, because she showed up when I was about 5. That's about as early as I can remember. But we would be camping. And all of a sudden, this bear would show up and she literally would rip all 4 of the other ones apart and leave me standing there and start coming toward me, which of course caused me to start screaming bloody murder, which of course woke everybody up in the house, including myself. And of course, because I dream in very, very vivid color. And my mom would come rushing in there. Oh, it's just a dream. Shut up and go back to sleep. Well, it wasn't just a dream. She was there to warn me or to protect me so that I could survive everything that they were doing to me. Well, when we were I was probably about 6, we were in Yellowstone. And we they have those pull-off places where you can, the scenic outlooks. And they had a huge one that we pulled off in, and we were going to go look over the top of the mountain at the scenery. And all of a sudden, this huge crowd of people that were up, already up toward the outlook, they started screaming and running for their cars. And because we're not up there yet, we have no idea what's going on. And we're looking like, what the heck? And, over the top of the mountain came a big bear. And she stopped and she looked and looked and looked. And then she came back to where we were standing. And zoom, she came right after us. So like my dad, like any self-respecting person would do, did he make sure his wife and kids and mother-in-law were safe first? No, he took off for the car. My mom was right behind him. And then my older brother, who was a year older than I was, and then me, and then my grandma was behind me with my younger brother, who was like 3 at the time. So she had him like holding his hand like this and was running. So he was like flying behind her because she was running so fast. By the time I got to the car, my mom and dad were safely in the car with the door shut. My older brother had run around to his side of the car, gotten in. So I'm standing there with the door open. My grandma throws my younger brother in. She climbs in. And then I climb in, shut the door, and the bear went whoop, hit the car, and then kind of slid down. And she got up right in my face and she goes, "Are you okay?" And I was like, huh? Bears talk? And I mean, I was only 6 at the time, and this freaking bear was talking to me. And I'm like, I'm okay. What else are you supposed to say? But that's how they show up, so she came out of my dreams into real life to check on me.
That must have felt so incredible.
It was weird, and it was like, bears talk? But my cat
processed and realized that she cared that much.
Heck, I was 5 years old or 6 years old. It was just, to me, it was just like, bears talk. Okay. And it gets put somewhere else in your brain and you don't think about it. And then years later, after I moved from Vegas to Phoenix, the mountain lion did the same thing. She stopped me. I was trying to get the townhouse ready for the new renter coming in, and I still had some of my stuff up in the townhouse. So after work one weekend, I decided to drive up there on a Friday night, and the road was empty. And I was like, "Oh, this is kind of weird because it's usually pretty busy. Why is the road empty?" And how when you go past something and you're like, did I just see what I thought I saw on the road? And so, of course, I backed up the car, and there are the mountain lions standing right there on this edge of the road. And she's like, "Pull over. We need to talk." I'm like, okay. I have no idea what we talked about, but she kept me there for like at least a half an hour. And then she goes, "Okay, you can go now." And I'm like, "Okay, bye." And she went off, and then she stopped to look at me. She goes, "No, really, it's okay. You can go." I'm like, "Okay." And I drove more up into the mountain, and then I found out why she had stopped me. Because a semi, either the guy fell asleep or he was trying to go around the mountain curve too fast. He lost all the pallets on the back of his truck. And his cab had gone over the edge, so it was just kind of swinging.
Wow.
And if I had been going at the speed I was going at the time, I would have been there right when he did that, and I could have possibly have gotten hurt. So she stopped me. So that's how animals can come in and help us. You know, my own cat did this when I first lived in Tulsa. Medicine Bear, who unfortunately passed away this past February, showed up in my dreams. Well, I didn't realize it was her for a while, but apparently I had quit breathing in my dream. And I'm a lucid dreamer, so I knew something was wrong. And all of a sudden, this person shows up because she came in the form of a young man. And she goes, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, I was like, you know, like I had just been running. And I was like, "Yeah, I need water." And she looked at me again and she goes, "Do you need help?" And I'm like, "Yeah, give me some water." You know, sometimes we think we need something that we don't really need. And she looked at me and she goes, "If you need help, you need to ask for help." I'm like, "Okay, I need help." And I immediately saw 2 hands come down from heaven, one at my feet and one at my head and shoulders, and flip me onto my side. And the coughing and the gagging and the choking woke me up. And she was staring right at me. "Are you okay?" And I'm like, I'll be dang, the freaking cat came into my dream to let me know that I wasn't breathing and I needed help. So, I mean, and there's so many more stories. I mean, that's why these books are trying to be getting, written, because they can help so many people.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a great comment here from Debbie that you have to see. Can you read that?
Huh? Oh.
Can you see it or should I read it to you?
Oh, Debbie.
She's got your number.
You know me too well.
Yes.
But thank you. Yes.
True. I hope it's the impetus that carries you forward, because you've got so much of it written. If you just apply yourself for a short period of time, you can have that book ready.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm here, because I have nothing here. All my stuff is in storage, and they have me here for the winter. And it basically what I was told is you are to write. Yeah.
They are correct. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else you got. Thank you for sharing. You're a generous spirit. Indeed, she is.
Oh, thank you.
And you got a lot of answers here about the animal totem. Harp fiddle's a snake.
Ah.
What's the most prominent thing about snake that comes to mind?
Their transformation.
So if you
And
have
it's also,
is it transformation all the time, nonstop, or what is that? How does that work?
well, you have to remember with a snake, it usually sheds its skin.
There you go. Okay. Cyclical.
So it's cyclical, and you're literally, like I said in the prayer, it's like you shed your skin, but you do it all at once, and then they just leave the skin behind. So when they separate that last piece of their tail from their skin, they go on. They don't turn around and look back. Oh, wait a minute. I need to grab that piece because I want to take it with me. No, they leave it behind and they go forward into the new. They don't stop and say, oh, I need to carry this baggage with me. So we can learn a lot from snakes. And I've had some beautiful experiences with snakes, especially in Florida, because we used to go down to Busch Gardens and I would always put the snakes around my neck. And I'm just like, oh, can I take them home? But even with a rattlesnake, I almost stepped on one once and he rattled, and I'm like, okay, dude, listen up. And I was a kid at the time, visiting an aunt in Michigan. And I said, I'm not going to hurt you if you don't hurt me. If you want that path, I'll go that way. And it was like, oh, okay. And it uncoiled because it was a rattlesnake. It uncoiled itself and it went that way, but it stopped to look to make sure I was going to go the direction I said I was. And I did. So again, it's if you pay attention and you communicate with them.
Yeah.
You know, I've had the same experience with tarantulas. I had a tarantula that I met out in Scottsdale while I was picking up choya and saguaro, because I used to make walking sticks and prayer handles for my fans. And oh my God, he wanted to come home with me so much, and he kept following me, and I kept saying, "You can't come home with me. The cats will kill you." And he didn't care. I would turn around, start walking, and he'd be right behind me. And I'm like, I had to stop 3 times, tell him no. And literally he went, and then he kind of turned and started walking away, and he looked back and he was like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, like, you can't come home with me. So animal, they're just fun to play with.
Yeah.
Because they have so much to teach us.
Yeah. Linda says hers is a salmon. What do you get from salmon?
Well, bears like to eat salmon. No. But salmon, when you think about the life of a salmon, look at how they always go back home. And they will fight to go upriver to get home. It's like that. And, most of the time we're always told we need to flow with the water to go downstream. But with a salmon, they do, especially to get home, and they will swim for miles and miles and miles and days and days and days when they know it's time for spawning to get home.
Awesome. And Betty says, talking and learning from ancestors and spirits is what she meant. She loved that part. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go quickly because our time is almost up.
Okay.
Judy's a goose.
I love geese. Oh. They are so fun. They can be ornery as all get out, but they are so much fun.
And you're always hanging out with geese at the river.
I know.
Totem's a bear. Now, if totem is a bear, does it delineate which bear?
Nope.
So you just have to kind of figure that out for yourself.
Usually, well, if you're in the book, I think that one specifically is the brown bear, which technically there is no such thing as a brown bear. All brown bears are really black bears. It's just a kind of a, what do they call it? The gene.
So the mutation?
Yeah, it's a mutation. So all brown bears are, unless it's a grizzly, that's totally different. Yeah. But if it's just a regular a brown bear is basically a black bear.
Okay. And let's see. Pamela's a woodpecker.
Oh.
So we have more snakes and bears. Let's see. What else do we have? Cheapass was delayed on a drive-through with emergency vehicles. Wasn't by an animal, but they were delayed. And yeah, very often the angels and guides will do that for you to save you.
Yes, they will.
Okay, so Maureen, you missed the bulletin that we were talking about earlier.
How do you find out what your animal totem is? Well, if you're looking for your actual animal, the power animal, the easiest way is you can kind of there's a few different ways For one, you can look to see what you were drawn to as a child. Because a lot of times you'll have a stuffed animal, or you always, you know, if you go to the zoo, you'll always be drawn to the same animals over and over and over again. But as an adult, you can always take a shamanic journey to the lower world. And it's the same way you meet your spirit guide if you don't know who that is. But when you go to the lower world, you ask specifically before you start the shamanic journey, you put the intent out that you're going to meet your power animal. And then when you get to the lower, and getting to the lower world, you can do, you use drumming. It works better than just like a rattle, because a rattle basically works to break up energy and to really, you know, get the spirits to pay attention. But a drum is the heartbeat of Mother Earth. And when you go on a shamanic journey down to the drum, I've gone down several ways. Sometimes people use a tree trunk or the roots of the tree. Sometimes I use an elevator if I'm really lazy. Sometimes I'll go down a rabbit hole. And then if I really want to get down there fast, I go down a slide. So, you know, whatever the imagination can come up with is how you can get there. But then once you're down there, you ask your power animal to present itself, and you do it 3 times. If it comes out and is growling at you or hissing at you or snarling at you, send it back, because that's not your animal. You ask again for it to come out. And if you get the same animal 3 times, you know that is your main power animal. Because a power animal is different than your birth totem.
And you do those shamanic journeys with people.
Yes.
You get their power animal and other things.
Right. Yeah, because you can find out your spirit guide, because a lot of people don't know that they have spirit guides, or if they do, they kind of like to meet them. And spirit guides normally don't have names that we can pronounce, so they'll just give us a name that we either knew them in another lifetime or that we recognize, because we can't pronounce most of their names on the other side.
Yeah. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we are past 6 o'clock, so we have to say goodbye to Dr. Elena and move on to our next guest. So Dr. Elena, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to watching the rest. I know Irish Granny, I believe, is coming up.
Yes, she is. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see her reading for Mahaina.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So from my heart to yours, thank you from the depths, because I truly appreciate you stepping out of your comfort zone to be here for us today.
Well, thank you for asking, and I'm glad my guides kicked me enough that I said yes.
It was all perfect aligned timing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was.
Okay. Have a fabulous rest of the day, and we hopefully will talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks. Bye, everyone.
Bye. So how's everybody feeling out there? We are officially past the halfway point. And next up, we have Irish Granny, who's going to do a Lenormand reading on Gaia. Now, this is recorded, and she will come on after the recording for Q&A. She's got a little short window before she has something else to do to join us and answer questions. So hang on to your hats. If you're not used to Lenormand, it's a little intense.
Kate Falcha. Welcome to Irish Granny Tarot. This is a bit of a departure for me. I am going to do a Lenormand card reading on Gaia, Mother Earth. So this is a departure in several different ways. I have never done a Lenormand reading alone. I have done it with my good friend and mentor in this, Nate, who's taught me how to do it. This is going to be interesting because I've never done it on not a walking, talking, living person, but there is certainly a school of thought and a growing belief in science that the earth is an organism, a living organism in and of itself, with systems like we have organ systems, lungs, heart, and they're interactive, they're interdependent, and we play a part on that. And so I have this layout here in front of me. Now I'm hoping that Debbra is going to do her computer magic. Somehow show you the card layout.
Sorry, bear with me a second. I practiced this ahead of time to get the two of them on the stage together. And for some reason, it's not wanting me to do that. So just hang with me. I'll get it here. We'll just let Helen pause until I get both she and the picture up there.
However, just in case,
Sorry, I've been talking to you and I realized you can't hear me when I'm backstage. I was just saying this is a great time to take a break if you need a break while I figure out how to get this file up there. And then I'll start Helen up again. Next time I'll know I have to do it 2 different ways to make sure that it works. Where is that file? Here it is. Okay, so I should be able to share that screen. All right, I'm going to get me out of here and bring the picture up. There's that. All right, I'm going away and I'll bring Helen back.
before the day that this is shown to you,
Okay, you guys, this is not working. So what I'm going to suggest is take a screenshot of this picture. It's not going to let me show them both at the same time for some bizarre reason, because it's recorded, I suppose. So take a screenshot, put it aside so that you can follow the pictures as Helen is talking, and hopefully that will work out.
uploaded the photograph of this grand tableau, means big table, and you'll be able to download it and copy it, or just look at it on your phone and follow along. I know it's frustrating not being able to see the cards. I just don't have the technology. I don't have the access to do that. So first, a little bit about Lenormand. It's an old form of divination using a set of 36 cards, little pictures, and you'll see them as we go along. And it's a little bit like doing multi-dimensional chess. It matters what the card is. It has a meaning. It matters where you place the card on the grid. 36 cards laid out in 4 rows of 8. Starting in the upper left corner, that's card number 1. Moving horizontally, card number 2. Till you get to number 8, you start your second row. Card number 9, etc., etc. At the bottom, you have 4 cards left. They kind of go in the center bottom, and they're special. They're important, and we'll talk about that when we get to them. What matters is not only what your card means on face value, not only the position it has, which we call a house. So the first card in this Lenormand spread that we look at in the upper left corner is the man. So this has a meaning, and where it's placed on the spread has a meaning. It's in position number 1. Position number 1 is the house of the rider. That influences the man. That they work together to give us more nuance. And then the cards that are all around influence as well. The cards all the way horizontally tell a narrative. The cards all the way vertically in that row tell a narrative. We can go diagonally and come up with more nuance, more information. You can get a lot of information from a Lenormand reading. I'm going to do my best. We'll see how this unfolds. Now, I've written a lot of stuff out because I find I have trouble keeping track of everything if I don't at least have some notes to which to refer. So don't be put off by the fact that I'm referring to them, because I really do need them. There's just so much information here. I can't keep it in my head. So let's begin. And when you shuffle, before you put these out, you decide in your head which card will be the subject of your reading. Well, the subject of our reading is Gaia, so I decided the woman card. This is the woman card, 29. Where does she show up in the reading? Well, very interesting. She shows up in the house, number 24, the house of the heart. Gaia is about love. Gaia is about compassion. Gaia has nothing but love and compassion for all of us and the earth. She is the earth, right? What matters here, because she's our subject, is where she is in relationship to the vertical and the horizontal. The higher up you go, the more control and free will decision-making ability you have in the reading. The lower down you are, the more you're subject to the vagaries of fate and other people's decisions. The closer you are to the left, the more to the past. The closer you are to the right, the more to the future. If her card were in the center, everything to her left would be her past, everything to the right would be her future. She is all the way over in the right. So the future is yet to be determined. And why is that? Because she's in the 3rd horizontal row, so she's got 16 cards at the top over her head. She has the burden over her head of what we're doing. And I decided to make this card humans. I know it's very gendered, but we talk about the family of man, mankind. It just helped me keep track. And there is no other real card that would be appropriate. So this is humanity. This is human people, the population. This is the earth. And if you look where they are in relationship to each other, humanity is up in the top left corner. From the very beginning, we've been in control of all of this. From the very beginning, our free will decisions have determined everything leading up to where Gaia is today. And we're going to get really into that. So she's the future. She is the future. And her destiny is determined by our decisions. She's in the house of the heart. This is a burden on her heart. She has compassion and love for humanity and for the world. And now we're going to get more into it. So one of the important things to look at when you do one of these readings is what cards do you have at the very center? So in this reading, our center cards are, everything's backwards, the fox and the stars. On face value, the fox is about a couple of different things. Usually it's about work. And sometimes it can be about, slyness. That would be literal. But it's about work, and the stars are about our destiny. So let's look at the fox first. The fox is in the position of the house of the garden. It's in slot number 20. If you count across, you get 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, the fox. It's in the house of the garden. I think that that's significant because the garden, nature, outdoors. Now, I assigned a couple of cards as we went along, depending on the context, what seemed appropriate. So the garden I took to be nature. The tree I took to be nature. Some of the animals reflect our relationship to nature. We'll talk about that when we get to them. It's a little bit more specific. So the fox, our work, is nature. This is our job, our responsibility. And this whole story is about how our work, industry, has affected nature. The fox right above it has the lily. And in this reading, the lily is in position number 12, the house of the birds. The lily is about peace and wisdom, kind of the settled calm and knowledge of old age, Zen. That would be the aspiration that we would have for how we interact with our labors and the planet. It's kind of telling us that we need wisdom. This is something to which to aspire. We need to be in partnership with the earth. And that's reiterated by having the ring right underneath the fox. So the fox, above it is the need for wisdom. Below it is the need for partnership with the planet. And it's sandwiched between the book and the stars. Now, the book, on face value, is about knowledge, reading, education, research. In this particular case, it's in the house of the tower. I thought that was really significant because what we're talking about here then is government entities like the IRS and taxes and the FBI and the CIA. And on the other side of it, other side of the fox, is the stars, which are our destiny. They're in the house of the mountain. That's not the best thing in the world. The house of the mountain is about delays and obstacles. So the narrative that we get here is that our relationship with the earth is predicated by what we've done on the planet. Really the industry that we've involved ourselves in. And the fox is next to the bear, catty-cornered to the bear, which is about money. And that's determines some of our industry choices. And the other corner is next to the clouds, which are about confusion. They're in the house of the child. So that's about overpopulation. So our work is cut out for us. Our key to all of this, the key that touches the bottom corner of the fox, is accessing the knowledge of data and wisdom and scientific research. And it's in the house of the letter, which is about documents and records and keeping track of information, numbers and data. So just to reiterate, the fox is in need of wisdom. The fox needs to honor its contract with the planet. We've made some very confused choices about things like money and industry and population. We've affected our destiny. We've delayed the direction of our destiny. However, there's a reason for some optimism because we do have access to knowledge. We have access to the powers of government to do the right thing if we can get them to do that. And the fox touches corners to the fish. This is the fish. happens to be in the house of the woman, Gaia. So industrial relationship to the planet, to the oceans, to Gaia can be positively changed, and the impact can be affected if we're resourceful. So let's keep going. We'll return to some of this in a while, but we have a contract with Gaia, and the ring is right next to the fish in the woman's house, and that's significant. Okay. Let's look at, we looked at the stars, we looked at the fact that the stars are confused, we looked at the house of the child. I think we've covered all the important central issues. Let's look at the corners. So at the bottom corner, we have the dog in the house of the ring. It's about loyal partnerships, loyalty to our partnerships and our friendships. We have the man in the house of the rider. This is about everything being in our hands, a new approach, new ideas, new projects in our hands. And the dog and the man are in the same vertical row, way over in the past. Our approaches have not really been in partnership. We'll talk about that in a moment. That snake there, that's a significant influence. The snake is about making superficial gestures and betraying our partnership with Gaia. The other corner, we have the mice at the bottom. Mice are about nerves, you get that sense of that, anxiety. And they are in the house of the moon. The moon is about great emotion. So we're talking about emotional distress. And it's right under Gaia. She's feeling it. At the very top right-hand corner, we have the heart. And this is where it's about love, but its position is about change. The challenge of change, the possible trauma of change. It's also about forgiveness for wrongdoing. So what we're looking at is a narrative that connects our partnership with Gaia, our relationship to the earth, the anxiety and concern and emotions that we've caused by our superficial behaviors, and then the trauma that's a result, but Gaia's willingness to forgive. So Gaia is in partnership with man. She will forgive. She feels the trauma, but in her far right vertical row, it does talk about forgiveness. It talks about concern, and we're going to get to those rows right now. Gaia's in the far right row vertically, the 8th vertical row. And interestingly, she's looking at her past. She's looking at what we have done. And I think I get a sense of this, a sense of observation, a sense of waiting. What are we going to do next? And a sense of apprehension. I think she feels anxious and threatened. That would be the mice below her. Very emotional. It's in the house of the moon, extreme emotion. She's in the house of the heart, which is love for the earth, love for us. Our destiny, this card here, and for some endlessly confusing reason, this is called the whip, but it looks like 2 brooms. Different decks have different pictures, sort of. So when I say the whip, I mean the broom. And it's in the house of the stars, and it's about decisions about our destiny. They're in our hands. Our destiny is in the stars. And she will forgive if we make the right choices. This is right next to the bouquet, which is about happiness, joy. The bouquet touches the corner with the heart, more happiness, more joy. There's cause for optimism here. There's a lot of scolding of us, a lot of pointing out of what we've done wrong, but there's cause for optimism. So let's try to pursue that. So that's the vertical row. Gaia is right next to the rider. This is about new approaches. He's in also the house of the mice, which is always about nerves and anxiety. So there's a sense of apprehension in her. I told you I felt that sense of apprehension. The bouquet is in the house of the bear. I think that we've made a lot of decisions about money and a lot of decisions about the earth based on money. And that repeats itself throughout this reading. We're going to see that. This has been a problem. We've made very superficial, selfish decisions that have hurt Gaia. Let's look at her horizontal row. She's on the third horizontal row, the row that starts with the sun. Sun is a very positive card, very optimistic. And it's in the house of the storks. It's talking about cooperation, partnership, success, victory. Despite the man and the snake, despite the obstacles of the mountain, despite all the obstacles and issues that we've put in its path, we still have reason to be optimistic. The sun is victory, success, enlightenment, what you would think the sun would be. It's sitting right next to the clover, which talks about opportunities, chances, good luck, making great decisions that advance your luck in life. The sun is touching corners with the tree, which is a positive effect on the earth if we make the right decisions, despite the snake. The snake is sitting there reminding us that we've made very superficial decisions. We've made superficial gestures towards helping the planet. There hasn't been a lot of real commitment behind that. Let's focus on the row, the horizontal row that Gaia is in, and then we'll go more into the snake row as we move. But so the sun is success. The clover is about great opportunities. The book, number 26, is in the position of the tower. It's talking about the government leaning on the experts, discoveries and revelations of science. There is this ability of us to access knowledge if we don't close our minds to it. If we determine that we're going to do it, they'll get data. Let me give you an example. The tobacco companies, look at how long they hid the results of their studies, that they knew the damage that smoking did, and they hid it from the public for money. So this is kind of the narrative here. The fox, once again, we're back to the fox, which is about our work, our relationship to the planet as far as our work. So I'm thinking industry. I'm thinking the things like logging and fishing and mining and expansion of development that cuts down trees and clearing the rainforest and all those sorts of negative effects. We need to work on our garden. It's in the house of the garden. This is nature. This is us being told, do your research. Stop worrying about the money. Use some wisdom. Clear up your cloudy minds. Reach for the stars. The stars are our destiny. The star card is in the house of the mountain. This talks about delay, obstacles, and specifically passivity and laziness on our part. So now we know. I would say avarice as well, but The next card is the house, and it's in the house of the crossroads. I looked at the house as sort of another iteration of the planet, our home, and it's tied up in decisions about money, decisions about the planet is affected by decisions about population. That's what that cloud is, confused relationship to population. It's tied up in the decisions we've made, the bouquets in the house of the bear, decisions we've made about how we make our money, how we spend our money, how we allocate our budgets. Then we get the rider in the house of the mice, so apprehensive about changes on the planet. This is talking somewhat about our reluctance to do things differently, our inability to be really creative. That's what that bouquet is telling us, be more creative. And then, of course, we come to Gaia, the heart of the matter, the heart of everything, and her wisdom, recognizing all of these narratives. So around Gaia, let's look at the cards that surround her. On one side is the unknown future. Below her are the mice, which are apprehensive and emotional. Next to them is the scythe, which is in the house of the sun. This is the opportunity for positive change. This is a positive card. It doesn't look terribly positive, but it really is a positive card. Next to her is the rider. This is the apprehension that we feel about change, and her acknowledgement that if we're apprehensive about changing, she's apprehensive too, hoping we're going to make the right decisions. So this is free will. This is karma. This is our lessons here. She may get sick of us and shake us off or explode us off or something, you know, volcanoes or whatever. But we're being given lots and lots of chances, lots of opportunities before we end up at the end of the reading and the end of this story. We have around her the bouquet, which is in the house of the bear. She is acknowledging that our choices are often predicated by money, and it clouds our creativity and our ability to think outside the box. Think about things that would be, you know, like experimental, I don't know, flying cars. I'm making that up. I don't know. But she's acknowledging that our priorities are wrong. And then something that I think is really interesting, and I'm not entirely sure how to analyze this. I'm going to interpret this just because I like this interpretation. Above Gaia are, well, the brooms, the whip. In the house of the stars, and this can be interpreted as space travel. I thought that was really interesting. I think our future lies in our relationship to the universe, to the cosmos. We need to move beyond this planet, not because we need to get away because we've wrecked what we've got. I don't think that's what it's saying. I think it's just saying our destiny is to join a cosmic community. And that's what she wants for us. But we're not ready. If we can't take care of our own planet, they don't want us infecting other planets with our stupidity. So there's this decision-making, this sense of opportunity, possibilities exist. What are we going to decide? And whatever we decide, the culmination is the heart. And the heart is in the house of the coffin, change. It acknowledges the trauma that we've created, but it talks about love and forgiveness as well. See if I've gotten everything around her. Oh, one of the things that needs to be discussed, the bouquet is in the house of the bear and touching the tower. And I get the sense that this is a commentary about our taxes. It's about money, and it's being creative with our money and creative with the money we put into politics. But a lot of emphasis in this reading about political role, the legal role in all of this. One person can't do it alone. Individuals cannot do it alone. We can recycle all we want, but this is going to take massive creative change. And there are some suggestions here, so we're going to get to those. So let's now start at the top row and read across the top row and see what we get. There are plenty of different ways to interpret these cards, but I get to pick because Nate's not here. So this is going to be fun. At the very top left-hand corner is the man in the position of the rider. This is humanity. From the very beginning, we're the new thing here on the planet. Our relationship to the tree is about our decisions in nature. Below us is the snake. It's about our superficial decisions made for the wrong reasons. Next to the man is the cross. This means hope. This means we're in crisis, but we have new opportunities. We're at a crossroads. We're at a crossroads for change. The crossroads here is in the house of the ship. This is about movement, change, leaving behind. It could be literally moving. You know, I hope it doesn't mean going off planet. I don't think it does. Moving away from what hasn't served us, moving into a new relationship with the planet. Next to that is the letter, and that's that feathered letter here. It's the letter, the feathered pen. And I thought this was really interesting because of the position it's in and its relationship to other things. It's actually talking about contracts having to do with land. It's in the house of the house. Real estate contracts, mortgages. I think it's speaking of something more broadly. It's about our contractual relationship to the land. And I forgot to mention that the crossroads, interestingly, in the house of the ship, yes, we need to move along, but another interpretation of that can just be transport, vehicles. And I thought, oh, isn't this interesting? The things that man has affected the planet with, vehicles, how we treat the land. The next card is the child. It's in the position of the tree, which means it's a spiritual relationship with nature, but it also has to do with population. So we're talking our transport, our combustion engine. We're talking about how we treat land. We're talking about population effects. The next card is the tower, and it's in the house of the clouds. Our laws are all over the place. They're confused. They're not clear-eyed. They're not prioritizing nature. We've made compromises. That's what the birds are in the house of the snake. It's about unhappy compromises. It's about partnerships that are not real on the up and up. And what does that come to? That comes to the heart in the house of the coffin. Change, and not such great change. Change with the potential of optimism, but also change about pain in the heart, grief. This remains to be seen. We determine it. We make our free will choices. Let's go back to the snake. This would be the second horizontal row from the top. The snake, as I've said before, because of its location, it's about superficial gestures towards doing something good for nature. And it can also mean illness. And it's next to the tree, which is about health, but we're taking the tree to mean also the health of the planet, nature. So this is a narrative that talks about man has taken the opportunity to make decisions that have been unhealthy for nature and the planet, and coincidentally for ourselves. Moving on, we get to that's something important that I should tell you. The tree is in the house of the scythe, which represents extractions. And I thought, oh, isn't that interesting? We're talking about mining. We're talking about the things, the resources we've stolen from the planet. Right next to the bear, which is about money, income, that same repeating theme. We've been naive. We get to the lily, number 30, which is in the house of the birds. This is about wisdom of consultants. This is about taking advantage of the knowledge of people with experience. But what have we done? We're here with our heads in the clouds. We've not been clear-eyed. We've ignored them. We've rejected their advice. But we have an opportunity for clarity. That's why the clouds are next to the anchor. The anchor is about stability. We can get clarity about work. The anchor is in the house of the fox, the house of jobs. We can end our chaotic relationship with the planet, move away from the naivete that has driven us, and maybe the greed. And we have an opportunity for clarity. We've prioritized the wrong things. And once again, we're back at the bouquet, prioritizing money, and then back to the whip, the brooms, in the house of the stars. Our destiny is to join the cosmic family. So we're tying ourselves down. We're delaying our destiny by our actions. Now we've done the row with the sun. That's the row Gaia is in. We've done that horizontal row. So let's get to the last horizontal row, last full. Horizontal row starts with the dog. And I feel very strongly that this is a message to us about partnership. It's in the house of the ring. And who are we in partnership with? The earth, ostensibly. But that relationship, which has such potential for success, such potential for good choices and good luck, is stymied. It's obstructed by the mountain. And the mountain is in the position of the book. What this is telling us is we need more knowledge. We need knowledge specifically about nature and specifically about, I thought this was so interesting because I looked these things up, geology, the planet. We need a better understanding of our planet, how it works, how the systems of it interact. We are foolishly naive about all of this. We act with impunity, avail ourselves of resources, don't worry about the consequences. The key here is in the house of the letter and right below the book. And I'm interpreting that to mean that the answer to our problems is knowledge and the data. We need to pay attention to the research and the data. There are facts and figures out there that if we took them on face value for what they truly mean, factual information, we would be better prepared. We would have the tools to know what decisions to make. Next to the key is the ring. It's in the house of the man. I believe what this is saying is that we have this contractual obligation. We have this relationship. It's like a marriage to Gaia. And we are intimately involved in all of that goes on here. It's our responsibility. Above it is the fox, the work that we do. Next to it are the stars, our destiny and our laziness. Next to the other side of it is the key to it being knowledge. And below it are the storks, which are in the house of the fish and talk about expanding our knowledge, expanding our world. Next, and the ring is next to the fish, which are in the house of the woman. This is Gaia is telling us, be resourceful, think independently, expand your horizons. Moving on from the fish, we come to the moon. The moon is in the house of the lily. The moon is about emotions, dreams, psychic ability, metaphysics. And it's in the house of the lily. I think it's talking about, what did I write down here? The Gaia is saying be resourceful. I think she's saying we need to be visionary. We need to access our internal intuitive knowledge besides everything else, besides facts, besides common sense. This is a warning. This side in the house of the sun says there are positive decisions to be made, but decisions nevertheless. And there's a great deal of emotional distress around the decisions we have been making affecting Gaia. So this is a narrative of a partnership that's been delayed, advances that have been delayed from a lack of accepting the facts, believing the facts, taking the advice of experts, understanding the planet from a material scientific point of view, honoring our contract with Gaia, expanding our horizon. She's wanting us to do that. The fish, and and I also wonder how much the oceans play into this. We'll talk about that. But she wants us to be visionary. She wants us to stop, get our heads out of the clouds, literally get our heads out of the clouds and start using our brain and our wisdom that's there for us to access to make the right kinds of decisions. Now we're going to move on to the vertical rows, starting with the man on the far left. We get man making superficial gestures. That's what that snake is about, which interferes with our partnership with nature, makes it hard for us to get the progress that really is possible, the success that really is possible, makes it hard for us to make the good decisions, and it creates obstacles to our evolution, our spiritual evolution. This is about spiritual evolution. We're going to talk about the bottom row here soon enough, which is a real crucial row, but we're in a karmic relationship with the planet. That we're not here just because. We're here purposefully, and we're in a karmic relationship, and every choice we make here not only affects Gaia, but affects our evolution, our spiritual karmic evolution. And the bottom of this vertical row is the dog. This is telling us that we have betrayed this partnership. We've been disloyal. It can go better. I mean, the sun and the clover are very, very positive cards. And it can go better if we took the opportunity, if we go diagonally to the clover, diagonally to the bear, diagonally to the letter. If we took smart opportunities to access money, to treat the planet as though we were compassionate mothers of the planet, and end up treating land better, that would be a good thing. If you look at the man connected to the tree, connected to the book, the ring, and the ship, you get another story. You get a story of relationship to the planet that requires wisdom, involves a contract that needs to be moved, advanced, brought forward. Okay, let's look at the second vertical row, starting with the cross in the house of the clover. This means hope. The cross in that house means hope. Sometimes means religion or metaphysical stuff, mystical stuff. But it means hope for recovery. The clover and the tree together are talking about recovery. If we make the right decisions, we have to spurn the snake. How interesting the snake is right next to the tree. I'm just saying, does bring the Garden of Eden to mind. I can't help it. But we need to work with experts and work in part with nature. We need more knowledge. There's this real clear narrative of decisions that are made that are not made with the full knowledge and understanding of what we're doing here on this planet. We really need, in that mountain that's in the house of the book, we need a better understanding of nature. We're woefully ignorant. We're willfully ignorant. Okay, let's go to the third row, the crossroads. This is in the house of the ship. We are at a crossroads. We can move from where we are. We can make decisions for a new path. Interestingly enough, it can also symbolize the combustion engine. And I just think that, these readings have layers. They're nuanced. One of the things that we need to rethink, I'm just saying, we have to prioritize care of the planet and how we spend the money that we have, the tax money we have. We have to prioritize access to government agencies, science, and knowledge. The key, which is the answer to everything, is in the house of the letter, about data, about information accumulated, but it's right above the garden. And we haven't talked about this row yet. The garden's just exactly what it looks like. It's the great outdoors. It often talks about public, you know, how you're perceived by the public, how you relate to the public, going out into the public. I don't know, going to Costco, you know. But in this case, I think it means what it means. The great outdoors. The key is our relationship to the great outdoors and our need for understanding of the great outdoors and the ring, the contract we've made with the great outdoors, and the lack of knowledge that we don't have about the great outdoors. Next to the stork, which is about partnerships and changes. And the answer about the great outdoors is a karmic lesson. We'll get back to that. Let's go to the fourth vertical row, which starts with the letter in the house of the house. I mentioned earlier, I felt like that had to do with our use of the land rights, contractual things that we've done to our home. And the house is our home. And this is the use of the land. And it's debated and clouded by the lily, which is in the house of the birds. You know, getting together with people and making deals and stuff that are not necessarily consulting with people, but not truly with a clear mind, with greed in mind. The bear, the land rights, the fox. There's this sense of using the earth and not being in full partnership with the earth. Once again, you know, the fox is in the house of the garden. This is a crucial relationship, how we work with the planet, how we treat the planet when we work, crucial. We've prioritized industry, and we have to renew this contract with Gaia. We have to improve this contract, and we have to expand our approach. This is about change and making new partnerships, which we'll talk about when we do that bottom horizontal row. The next row vertically starts with the child, and the child is in the house of the tree. So I think we're naive about how we treat the earth. We're immature about how we treat the earth. But it indicates a spiritual relationship with the earth, and it also indicates overpopulation. And it's right above the clouds. The clouds are in the house of the child, and that indicates overpopulation. And I think, you know, when you see the same message repeated in a variety of ways, I think it's important to pay attention to it. Moving down to the stars, we get once again that message of our destiny blocked by confusion and chaos, our destiny blocked by being in the house of the mountain. The obstacles are passivity and laziness, relating to the house, relating to the work, relating to the earth, relating to the work we do, relating to how we spend money. The anchor in the house of the fox talks about the jobs, the work we do. Our destiny is stymied by all of these choices. But at the foundation is Gaia. Right below the stars are the fish in the house of the woman. Gaia is the woman. Now, what does that mean? This gave me pause. I really thought about this a lot. I think this indicates a message. It's about being resourceful and independent, thinking independently, being creative in our approaches to things. It's about being a visionary next to the moon. I also think it's a message about the oceans. I feel that very strongly. If Nate were here, he would go on about the whales and Paul Watkins, and I think that would be appropriate. We're in a crucial moment here about the oceans. Losing the Gulf Stream. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and this is a warning. This reading is a warning. It's a message. The fish above the ship. That's an interesting combination. The fish talk about independence and movement. The ship talks about moving on and travels, and it can be metaphorical and it can be literal. In this particular case, I think it's probably about stability and change, but I think it might make reference to the movement of populations because of climate change, which is affecting the oceans, which is affecting the earth. And I think the oceans are going to play a big part if we clean them up. I think that's going to make a big difference. And water, the movement of water is a big deal, and fresh water is a big deal. But I also think that the message with the fish and the ship has to do about being resourceful and independent of our old ways and resourceful in working with the global community. I think we need to reach across the water, in a sense, and work with global community. Now we get to the tower, the vertical row with the tower, and it is in the house of the clouds, which is about confused laws, confused legalities, confused government, poor choices in politics. Beneath it is the anchor, which is about jobs again. And we're talking about industry and economic stability and the choices that we make that affect the earth. They're clouded. They're not creative. They're from, you see the birds that are in the house of the snake, they're bad compromises. They're naive and immature. These are the choices we've been making. This is how our leaders have reacted to the environment. The house is our environment. It's at a crossroads. Beneath it is a message that I think is so important from Gaia. We need to be visionary. This is about expanding our understanding. The lily is about wisdom, accumulated wisdom. We need to move beyond what we have. We need to expand that, be visionary. We're at a crisis point. And I think that the coffin at the bottom can somewhat be taken literally. I don't like to do, just a negative take on things and leave people with a bad taste in their mouth. But I don't think any of us are deluded about that. I think we need to make some crucial decisions. We're at a crossroads. This has been repeated over and over. And the house is at a crossroads. The house needs visionaries. And the house is at a point of crisis here in this change that's happening. And the coffin is touching on, just got a pat on my head. I'm just saying. The house is touching on the scythe. The scythe is in the sun. The scythe has the potential for being a message of great optimism and success and positive decision making. But we're at a crossroads, and that's what's so vitally important right now. It depends on international partnerships, I believe. Okay, so let's get to the row with the birds. And I mentioned it was in the house of the snake, which makes it about unhappy compromises, wheeling and dealing, and right next to the government. So that's a thing. This causes worrisome changes. It causes problems in the way that we address business and land use and water use and international relationships. And Gaia is strongly affected by this. The positive decisions with her being close to the sun here. She's right. She's touching corners with the scythe. The scythe is in the house of the sun. So Gaia, the heart, is touching the sun. Optimism and success. The potential exists, but it depends on our decisions. And our decisions are going to need to be new decisions. That's the rider. Our decisions are going to need to be creative. That's the bouquet. And they're going to have to be positive compromises and not the old crony compromises that have gone on for so long. So we've already done the vertical row that Gaia is in. So we've covered all the verticals and all the horizontals. So let's look at that bottom short row, which is a very important row because it's sort of the summary of the whole reading. We get I'm covering everything up here. We get the garden, the storks, the ship, and the coffin. Now, all by itself, without anything else interpreted, just where the locations are. The garden is in the house of the key. The answer is nature. What is the answer for nature? And the key is above it too. Isn't that interesting? The storks. Now, nobody's getting pregnant. This is what the stork can sometimes represent. It's not about this. It's about changes, and it's, optimistic changes, positive changes, expansion. It's in the house of the fish. So once again, we're being hinted by Gaia, think independently, think resourcefully. That's what that can mean. Next to it is the ship. The ship is in the house of the anchor. Our stability depends on our ability to reach out to other countries and to work together in partnership. The storks can also mean that. The planet, the garden, depends on our expansion and international cooperation for positive change. And that will make this card a positive card. We have to be visionary. It touches on the moon. We have to be resourceful. It touches on the fish. We have to acknowledge and be honest and loyal to our contract, our karmic contract with the planet. We have to learn more. It touches on the mountains. The park does, the garden. Touches on the mountain. The mountain is about knowledge of the earth, expanding our knowledge, accessing our scientific information and the wisdom, acknowledging that we are obligated, prioritizing that obligation, being resourceful, always keeping the planet's welfare in mind, reaching out to other countries on the globe, being visionary, not being afraid to think big and creatively. And then we will have these decisions in the house of the sun that bring about change. The coffin is change. The coffin is not necessarily a negative. It can go either way. It's up to us. And Gaia is looking over all of this and telling us, begging us, please, make the right decisions. I hope that that was enlightening. I find it remarkably accurate. Now, there are those who will say, oh, you're just infiltrating this with your own opinion. The cards to cards. Where they are and what they are mean something. And when you just write down, on a sheet of paper, I write down just superficially what I see before I interpret any of the relationships. And the narrative unfolds. It's absolutely fascinating. If you have questions, you can email me at irishgrannytarot@gmail.com. And I do readings. Nate and I do Lenormand readings together, and we've done a lot of them now, and it has been really fun. And it's great to have the both of us because we pick up on stuff together that we necessarily might not get alone. It's really interesting. We have different takes on things sometimes, and well, sometimes we have exactly the same take every time. Okay, thank you very much for watching, and let's try to remain optimistic for decisions that are being made this week and next week that will be to the benefit of the planet and Gaia. And let's appreciate Gaia for being our home and our mother. Thank you. Slancha.
Awesome. So did everybody enjoy that reading? Was that really cool? I don't know about you, but I felt like it just pretty much confirmed the state of the country and the world as we already know that it is. And it's like, clean up your crap or you're going to be toast. So let's bring on Irish Granny herself and see what she has to share with us. Here she comes. Hey there.
Hi, Deborah. Thanks for having me back.
Yes.
I hope everybody managed to figure out the Grand Tableau cards were on my community feed.
I think most people understood because I posted the link right after your note so they could just click
Oh,
that. and go.
great. Yeah. I was doing a reading and I didn't get your message for a few minutes. And as soon as I saw it, I fortunately kept that picture. I almost got rid of it the other day. So I was
Yeah.
lucky. Yeah.
Well, that was just your psychic tendencies kicking in.
No, I was lazy.
So it was a big lesson in the way StreamYard works that you can't have two shares at the same time, which makes sense now that you think about it. But when I did the test, I was using a camera and the picture, and it worked perfectly. So, oh well.
I'm just going to take your word for it.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
We can't do that again. But hey, you guys, put your questions in here for Helen about that reading.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just fine.
Okay. Good.
What? You thought something happened?
No, it's just I never trust that it's going to work the way it's supposed
Oh,
to.
yeah. It's always good to check. No, we hear you fine. So
Great.
Linda says it was very interesting. Susan liked it. The other Susan says thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Marby gave you lots of thumbs up. So questions, you guys? Did you follow? Did it make sense? Do you need clarification?
It was astounding to me how accurate it was, really.
It was validation for what we can see and feel.
Yeah.
Paying attention. Yeah.
Nate had some interesting observations because, he's been teaching me how to do this. And I sent him the picture and the reading that I did, because I handed it as my project for my teacher, and he was giving me pointers, and he had some interesting observations to make about some of the heavenly bodies, the cosmic relationships. The one thing I didn't talk about, and I can never believe what I forget to do, was global warming. And it actually came up a couple of times. The sun was very prominent at the beginning, the left-hand side. So that global warming has been an influence, I guess you would say, for a very long time. It's in the same row as Gaia was. So it's like that determines a lot of the outcome for her in the future. And the stars were, and the moon, there was a lot of cosmic astrological sort of relating going on that I kind of glossed over.
Yeah,
I absolutely glossed over.
The ocean stuff connected to global warming.
That too, and the clouds, I was really focused on, because it was related to the child card, I was focused on population, which is a factor. But he pointed out that, well, it could be even as simple as just storms,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you read that?
Yes. Well, you're quite welcome. It's a pleasure. It's fun to do. It's interesting to learn how to do it. And it's interesting to do it with something that's not a person whose variable life story I might not know, because, I live on the planet, so I kind of know what's going on. And it helps to have confirmation of things you already know about, facts that we're already aware of. It helps to validate the efficacy, the accuracy of those Lenormand cards. Yeah. Astounding.
That's why I thought it would be really interesting to have a reading on Gaia, because, that's part of what we're doing, is sending out the love and prayers for Gaia.
Well, science, I hate to bring up science, but that's where I come from. Science has kind of achieved a point now where they would very openly say that the planet itself is an organism, independent, organism, and it has systems like any other organism. We have kidneys and a liver and blood, and Gaia has the water, the air, the earth, all these different systems. And when things get out of kilter, just like for humans, the same thing for the organism that is Gaia. But it's interesting that, just the facts, scientists would acknowledge that.
Yeah. And she has consciousness. Whether they recognize that or not, we know that.
You know, I think you'd be surprised. The official story is that they don't know anything about that, and you know, and they don't talk about that or acknowledge it. Hi, Andrew. But behind closed doors, they'll tell you that they all realize there's so much more going on than mainstream science is ready to acknowledge or understands or feels they can. It's like the whole UFO ET thing.
Yeah.
They can't admit what they know to the human race. I mean, we'd all lose our collective minds and individual minds. They're afraid of the reaction. They have to titrate the information, desensitize us by putting it out a little bit at a time.
Well,
I'm glad you liked it, Andrew. It's interesting, huh? Okay.
that's why the ETs are going to take it out of their hands and come out first contact in the near future.
First contact's already happened, Deborah.
Well, you know, quote, first contact out there, really out there.
I don't know how much more out there it can get. I really don't. When the Pentagon comes out and says that they've interrelated with them, studied them, worked with them, what do you want? How much more do you want? You know?
Well, there's going to be a more blatant appearance with a message for the world. So it's going to go around all the government blocks to the people.
It's my opinion that they've already tried that, and they've tried it on a level that they thought humans would get or would resonate for people. You know, that's what Fatima was about. That's what Lourdes was about. That's what Medjugorje was about, was them trying to get these messages across, and it's something larger than human, you know, superhuman, but in a context that a lot of people could relate to, religion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't that weird? Very, 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 very confirming. And then to end with the heart, you know, for Gaia, to end with the heart and have it be that mixed message of trauma and forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
That really blew me away.
Yeah, it was spot on.
I know.
Yeah.
And you know, you can't make that up. You can interpret things wrong, but you can't make up the assigned conventional meaning of the cards.
Yeah.
Change their minds. I don't know, Andrew. You watch the weather reports. You know, I mean, come on. Superstorms, tornadoes in the very northeast, and hurricanes that cover hundreds of miles. I mean, if that doesn't convince them, I don't know. There are none so blind as they who will not see.
When it affects them personally, they'll have to believe.
That's sad truth. That's a very sad truth about people. People won't come to the defense of anybody until the problem hits their home. Then all of a sudden it's a big deal. Yeah. It's terrible.
Yeah, I feel bad for your cousins, Andrew, because the farmers have always gotten the short end of the stick. But, you know, they're going to have to wake up. You know, it's really funny. I had a hay farmer that I used to deal with who was a lefty. He was awake. He knew what was going on. And he's surrounded by dairy farms who were all very far-right people. And they just could not see that they're voting against their own interest. And then they rail against the system. It's just, I don't know what you call that.
I'm so curious, Andrew. How do they explain the changes in climate? This is not changes in weather. This is not, last winter was a bit of a rainy winter. This is extreme changes in weather that doesn't go back. It's 79 degrees in New York City this last week. It's the end of October, beginning of November, 79 degrees. That's not normal. And that's not the first year that they've started to have these abnormal temperatures. How do they explain it? I'm just curious. Maybe he can type something really fast.
Yeah, if he does, I'll put it up. Look at this one. I was wondering if somebody would ask about that. Thanks, Susan.
Well, I do believe that's validation. I have have a little support system here. Every once in a while, you'll see an orb go by. I get patted on my head when I'm on the right track. At first I used to think, God, do I have lice? What is going on here? And then I finally realized, oh my God, it feels like someone doing that. I think I'm okay. It's validation, which is wonderful, because this can be weird to be putting your neck out, and saying stuff, right?
It really is. It takes a lot of courage to step out and to say things that you can't prove that are true. And so you're getting that little pat on the head, baby. Thank you. You got it.
Yeah. I don't know how you do it. I saw you do that session with Dave Johnson. And, Deborah, I wasn't looking for it. It's funny. I just stumbled on, I was looking for a political thing. And I stumbled on, I went, well, looky here. Look what I found. So I watched it and I thought, I don't think I would have the ability. I know I wouldn't have the ability to relax and let go of control enough. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. He scared me. No, to let go, let go enough to be able to go into an altered state of any kind with a camera on me, knowing that people would be watching eventually.
I do it all the time. What are you talking about?
I know. I don't understand how you do it. I'm telling you, I don't understand how you do it.
Well, I'm the messenger, so it's my job to deliver the message, and doing it in a live format works really well. There's a great energetic connection and it's helping people. So I have to get over myself. They say, suck it up, buttercup. This is what we're asking of you. Your job as the messenger is to deliver the message.
It's funny you would say that, because I don't usually read tarot cards when I'm alone. There's something lacking in the energy. It's the knowledge that there's something that needs to be put out to be heard by multiple ears. It's like the curtains are parted and it suddenly makes sense. When I try to do it alone, it's not satisfying. It's weird.
Yeah, more from Andrew.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Andrew, I'm sure you saw that display of good taste yesterday with the microphone. Oh my God, I thought I was hallucinating. I could not. Oh, we're not going to talk about that. I'm sorry.
We can talk about that. It's all right.
Yeah, well,
We were all gobsmacked.
Larger than just politics. It's about decorum and good taste. You're wanting to represent the United States on an international stage, and this is your audition. Oh my God. I couldn't believe it.
It's just the decline. That's all. He's lost his inhibition and it's going to keep getting worse.
Yeah. That's a symptom.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Yeah.
So we're just going along for the ride. We'll just watch from a distance. Here's a question for you.
Oh, that's so nice. If that's a picture of you, you have the most beautiful hair. Oh my God. It's angelic, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
It's angelic. I think science, and it's like, I always talk, this is my chance to say this again. I say it at least once a week. Science, physics, metaphysics. Opposite ends of a continuum, and they're meeting in the middle. Right now, even as we speak. Like I said a few minutes ago, scientists are beginning to acknowledge a lot of these ideas that once would have been considered metaphysics. And the more they learn about plasma physics, electricity, energy, the flow of ions, electrons, all of that, and the more they learn about that, the more they realize that we don't know as much about physics as we thought we did. We thought the be all and end all were the Newtonian laws. And guess what? They don't always apply fully. They're acknowledging that. They're acknowledging there's more to learn, that maybe these people that we used to think were little weirdos, like remote viewers, for example, maybe there's something to that. And what's really nice is the invention of imaging machines. They can now actually have been able to take pictures, the wrong word, but X-ray type things, of the acupuncture lines. There's a term for it, but pardon?
Meridians.
Yes, it was all sort of speculation and, it's, ancient cultural belief, but we don't know if it works or not. They've actually gotten pictures of it now, and sure enough, it's actually completely what acupuncturists historically have said. So those sorts of validations are really helpful because scientists are very fact-based. They want just the facts. And that sort of ability to present them with facts allows them to maintain an open mind and move forward. So I think it's going to happen. It's just slow.
Well, science has always been hypotheses. That's not fact. That's taking a bunch of conclusions and deciding a fact, right?
But they think they're always looking for proof. We got chemistry from alchemy. We got, trying to think, physics came from, astronomy came from astrology. A lot of these things sort of evolved from something in the past. It's like a maturation and evolution of our understanding. And it'll happen if we're still around.
Yeah. Well, there's all that ancient wisdom out there that they poo-pooed for so long.
I know.
And finally coming around to seeing, well, gee, maybe there is something to that.
Do you remember studying poetry? Oh, the orbs were, scary, huh? Studying poetry in school. I remember so well. I remember the day the nun actually said this. Some poem from the Greeks, and she said, well, the Greeks, they talked about the ether. They were so quaint, they thought there was this energy field that we lived in and that we connected with, and that through that ether we connected to other beings. But now we're all, not her words, my words, now we're all sophisticated and mature, and we know better than the ancient people did. And we know that that's just, the poetic idea. And today, now this is true. They realize that there is an energy field we all dwell in that connects us all to each other. And Einstein was getting into that.
Yeah. So I'm going to speed us up a little because we just have 10 minutes left, and you've got to go because you've got an appointment, right?
It got canceled, but okay. Okay.
All right. So Andrew, glad you enjoyed this session. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. I think he's referring to our solving Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, Halloween. It was a great Halloween.
I'm hoping that somebody who's into genealogy will research that for us, that name.
Would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's see. There was some other question I saw here. I'm missing it. Oh, Mary McSorley. Here you go. Oh, so I did a past life regression with Dave, and he's posted now 2 little short videos from that session. And I think there's going to be more to come because he's trying to process a thought line here. And the one he posted the other day is really connected to Prayer-a-thon because it's talking about battling against the dark forces for the earth. It's all connected.
Interesting what he does. See, I'm fascinated by what he does too.
Yeah.
He does basically what you do, right?
Yeah, just slightly different format, sure.
Yeah. So interesting.
It is. And there's so much more to be learned. It's crazy. Yes, Carla, I agree with you entirely.
It's so pathetic. It's impossible. Oh, hello. Oh, sweet Millicent Carbuncle. It's a great name. That's so great.
Oh, how cool.
Who's they? Was that the CIA? Who did that? Because they were actively looking for people who had psychic abilities to do remote viewing for the government. The Soviets had a huge, I mean, this is not me being conspiratorial. This is actually true. The Soviets had a very successful remote viewing program, and they were psychic spies. They were spying on the United States. So the United States got people to do the same thing. And at one point, one of them said, well, I see this gigantic submarine up on like supports, you know, horses, sawhorses,
Yeah.
in the middle of a wheat field. And they said, okay, you've gone over the edge. Let's just move on to something realistic. After the Soviet Union fell, they found documentation of a project. They were building an experimental nuclear submarine in a wheat field in Ukraine. So
And we're not surprised.
No.
By the way, I just remembered, I wanted to mention to you guys, tomorrow night is first Monday of the month, which means at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, I'm doing metaphysical chat. And guess what? Dave Johnson's going to join me. So we're going to have some fun. Come by. I don't have the link up yet because I've been a little busy, but I'll get the link up tomorrow at 9:30. We're going live on my channel for Metaphysical Talk with Dave Johnson. So be there. It'll be fun.
So your job, your homework is to get his contact information for me. Tell him to call me. Now don't tell him this. I really want to have a conversation with him and find out about his life because I'm fascinated by him. What's he doing in Australia? You know, those are the kinds of questions.
Yeah, he moved there right before the pandemic. We talked about that on the first Psychathon because I got to do the hour with Dave on the first Psychathon. So
I didn't realize.
You probably missed it. Yeah.
I didn't watch every single thing because I would have, 24 hours.
Yeah. And that was, I think that was like 10 or 12 o'clock at that point. But yeah, definitely. I'll connect the two of you because I think he would love to be on. In fact, he was here in chat a little while ago, so he might have heard you.
I wonder if he gets asked. I get challenged every once in a while. Well, you're not Irish. You don't have an accent. I wonder if people tell him you're not Australian.
Yeah, well, I think he's pretty open about his story, so it's not a secret.
Oh, okay. It's just me. I'm the last one to know usually.
Oh, here's a good one for you.
Oh, we have some things we'd like Andrew to look into, don't you think?
Yes.
Should ask you to check in on Melania. What is this? Is everybody involved in remote viewing and you and I were left out? I'm feeling neglected. She was also a subject. Well, her father was a subject in remote viewing with the Air Force. Oh. The military was big in this, much bigger. Yeah.
She was just in the right place at the right time for that.
That movie, The Man Who Stares at Goats, based on a book, which is based on a true story of the 1st Earth Battalion, which was a unit in the military where they worked on things like meditation and remote viewing, and they took LSD to see how it altered your, whatever. And it all came tumbling down when the son of the general in charge got his hands on the LSD, took too much, had a bad trip, and went out onto the parade field where they were all marching, and opened fire on a bunch of the soldiers. Yeah. And his father shut down the whole program and actually put this real dictatorial guy in charge who was using them instead of kind of peace, love, and joy type of things, started using them for how do we manipulate people's brains through torture,
Well, when you get the military involved, it always goes that direction.
I know. It's that authoritarian worldview. Yeah.
Missing that peace, love, and joy. Yeah. Part of themselves, their humanity. Yeah. So we're just about to wrap up. It looks like we've gotten most everything. And if I missed anybody, it wasn't deliberate. I apologize. We will get you another time. Come tomorrow night and we'll get your questions.
You're right now. See, and I'm of the opinion that everybody is psychic. It's like everybody is musical. It's a matter of degree and it's a matter of practice and exposure. So yes, everybody could remote view. But it's a method. It's not just, oh, I think now I'll remote view. There's actually a step-by-step procedure for it. It's very serious. Yeah.
Yeah, well, everybody is definitely psychic. It's just a matter of practicing, believing, and getting over your ego trying to block you.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about your first public one-on-one or, by yourself Lenormand reading?
I had mixed feelings about it. I was thrilled that the cards were so revelatory. I wish I were more confident to do it without little reminders, but it's a lot to remember at one time. And I think that comes with practice. The hardest part of doing card readings like that is the delivery. That's really the hard part, is knowing how to put the information across. You've got the information, but then what do you do with it? That's the hard part. So I have mixed feelings, but it was much better than I feared. Because I always have anxiety about doing that. Yeah.
Well, if you can get your second camera set up and then have that pointer to show the cards as you're talking about them, that would take it over the top. It would be wonderful.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for my daughter and her boyfriend to show up here.
I know.
Just sent us pictures from the Dia de los Muertos parade in Mexico City. Oh my God, the parade's fabulous, but even the crowd's all painted up and
yeah, they do it right there.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we've got 1 minute to go. Anything else you want to say before we?
Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing this. I think it's wonderful. Actions speak louder than words.
It's all about action right now. I was thinking earlier, we had talked about this. When the angels bring you a smorgasbord, you got to take the action and eat the food, or it does you no good. They will go out there and help you in any way you ask, but you've got to step up and take the action, which is why I'm going to remind you again, if you haven't made your at least one donation, you're not taking the action. You are not stepping up saying, I'm doing all that I can do to save our future. So I'm pleading with you. $3 is the minimum you can give. Just give the $3. Put your name on the list and say, I'm stepping up to say, or whichever hand it is, but I'm stepping up to say, this is my line in the sand. We are saving ourselves now because, as we talked about on Psychathon 2 about Project 2025, they're coming for us. It's personal.
I know. I'm feeling that cold air on the back of my neck. I think it's so important. So many people get in touch with me and express their anxiety and how gloomy and everything. And they'd rather not even think or talk about any of this because of that. And I will reiterate, fear is your friend. Fear is a survival mechanism. It was a gift so that we would prepare for threats.
Yeah.
So you can't prepare for a threat if you're not aware of what it is and you don't keep your eye on the predator. That's the problem here. We've dropped the ball too much.
Well, you can't be in denial about what's right in front of your face. You've got to acknowledge it, face it, but don't be afraid. Go into it with your angels, take the action and make it better.
And don't be afraid to, a lot of people say, well, I don't want to think about putting the negative energy out there. Look, if only your thoughts were that powerful, I'd be Heidi Klum, if you got what you thought about all the time, I would be a 6 foot tall blonde model with a whole lot of money, and obviously not. So I think I'm a living testimony to the fact that thoughts alone don't do anything. It's the action that you take and the intention that you have.
As the Bible says, faith without works is dead.
Interesting, isn't it, how all these things sort of intersect?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
On that note, thank you so much.
Thank you, Deborah. Love you, and I thank you for what you're doing. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Buckle up, get your tissues ready because there's a tissue alert on this session. And that's all I'm going to tell you about that. I am going to now bring up the video for my dear friend, Miché, and we're going to hear all about her miracles and her story. And then we'll have her on live with her blessing and her Q&A. So here we go. next guest on Prayer-a-thon is my friend Miché Meizner. Miché is a master healing facilitator, a spiritual mentor, and a certified life coach. She's been blending wisdom and woo since 2002. She helps women shed old identities to live soul-inspired lives. She uses a lot of healing tools combined with her own personal experience in overcoming depression to embrace self-love. We need a lot of that right now. Miché is down to earth, humble, patient, wise, and she has a heart of gold, which is pretty cool because she's also a master goldsmith specializing in creating custom wedding rings. She's a brave lady. In 2020, she was awakened in the middle of the night to discover that her house was on fire. With that indomitable spirit, she kept her wits about her to get her partner and her pets to safety. That night, she lost everything, except what was most important. Faced with having to rebuild her life, she turned to God and asked, "What is possible that I don't even know that could be a benefit or gift in my life right now?" And she is a gift to the world and to us. Meet my friend, Miché Meizner. Hi, Miché, welcome.
Hey, Deborah, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this. I'm excited to do this with you.
Yeah, I'm so happy to have you here because you've just got this, as I said, a heart of gold. You bring all of this love and a deep yearning to help people, to love themselves, which is so important in these days. And just some fun stories to share as well.
Right.
So, we've been virtual friends for, I don't know, maybe 15 years or so. And when I started doing the work for this interview, I found all these things I didn't know about you, like the fact that you grew up in Brooklyn.
Yeah. Yeah. Born in the Bronx and raised in Brooklyn. And not really meant to be a city kid, although growing up, I did take advantage of museums, and my mom had been a professional ballet dancer and then a teacher of modern dance in high school. And so I went with her on many trips to Lincoln Center to see ballets and different dance companies. And I've been to Broadway, not me, I've gone to Broadway shows, and really enjoyed all of that. And then couldn't wait to get out of the city later in life and live a more rural lifestyle. So that's where I am.
Well, when I lived in Brooklyn, I felt like, because I had been a country girl all my life, it just felt like it crushed my soul. All those people piled on top of each other and so much unhappiness.
Right. Yeah. Actually, when I had been living outside of New York City for a couple of years, after I moved to Oregon, I went back and I remember walking on the streets of Manhattan and I was no longer fast enough to navigate. And I kept bumping into people because I didn't have that New York pace anymore, which I never liked. I was not cut out for that kind of crush and intensity. Yeah,
but things work out for a bigger picture purpose than we can often see. And when I look at your story, what I see is that if you hadn't been born and lived in Brooklyn, you might not have ended up being a jeweler. You might have taken a totally different path. And that has been a big part of your life.
Yeah, definitely. I started making jewelry when I was 13, 14 in high school, when they did not allow girls to go into machine shop or metalworking. And I always loved to make things, to work with tools. And so the only way I could do that, and get instruction was to be in the jewelry making program. At that time, I really had no interest in jewelry making, but it bit me. And I've been making jewelry ever since. Yeah, mostly self-employed and mostly doing my own designs.
Yeah, I've seen some of those designs. They're beautiful. And you also have this amazing clientele who sometimes comes back to you many years later for a follow-up.
It's honoring and incredible to me that I have people frequently, unfortunately, sometimes it's like, you made my wedding rings 25 years ago. And actually somebody just this week called me. She said, I bought my husband a ring from you 19 years ago and he lost weight and he lost his ring last week. And she, hunted me down, tracked me down. She actually still had the photo that she clipped from my website 19 years ago to show me what she bought. So I get to make exactly the same thing. And, what's wonderful is, I'm sorry that he lost his ring, but it's wonderful that they are both so happy with it. And enjoyed it so much that they want me to make exactly the same ring again. Or just working on another order right now for a young couple who she was adopted by a couple of women from India, and I had made their wedding rings, and she grew up admiring their rings and just enjoying playing with them and whatever, and thought, someday I want something like that. And actually her mom had just had to have her ring cut off her finger because of an accident, and sent it to me to be rebuilt, which I did. And I guess that's what triggered for this woman to say, oh, she's actually engaged now. I can get Miché to make me rings too. And so I'm making rings for her and her future husband. And I'm thrilled to do this multi-generational thing now. So it's been a long, happy career. Yeah.
But even though you loved doing the jewelry work and there was a lot of satisfaction, it was a great creative outlet for you. I know that at some point along the line, you just felt like, is that all there is? That doesn't feed my soul.
Yes. And actually the seed of that came much earlier. I didn't really sort of step into that and try to step away from jewelry and into something else until maybe in my 30s or so. But when I was 5, I somehow just had this knowing that I was supposed to save the world. And that's all I got. I just got the, sort of the commandment, like go save the world. What does that mean? 5 years old, I have no instruction. I have no mentor. I have no teacher. I don't even believe in God at that point. So I don't even know where this came from. And it haunted me my whole life. So even while I was happy working as a jeweler, there was always this sense that I had this enormous mission, this task that I had to figure out and pull off. Or actually, I felt like if I didn't do that, I didn't deserve to be here.
And what would saving the world mean to you?
Well, yeah, that was a good question. I mean, I didn't know. It was this amorphous thing. And I spent decades trying to figure out, well, what would that really mean?
Yeah.
I can't even think, even like, Mahatma Gandhi, he did incredible things, but did he save the world? I don't know. No offense, right? I didn't know what it meant, and it was torture, and it caused
Did you talk to your mom or anybody about it at the time?
I do not remember talking to my mother about that. I remember at age of 8 talking to my mother about thinking that it was a big mistake and I should have been born a boy, which is a pretty, intense thing to discuss. But somehow I never talked to anybody about, hey, like somebody told me I was supposed to save the world, and just how do I do that? What does that mean?
Yeah. And if you don't believe in God, why would you feel compelled to follow the commandment?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I don't know. And, I've come to my own understanding of God, creator, whatever. But actually, I grew up in a household that was atheist, Jewish culturally. We observed holidays, but really it was more as a cultural thing than a religious thing. So, there was no community. There was no rabbi or, I don't know why I knew it, but, maybe that comes in from a previous life, some sense of the need to, or sense of connection, right, of where I've come from. And then the message sort of got garbled. And because, in fact, after decades of feeling tortured by this and not knowing what to do and struggling, turning to all sorts of people, who, at least in their marketing, said that, go through my class or do this thing with me and you will come out knowing what your purpose. I knew what my purpose was. I just didn't know what it looked like, and then finally coming around to feeling like, maybe the message was, things are kind of like a little tough down here. I'm going to put you here to just be yourself because that's going to uplift the world. Now, if they said that to me when I was 5, my whole life would have been so much more joyous and expressive and happy, instead of feeling, frankly, kind of, downtrodden and burdened and insecure, right?
Yeah, and that's so important because I know a lot of people have that same compulsion. They feel like I'm here, there's something I'm supposed to do, but I don't know what it is. and they
Right.
can beat themselves up about it for a lifetime. And it's
Yeah.
so important for them to get, I hope they're really listening to you, that really it's about being the best version of yourself that you can be.
Yeah. Yeah. I really come to embrace that. It's just my answer is to just be me. And the truth is, throughout my life, as much as I struggled, I couldn't help but be me. I was always just being me, but I was being a me who was trying to be somebody else. And now,
Jack, you're judging yourself and feeling like you've come up short.
right. And so keep trying to figure something else out, which is different than being yourself, accepting yourself, and then still wanting to grow and be more.
Exactly.
Be more of me, not be some version of somebody else. Right. And I've met people along the way who have really helped me see, and still it was hard to embrace. But, I remember when you and I first connected, your view of what are we here for was very different than you're supposed to figure it out and save the world, and it took a number of people saying that to me, and situations that I guess I was led to, right? It gave me an opportunity to see differently, to see myself differently. And what a relief. What a relief.
I grew up not knowing what it means to love yourself. I didn't understand it. Incongruent.
Mm-hmm.
After
Right.
doing the work that I do and telling dozens of people that Creator says you're perfect, magnificent, beautiful, resplendent, I love you to the moon and back, and you should love yourself. It finally
Right.
What?
Oh, and me too. Yeah.
But it takes a while to embody that truth, to come to
Mhm.
that space of love. And
Right.
you finally got there and you started using the insignia Miché Shines,
Right.
which I just love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Because that was it. And I actually remember walking along a canal where I was living about 20 years ago or so, and still just feeling that, this sort of, dread and burden and weight on me of, I had tried yet another thing or yet another coach or another teacher to help me figure it out and didn't figure it out. And then something just sort of broke open. And I remember singing This Little Light of Mine, I'm going to let it shine. And that's when I started using Miché Shines as my, everything is my email handle. And just as this is what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to just shine, be me and shine. And it's what I want for other people. I know not everybody has got this sense of, this huge task to perform. Fortunately, I think we don't all come in with that burden, but I think so many of us come in without the self-love, and without that sense of I'm just here to just express myself and be myself. And, if what I do can help anybody figure that out sooner and take that on for themselves to just relax and be you. Well, actually, I think that is how I'm going to help to save the world, right? Is to help people be themselves, because that's what we're here for. And
Well,
that's
you
what,
have to first save yourself before you can save anybody else.
yep, definitely. That whole put the oxygen mask on yourself first. You got to do it, because otherwise you're going to run out of breath when you're trying to tell other people what to do.
Yeah.
Help them, right?
Now what we're doing here on Prayer-a-thon is we're all coming together with that love, that intention, that each one of us bringing our piece of the puzzle is saving the world.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's so perfect to marry those pieces together. And I find that a lot of light workers are very energetically sensitive, and they go through life kind of feeling victimized by the gift that was
Right.
meant to enrich their lives and to share with the world. And that's so unfortunate, which comes back to your story about that little 5-year-old. And I'm asking myself, why would Creator put that kind of a burden on a 5-year-old without giving them instructions? And the only thing I could come up with is it had to be ego speaking rather than Creator.
Right.
Because ego can lead us astray and cause us all kinds of troubles until we come to that place of being friends. And that took you on such a detour in your life. I mean, it's not for nothing, because it did lead you to where you are now, but there were so many years of torment and depression that you went through.
Right. yeah. And I don't regret it either, because it brought me to be who and where and when I am, which also means, you know, I've got firsthand information and knowledge about this and how to sort of crawl out of it or shift thinking that I can share with others now, right? Whereas if I hadn't, I maybe couldn't have done that. You know, I say, you know, when things come to you naturally with some skill or ability, it's hard to teach because you don't know how to help someone get there because you just sort of arrived that way. You know, but when you have to figure it out yourself, or, you know, even with help, but you have to get there, you have to go through some process or some learning or some understanding, then even if that's not the same process someone else needs to go through, you can help people see kind of the markers along the way, you know, and help them discover themselves. If you never had to discover yourself in the first place, you get to share something else. I mean, it's not, that's a wonderful thing too. But if what I was here was to help other people love themselves, I kind of had to start by coming in without that, so that I could really notice it in other people and help them see their way through.
Yeah, it's like manifesting. You have to figure out what you don't want to figure out what you do want.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, there's a really interesting thread in your life in that kind of culminates with that fire where you lost your home. And
Right.
that was that big pivotal moment for you when,
Mhm.
yeah, you'd been getting the pieces, you were putting it together, you were feeling better on a really positive path. But that was like, bam. And then you're the phoenix rising from the ashes.
Right. Yeah, that whole experience, and that was 4 years ago now, and it's been unfolding, and, you know, I've been growing through it this whole time. It really was like putting the, what do they say, putting the pedal to the metal. You know, everything that I had learned, all the skills of how to cope and how to love myself and how to um, being uncomfortable with uncertainty and not just grabbing at whatever is there. All of those pieces came into play for that. And I would just clarify that my house did burn, my house and my studio and a lot of trees. But it was actually when we fled in the middle of the night, it was not our house yet that was burning. It was the forest all around us. And as we drove away towards safety, there were trees that were lit up like matchsticks already, with branches on fire falling on the road around us. It was a week. The fire was so intense and so enormous that it was a week before we knew for sure that our house, I knew it had burned, but until someone could corroborate that, yes, our house was gone, because even the first responders couldn't get in to all these areas. And we were pretty close to, we were about 7 miles away from where the fire started. And so our whole town, 500 homes were lost. The town was devastated. And of course, personally, we were all devastated. And one of the big things that I saw come forward for myself was not letting the story and letting the feelings be what they were without compiling, without being like, oh, and I lost this, and oh yeah, and it's sort of like, remember when I lost this, and I, you know, and then that terrible thing that happened, and you can talk yourself into life being a tragedy.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, it was, this moment was a tragedy that carried forth, you know, I mean, it was more than one moment. It was a big thing. It was a tragedy. And yet, as you said, I came out with what was important, which was myself and my partner and our animals. Not everyone was that lucky to get all their animals to safety. I think there was only one life lost in that whole thing, and it was someone who wound up having a heart attack after they were to safety. But it was incredible, because it was such a devastating fire and circumstance. And I worked really hard at just living one day and one moment at a time. And here's what I feel now, and here's what's going on. And there were moments I remember bursting into tears, I think, because I was eating out somewhere and they didn't have the kind of ketchup I liked. And that just, you know, put me over the edge. So, I mean, I was raw in a lot of ways. And I was also, up and present and awake and alive in the other moments as I could be and when I could be. And I actually started teaching more online at that time about being present, about watching out for the stories you tell, about watching out for what you say to yourself or about things, and to stay with what is instead of, creating a story, a big story or a fiction as you in other things. So
it's so important that we're talking about this right now, because we've just had these big disasters with the hurricanes, people losing everything. You've been through it. You've come out the other side. You've triumphed. You're better than ever. And you've got this wisdom, especially about being present in the moment, giving yourself the grace and the space to heal through that. So whatever thoughts you have to share on that journey, that would be really valuable.
Yeah. I think, as I was saying, to acknowledge what the feelings are, acknowledge what the losses and the difficulties. And, I did get to see firsthand how long something like this can take. It's 4 years later, and there are still people who are living in little motorhomes waiting, to get a house built, or, our medical clinic is just now moving back into the neighborhood, all this stuff. And so I can only imagine from that what the devastation elsewhere is going on and has been, and try to just stay with what is true in this moment, what is happening, and take care of yourself and be kind to yourself and other people, because we're all, we're not at our best when we're going through this stuff, and to give ourselves and give other people grace for that. And we don't like uncertainty. We like to know, or we at least like, we often pretend that we know how things are going, or this is going to be the same or whatever. And there's change all the time. But to allow for that, and to see that not only, bad or scary things can happen in those moments, but blessings and magic and unexpected kindnesses also come in those moments, and to be open to that and see that and receive it. There were so many kindnesses and blessings that came to me and my partner while we were going through things, in the early days. And then even we had insurance, thankfully. We have rebuilt. We've got a larger house than we had before, which made it possible to move my mother and to live with us in the last months of her life, which we would not have been able to do before. Now, I'm not one to say, well, this happened so that happened. Things happen. Shit happens. And it's not like, did you deserve it, or did you, earn it, or whatever. It's like something happened, and here I am now. What is there for me here? What can I learn because I'm in it, not because I had to learn it, but because here I am. And how do I grow in it, or with it, or out of it? And
I'm just about to cry, because I just got hit with this big realization.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you being here now, telling the story of overcoming what you overcame, this is you saving the world.
Oh, wow.
Because the world needs saved right now. And that's what we're here to do.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Like,
sorry for.
Yeah. No. Okay.
You can't plan these things, but it just hit me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Wow. Okay. And you inviting me to be here right now and have this conversation. I mean, this is, I talk sometimes about when you're open, when you can allow for uncertainty and just be, you get to where life can live itself through you. And I feel like this is one of those moments. This was nothing planned. This was nothing set up. And, I'm just flowing, you're flowing, and look what is just flowing between us and out of us and for other people.
And all those light workers out there who have felt in some way or another they were supposed to save the world, do something bigger. This is that moment. Please come forward and join us.
Yes.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Because failure is not an option.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Miché, now that we've gathered ourselves after that little episode,
Yeah, that was.
let's bring back around, because I saw this amazing video you made where you were singing and telling the story about how you were inspired by Man of La Mancha and you felt your life was like singing The Impossible Dream. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So, I had this message to save the world. And not long after that, my dad brought home the record album of the Broadway play Man of La Mancha, which is about Don Quixote de la Mancha, who was tilting at windmills and, out to right the wrongs of the world. And, on his horse and his friend at his side, just sort of following up, trying to clean up the messes that he made. Because actually, I think, the character probably was in stages of dementia, among other things, of what he was up to, and yet I found my role model there and my theme song of dreaming the impossible dream and writing the impossible, unwritable wrong and bearing with unbearable sorrow. And, just this whole drama, it fit what I thought I had to do. And so I guess I did sort of model myself after him. And I tilted at many windmills. I tried to save many people who didn't ask to be saved, weren't ready to be saved. And then sometimes told by other people, well, the reason, that happened to that person is because they did X, Y, Z. And that's the outcome. That's, that's the what is the word? C word. Like, not coincidence.
Oh, my mind went somewhere else.
Yeah.
I was thinking as you were talking about that, oh my gosh, another connection. Because there you were tilting at windmills, and then you had that experience of finding the girl on the bridge.
Mm-hmm. Right, which came many, many years later. I was in my early 50s, and yet still I was still tilting at windmills, still thinking that I had to save the world, and still feeling like I didn't know what to do. And I outline that whole story of that in this chapter in my upcoming group book, multi-author book, and probably in that video that you saw. I talk about how I wound up through various events and nudgings from the universe to be standing under an overpass where this woman was young woman considering jumping off the bridge. And I talked to her and asked her questions, and eventually had permission to walk up the steps and get over to where she was, and helped her to save her life in that moment. And the thing about that, a couple of things about that, beyond how cool was it that I was there and I was able to help her and she helped herself, and hopefully happy ending there, was I realized that I was also saving myself. I was saving my younger self. I was being there saying, you know what, like, it's okay. You're okay. You can get through this. You can survive this, and not saying, oh, it's going to be all, fairies and unicorns and rainbows, just saying like, hey, I've made it. Look at me. I've made it. And saying to my, 13-year-old self, like, we did it. Look, we did it. And then also realizing that how I wound up there in that moment, talking to this young woman, was God, my angels, my guides, putting me right there, right then, to be the one to do that. When I was still wondering, who is it that I'm supposed to be and what am I supposed to do to be, powerful enough or valid enough or even deserve to be here? And it was like God said, like, just go over here right now, and do this thing because you're the one. And I felt like I was picked to be the one to help this girl save her life. And that shifted me out of the crazy windmill, somehow all by yourself, you got to do the whole world thing, into, you know what, I've been guided all along and I am exactly who I need to be, what I need to be, where I need to be. Without being some like PhD trained crisis counselor that I would have thought I would have had to be, I was just me showing up, helping this girl.
And that was always enough.
right? And that's what really, that was my big pivotal moment. There have been smaller ones along the way, but that was the one that was like, oh, okay. And where I really started opening up to embracing just being me and knowing, trusting that was enough, and to be open to whisperings, to nudges, to downloads, and trust that, and to move with that, and to let life live itself, God live itself. Like I am the personification through me of all that is, as we each are, when we let ourselves be ourselves.
Yeah, and I just got this visual of you. It's like the mama hen spreading the wings and gathering all the little chicks under her wings, nurturing, supporting, loving.
Right?
And that's who you are and what you're bringing to the world.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
is. And right. And my goal and my hope is to like help you in whatever way be more of your own best self. It's not for me to try to teach somebody how to be me or do what I do, or it's to support you in being you by using the example of me being me.
Yeah. Well, it's always about figuring out who you are, what you're about, what you want to do. And then from those lessons, teaching that to others, because that's what you're an expert at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So look at me, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Not what I thought at 5. And I think I probably misunderstood or somehow misconstrued the message that I thought I received. If you go out and do this, I think it was more like, hey, go be you. It's going to be really cool and worth it.
Yeah. And I just got another picture of you. This is so funny. On the Broadway stage, under the lights, if they could see me now.
Right. Yeah. Right.
That is so funny.
Yeah.
So the music is coming up.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it
Wow.
is.
I think we've covered just about everything that we were going to talk about. Is there anything else you can think of that we might have missed?
My head is spinning and my heart is spinning in such a good way right now.
Yeah.
From all of this that just happened for me, and hopefully, it's helping others be themselves.
It will.
Well,
there's one thing.
Yeah.
When we get to the part where you do the prayer, you're going to be using a crystal bowl. And there's a story about that crystal bowl.
Yes, there is. So in the fire, our home did literally burn to the ground. I mean, when you think, their house burned down, and then you see pictures and it's like there's half a house and roof is missing. It wasn't like that. It was weeks before we could get to the property and see a field of ash and metal. And we had a freezer for, like a backup freezer. And there we had apparently frozen ears of corn. And the door had been blown off the freezer. It was standing freezer, sort of crumpled and all kind of charcoaled inside. And there were perfectly formed charcoal ears of corn.
Oh my gosh!
And it was in a small shed with other backup dog food and cans of food. And there were food cans that had shot across, like an acre of property in the explosions. And so, it was a really big fire. Our house was nothing but ash and metal, except for a couple of things, one of which was a crystal bowl that had been gifted to me not long before then, that had been sitting on a shelf several feet high. So, a roof would have fallen on it. It would have fallen off the shelf. It would have dropped into the ground, and it was perfect. Like one little smudge on it. And so when we ran out that night, a friend of ours found us a friend of hers home who welcomed us to stay with. And we lived with her for a couple of months. And so when we got back to the property and found this bowl, we brought it back with us and we're playing it. And Lynn was playing it on a Facebook Live, and somebody who I only vaguely knew locally saw that live and contacted me and said I was going to get rid of, give away a set of bowls because I don't play them. I want to gift them to you. I'm being called and told to give them to you. And so I met her, a wonderful woman. She gifted me 3 large crystal singing bowls. And then we wound up gifting the one that survived the fire to the woman who took us in. And so one of the bowls that I was gifted, I will be playing and ringing during the prayer in our prayer-a-thon. And it gives me chills to say that, to think about this whole circle. Yeah.
Well, magic and miracles come out of the midst of devastation.
Unbelievably so. Yeah.
Yeah. That's so beautiful. Thanks for sharing that. Thank you for being here. I so appreciate your time. It's been more than I could have expected, and I'm just so grateful.
Yeah, me too. I was so delighted and excited when you invited me, and who knew what we were really in for. So, and right, blessings.
Yeah, as I said to you earlier, this is an angel production, start to finish. So we're just going along for the ride.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miché.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Well, how about that magical conversation? I hope you felt it as deeply as we did. It was so impactful. And I think, speaking for Miché, both of us were astonished at what came out of that session. And it's when something like that happens that's greater than yourself and your intentions, and magical is the only word I can come up with. It's felt so deeply, so humbling that we get to do that, to share it with you. So please accept that gift from us with all of our love and use it to enrich your own lives. With that, I'm going to bring up the amazing Miché. Hello.
Hello, Deborah.
Did you get all teary watching that?
I did. I got all choked up and tingly again. I had actually forgotten about that moment that we had in that interview. So, yeah, wow. Excited to be here. Yeah. Life can just, flow and expand and bring in so many people and so many things. It's like we can create like a magnetic stream of love and life. And I feel like, stuff that we're talking about, our own connection has been that, and we've just gathered people and things, made connections along the way. And it's a lovely thing.
And look at all the lives that you are touching and changing.
Yeah, I love it.
Yes. So I'm excited to see what you've got for us in the way of the blessing.
Me too. Because one of the things about me is that I feel like things really come through in response to who's here now, even listening, or, answers come when I'm asked a question. I get downloads and stuff. So I rarely have something, written and prepared. And we're just, winging it in the sense of, having angel wings, winging it. Just, again, sort of allowing life to live itself through me, even in this moment, and bring through what it is that hope will be most helpful and useful for people, and healing, for individuals and for the planet.
That's perfect. And when you're finished, there's a whole bunch of questions lined up in the queue for you.
That's great. I love that. That makes me so happy.
Yes. So I'm going to give you the stage.
Okay.
Bring it on.
All right. And I'm surrounded by my loved animals. I had a cat on the other side and two dogs over here, and one under the couch, I think. We may see them or hear them. Yes. So I guess before like the prayer, I wanted to just talk a little bit about my perspective on this sort of thing. That, what we think and the energy that we put out as we're thinking or as we're visualizing. And I don't even mean like sitting and meditating, visualizing. I just mean we're always communicating, we're always talking to ourselves. And, if you ask yourself, like, what's my picture of the world right now? Or what's my picture of, my life? What's the state of it? We always have opinions, and they're rarely very positive. So, in general, it's really important and empowering, I think, to pay enough attention to what's going on up there and start, well, I used to feel like I had to wrestle it to the ground, but I'm a lot, softer and gentler now. So I think that, it's important to notice it and be caring and nurturing of ourselves and start changing that, right? A lot of stuff that we say to ourselves is negative and not true, so we can turn that around. And a lot of the fears that we have aren't real. They're stories. I mean, in this moment, even there could be like 99% probability, that it's going to rain, but right now it's not raining, so it's like be in the moment, which is kind of what I was talking about on the interview. So what I want to kind of call forth for all of us is the love in our hearts and the bigger who that we are. I believe that we're divine beings here having a human experience, and we're here, literally here having an experience, and it matters. And, pain hurts and happiness feels good. So I'm not saying that that's not true. However, if we can tap into that more of us that we are, we bring more power, we bring more love, we bring more dynamic energy into our, here we are, 3D reality. And I think that especially at times of, big change, at times of, sort of chaotic and doesn't really look good, those are the times to not only call on our guides and our angels, but to call on ourselves, the greater part of ourselves that we are, so that we're coming and creating within our own lives and collectively creating something that's got even more force and power and momentum behind it. So that said, I will also say that I'm no professional bowl singer player. So let me give you a little view here of my bowl, and just gonna ring it now and then when it feels appropriate. So, and one thing about crystal bowls and Tibetan bowls, singing bowls, is that when they do that little sort of wah, wah, wah thing, where it's more than one note that's coming through at a time, our brains, our auditory system can't really process that as the two separate sounds. So what it does is it kind of merges them and makes it, well, it sort of makes our left and our right brain more whole, more connected. And so I think that's a good thing. We get to use all of ourselves, and just be more of who you are. Okay. So I'm not sure I can play the bowl and talk at the same time. We'll see. Just want to invite everyone to take a breath, a nice deep breath. Drawing in love and light through the top of your head as you breathe in. And as you breathe out, just imagine releasing, floating out anything that no longer serves you. Do that a couple of times. Just nice, easy, relaxed breath in, drawing in the love that's around you, even when it's not apparent. And breathing out anything that serves you. And I invite you to call yourself home. All the little ways and big ways that we get scattered in our lives, or I don't even mean that in a negative way, but scatter in terms of obligations and different functions we fill in life, and different connections, from passing somebody by in the street to the love of your life. There's all these ways, these little sort of tendrils where we're sending our attention out there. And so for the moment, I just want to invite everybody to just draw yourself back, to just be here in the present moment and really feel yourself in your heart, your presence. And feel how big that is and how powerful. With each breath, you feel more at home in yourself, more alive, more energized. And when we sit like this, or when we meditate, our brains don't shut off. They're still doing their thing. And so the part of the objective is to let the thoughts come, but then also let them go. And don't feel that you have to engage, right? And especially now in what we're into today, and all this beautiful healing and peace and sense of planetary healing, personal healing, that if anything comes up that looks like fear or worry or some kind of, negative image, just let it go and allow something maybe beyond what you can even imagine. I mean, if we try to think about what a peaceful, loving, compassionate society would look like, maybe we can reach back into some other lifetime. But in this lifetime, we may only have, small versions of that, if we have any, within our own family or relationship or a group of friends or something. And you can tap into that, and draw that love that and that sense of safety and peacefulness that you have experienced, to draw that in and imagine magnifying it. But beyond that, call in from your greater self a bigger view, a bigger version of what could even be possible that you cannot even imagine. Because here we have a very limited repertoire or resource to pick from, or inventory list of what is possible. And so much more is possible than we even understand or can relate to. And now is a beautiful time to invite that in, to invite more miracles and more magic and more possibility, to just blanket the globe. I mean, one thing about big negative things, like say the fire affected a lot of people, it brought forth a lot of strength and power and magic and connection. And so here we are with all sorts of difficulties, and we can get sunk, or we can rise to the opportunity. We can rise with even greater hopefulness and helpfulness and love and kindness and grace for ourselves, for each other, and just let that out. It's like, imagine from the center of your heart, there's this light that's pouring out, and it's just flowing out. It's like a huge water fountain, like a big, out in a plaza, kind of enormous spew of water and light. And imagine that those ripples, that energy and that light, just continues to ripple out. Regardless, it just goes everywhere. It doesn't say, oh, a little bit for you, but none for you. It just flows out and replenishes constantly. So whatever you can put out, an enormous amount of love and compassion and kindness energetically from your heart and never run out. And we can never get more than we could handle. So wherever it's going, we trust the energy, we trust our own higher self, higher knowing, trust source, that it will be received where and when and as needed. We'll sit with your fountain for a moment, your fountain of love. You might feel it radiating throughout your body, the way you may feel the bowl radiating. Just notice how that feels for you. Notice if it's bringing any images or colors or sensations through you, to you. So you can come back to this state anytime. Certainly you can listen to the recording, but you can just find that within you, because I think of it as like a pilot light in the center of your chest, in the center of your heart chakra, that's connected to the more that we are and all that is. And it's available to just pay attention and turn it up and allow yourself to receive more and allow your naturally emanating energetic field to send out a stronger, more coherent, more powerful signal of the love that you are. And we don't even have to be able to name what that's going to look like. We'll let love do that. The energy and the intelligence of all that is, which is love and light. We are inviting it, embracing it forward. We're the satellite dishes that's focusing it and then sending it back out and broadcasting our love and our light. And with that, I share another bit. I see you and I raise you. We get caught in the everydayness of our lives, and a lot of it, even a lot of stuff that we think is really important, from our bigger selves, is kind of small and petty. And when we get caught up in a lot of emotion, it's easy to believe that that's what we are, or that's who we are. So we're not our emotions. We're not our thoughts. We're this greater self of which who is here in this body is a part of. So I see you. I see the truth of you. I see, if you're telling me what your struggle is, I hear you. I believe you. I understand you. And I hold out the vision to you, for you, that you are so much more than that. That this is an experience or a moment or an instant or even a lifetime, but you are so much more than that. And to connect with that idea even can help you stay in your truth and your heart and your power in your life, the creator that you are, and create from that place of grandeur rather than creating from the place of fear and worry or just small vision. If we're here now and we're here together doing something like this, we are here for a reason. And the more we're connected, the more the energetic field grows exponentially. So in whatever way that you can up your game of being love, of beaming love out, of choosing to be compassionate and send out love rather than fueling discord that is around you. In whatever way we do that, it adds and it builds and it grows. And yep, I think we're here to uplift and save the planet, save ourselves into something better, something that we've been waiting for. Thank you so much for being with me and allowing me to do this. And just love to everybody. You are muted, my friend.
I always forget. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was so beautiful. I love it. So special.
Thank you.
Felt it deeply. And you know, I got this weird visual of me as a young girl walking on a high wire, which
Well,
I would never do. I don't have good balance.
Mm-hmm.
But I was walking on it beautifully because your meditation, your blessing, brought me into blessed balance.
Mm-hmm. You're going to make me cry again, Deborah. Come on.
That's what I got. It's deep. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's take a minute to process that. We've got a lot of questions. We will get to them.
Yeah.
How do you feel? How do you feel after doing
I
that?
feel awesome. This kind of stuff like feeds me. I feel like this is what I'm here for. And it comes through me, and so it's like all this love and light coming through me that I get to share, and I get to share it with my own words and sense of humor and whatever. Like what is better than that? And I see that people are had good response, good feelings. And the I see you and I raise you tool is something that my friend Barb and I came up with. And so now it's sort of like a code thing. And actually earlier I told her, I was like, I feel all scattered. I need you to like see me and raise me. And so I texted her and she just texted me back. Just, I see you and I raise you. You're already your best self. And, it just, okay. How much better is that than, texting to somebody about some crummy thing that's happening and then they commiserate with you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. It's always, that's what we learned like growing up is how to relate to each other, and this I see you and I raise you tool, you can use it with yourself too. There's times where I'll look in the mirror, right? I'm having a hard day and I'd be like, I see you. And I remember that you're so much more than this. And it helps step away from whatever you feel stuck in. And so I love to share that too. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. So do you want to tackle some questions?
Sure. Absolutely.
All right. Well, some of these are just validations, but I want you to read them. So I'm going to put them up.
Okay.
Can you read it okay?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Responsibility. It felt like, at some point I felt like if I didn't figure this out, I didn't even deserve to be here. That's pretty harsh,
Yeah.
Instead of thinking like, oh, hey, you're here, I'm here, and we're doing it. We don't even have to know, but we're doing it. So
We are our own worst critics.
I was listening to a book on tape. It was Dolores Cannon talking about the 3 waves of volunteers.
Mhm.
And I won't get into her whole thing, but like the first wave of volunteers who came to help uplift the planet, they were supposed to do all this stuff. And then the second wave, which would be, I think me, like sort of the end of the baby boomers in the next, that generation, their job was really, according to what she learned, was to be. And they had a heck of a time because what do you mean I just came here to be, But for me, hearing that just yesterday, day before, it was so validating because sure, I'm doing things, right? But everything I do it through my being, and that's different than having some, you do what you're inspired to do then when you're able to do that, and of course, you got to show up at work when you're supposed to, and, change oil in your car and all that stuff. But the in between, when you're just being, it's like whatever you're doing, you be you. You be you.
And that's all you ever have to do.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Should I be reading these out loud for people, or
you can if you want to?
I don't know if everybody can. So Liz in Awe, not a good name, says, I feel that way as well. I'm told I'm a powerful healer, but cannot direct it. Taking classes, getting affirmations, still no direction. Yeah, I can relate to that. And I could also say that at least part of that is just, that's a belief. That is one limiting belief, and just change your belief and then let stuff start flowing, because that's the first gate that we have, that we think, or somebody tells us, you're really powerful, but you don't know how to do it, or whatever. It's like, ask yourself, what if I did? What if I knew how to do it? What would that look like or feel like? And just play with some questions like that and let answers come to you, through you. But rather than saying what you can't do, you could also say, haven't been able to yet, or so far, which leaves it open-ended. When we say can't, it's like, it kind of cuts things off, right? But if you can, which I'm not saying you're doing, because you're taking classes and you're doing other things. So obviously you haven't, taken that stance. But I think, even unconsciously, we hear that. It's like, you can't do that, right? And instead it's like, well, I can. And what would it look like if I did? Because somewhere we know, we have all the knowing that we need, or have access to it. So see how that feels to kind of start from that place and move forward and get support and, teaching and affirmations and all of that too, from a place of, I wonder.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure that's going to be helpful.
Same with me. I'm called to do something with empathy and music, but have not figured it out yet. Harp Fiddle, another good name. That's awesome. And I don't know where you're going to go with that, but what comes to me when I read that, and I actually read that earlier, and what showed up for me is, whenever you play with heart, you're doing it. You may find something more refined or different or niche or whatever, but if you're playing with the heart of empathy, that's what you're sending out in the music. And it could be as simple as that.
And this one is just an affirmation for you when you were talking about battling through.
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. I spent decades in serious depression, and it sent me along the way where I needed to go. So now that I'm finally not living there, I don't go into regret about it. It's more like, okay, and how do I use that now? Or what does that give me or teach me or offer, to other people?
Yeah. You came through that storm with all the lessons intact. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So thank you. Riveting glance.
Another lovely little affirmation for you.
Aw, thank you. Yeah, well, I saw somebody posted my YouTube page. I hope people will subscribe. And I actually, these days, I've been doing most of my stuff on my personal Facebook page. They invited me to have a professional page. So I don't even really bother with my business page much anymore. You can find me on Facebook at Miché Shines. And, I do videos and, share my story and share whatever wisdom and tools I have. And so, if you're interested, I hope you go find me there.
Yes. And if they take that free gift that you're offering, then you'll be able to let them know what you're doing.
Yes. Right. And that's very related also to the prayer and the idea that we don't even know how good can be, or how happy can be. And this process of creating new possibilities is about opening and receiving, you know.
Oh, sorry.
And like, professional musician feel the same as harp, fiddle. Yeah. And have the musicianship taken care of, just need to figure out how to do some sound healing, right? And, you know, I mean, same answer, you know, you may find something more expressive or more detailed or tech even, you know, but just playing for other people can be healing just in and of itself. It also makes me think of, like, I don't know if you know about like the threshold singers, where groups of people who will go when people are like in their deathbed and actually sing and just, you know, bring them that kind of soothing and magic and help them path peacefully. And there's so many ways, you know, that you can be healing with your music and your musicianship. Yeah.
It's beautiful. And I'll bet you know what this one's about.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my, I just was covered in goosebumps and tears, truth tears. Yes, you are here saving the world. Thank you to both of you for being open. Yeah, that's our moment, our little magical crying moment.
Yeah, they didn't see the part I cut out where we just couldn't gather ourselves together.
Yeah, we were a beautiful mess for a while.
It's just all the truth and the love and the emotion just had to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew, that's beautiful. I was just looking at that he said he actually played music for his father on his deathbed, and it was magic. And no worries about the swear words, because I might have managed to get through this without it. You might have edited some of that out, but they're usually in my repertoire. So
no, I don't recall any. You were really on good behavior.
Yeah, you know, my mom used to watch all of these things, and she really did not like swearing. She especially didn't like the word suck, like it sucks. And so, gosh, I made sure that I didn't say that, you know, in an interview or whatever. And then she passed, and there a little more started like sneaking out, you know. I mean, sure, she's hearing it, but sorry, no opinion. You don't get an opinion now.
Well,
Linda Lang, I love you too. Yeah. And Noella. Hey, Noella. Yeah, my peeps. Yeah. So anything else? Anybody else?
I'm just looking down here to see what else we got.
We had talked about me bending a spoon.
Yes.
And we didn't really talk about it in my mom refused to even watch my show because I cuss too much. Yeah, right. Anyway, one of the things that I do, and we didn't talk about it in the interview, I don't think, that I would love to do is to teach people how to bend spoons. Yes, using your hands, not just, you know, staring at it like staring at goats, you know. But starting with a spoon that's too strong to bend with your physical strength, and then simple. I mean, it may take a while to catch your like sort of catch your wave of energy, but relatively simple to get into a different space, which first of all has to do with not telling yourself that you can't do it, or even that you can do it. You can just say, I wonder what it would be like if I could actually tap into energy with the spoon and bend it. And then do that. And so I run workshops that are about an hour long, and frequently 10 minutes in, half the people have bent their spoon because it's so easy. We just think for sure it's so hard. And I teach it because how many things do you think are so hard? And they're hard because you think they're so hard, or because people told you, you know, that it's so hard. Yes, Uri Geller bends spoons, and he is, you know, quite a few levels up from me, where he can, I think, you know, basically like rub it and say, okay, you're getting soft, and it'll, you know, start to bend over. I know people who know him, so I know it's for real. I'm not that. I am take your hands, bend your spoon, do something with ease that was not even possible a moment ago, because I want you to and do that. Like spoon is cool, but you know, acing that test or driving cross country without fatigue because you decided you didn't have to have fatigue, you know, whatever it is, we talk ourselves into our reality a lot, or we buy into other people's. You know, I went for a hike in the middle of summer to this beautiful, Linda Lang went with me to Sahaley Falls. And when I got back, my friend was like, "Oh, you found a spot?" Like I always thought, you know, that the parking lots were just all full. And so probably she wouldn't even have gone, because in her head, there was going to be no place to park. And I didn't have an opinion. I drove around the parking lot, little parking lot, once, didn't see anything, drove around it again. Somebody pulled out right in front of me. So you can't decide what the future is. You know, we just hold out possibility.
Absolutely.
Somebody, share spirit said, "A truly powerful energy. Your words reach layers and layers in my heart. Thank you so much. I'm seldom as deeply touched. Feels like a great release." That's my fuel. That's what I live for. Is, you know,
you got lots of it coming at you.
Yeah.
I just want you to see the impact that you being willing to come on, be vulnerable and raw.
Yeah. Right. And it's kind of my magic sauce. When I was a kid, people thought, you know, I was too emotional, and I talked too much about my feelings, and like, look at me now. Woohoo, I'm changing the world. Because so the spoon thing, I came to say that I'm saving the world 1 teaspoon at a time, because in doing that, I'm helping people, I hope, tap into their own power and their emotion, right? There's nothing wrong with feeling our feelings. I'm not somebody who might start crying and then apologize for crying. You know, I mean, I didn't apologize. You didn't apologize during our thing, you know, but to like be on an interview with somebody, it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." No, I'm real. Oh, I'm human. I'm having feelings. So are you. You're allowed to. It helps us be who we really are.
Yeah. Special gift.
Oh, Ivana, that's your iguana woman, Ivana. I see you now, and I raise you too, my friend.
Yeah, I didn't make the connection until today that was Ivana.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Awesome.
Beautiful.
You two are not alone in your tears, I suspect. Yeah. I apparently just, you know, right. And hopefully, you know, even after the election and whatever comes down the pike after that, we'll still be watching this. And, you know, there's such heartfelt, big, powerful prayers and aspirations and teachings that have happened since you started.
I will go back and put timestamps in later so that if you want to go find a blessing or a section that they can do that. Because yes, I so much value here that I hope they will come back and enjoy it.
Yep. Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for your questions, your comments, your being, you know, in your heart with us.
Yes. Right. I'm just showing you all the love here.
Thank you. Yeah. It's amazing what you have created with your inspiration and your team, you know, to create this and hold this space. It's a big, enormous space. And thank you. And it will ripple out.
Oh, yeah, that I know.
Yeah.
I'm just astonished and marveling at what I accomplished, because who knew? And the way it works is the angels only give you one little piece at a time, because they would scare you to death if they gave you the whole picture.
And you just have to keep taking that next step and trusting that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And that's the thing that I didn't understand when I was little, right? That I finally, like when I helped that young woman get off the bridge, I got it. It was because I was only there because I was following little nudges and inklings that didn't seem like anything. It wasn't like, okay, if you leave the house right now and you take a right, you'll discover your destiny, or you know what I mean? It was just like, you gotta go now. I gotta get out of here now, and I'm gonna go to, you know, buy a backup drive for my computer, and so I'm going this way. And it just
Tuning into that intuition right now is more important than it's ever been before.
Mm-hmm.
Might save our lives.
Right.
Pretty confident that it will.
Very often it doesn't make sense to our rational minds. So hear it, feel it, and you know, if it feels right, then follow. But if you have to think about, well, why would that come up now? Or I don't think I should, you know, I mean, if you got to start rationalizing and looking for like some step-by-step reason that you would have wound up here or done this, it's like it kills the magic, and it's counter to being inspired and receiving messages from angels and guides and all that kind of thing. Yeah. All right. Must be time for somebody else. I mean, I can talk and talk and talk and talk, but.
Oh, no, you still have 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, you know.
That's why I'm going to keep feeding you the comments. You expound whenever you feel led to.
All right. So, Sweet Millicent Carbuncle. I use reverse thoughts on myself. If I say I can't, it's followed with like I can't be depressed, angry, tired, etc. Huh. I can't be depressed. I mean, if that works for you, then that's something that works for you. What comes to mind that I'm going to share, and it may not even be for you, it may be for somebody else, but there are actually, hey, no, you want to come up here? Come on. All right. I need a little dog love here for a second. Hey, come on up. Come on. They have their places. I mean, when you're tired, it's usually a message to rest, and resting is good. Resting is required for our physical bodies and our mental, you know, and emotional. Actually, it's one of my favorite healing tools is sleeping. And even depression. I mean, if you get caught in it, or you keep going in it, or you get stuck, and it can be painful and uncomfortable. But like for me, there was one time clearly that I sort of was able to watch myself, or maybe it was later looking back at it, that I was getting really depressed, enough to where I was feeling suicidal. And what was going on is that I was in a relationship that I really needed to not be in. And I didn't feel like I had the authority or the right, like to do. I mean, it wasn't a bad relationship. It just wasn't our relationship, you know? And I couldn't get out. I didn't want to hurt this other person. I kept trying to stay and whatever, until there I was feeling like I wanted to kill myself. And I was able to say, like, you mean to tell me that you would sooner like kill yourself than feel like you have the right to change a relationship? And that's kind of an extreme example about it. But sometimes, you know, having depressed stuff come up, you kind of, when you raise out of it, you come with some new understanding. You go somewhere that you might not ordinarily go. And, you know, it's not always like that. And I feel like I'm a little bit of like a depression maven personally, because I've been in and out of them a lot. But, and yet everybody's story is different. And so, Sweet Millicent, I'm not telling you what to do or how it should be or whatever. I'm just sharing, you know, some from my own perspective. And anger too. I mean, all of our emotions, they inform us. We, unfortunately, most of us, I think, have grown up in cultures that don't approve of it, that don't help you understand what the message might be for yourself, or even how to communicate it with another person. So it can be, you know, destructive or dysfunctional or unhealthy, but it's not intrinsically that way. You know, I mean, anger tells us something's going on and we need to change something for ourselves, or, you know, something that we're seeing or whatever. Yeah. So that's, you know, just because I had 12 minutes left. That's my take on depression, anger, and tiredness. So
There you go.
yeah. Yeah, I'm a crier. I just, I didn't even know I was going to be a public on YouTube crier, but my very first YouTube that I shared, I was crying. I had, I didn't have a script, I didn't have a plan, and I was crying. I was like, oh, okay. And the response from the, handful of people who saw it was really thanking me for being raw, because it helped them, allowed them, right? My being willing to cry can help you give yourself permission to cry. And crying is a good thing too. So yeah, I've been told I'm too emotional my entire life and lost friendships over it. Yeah, I can understand that, and that's painful. And I hope that you lost the relationships, but you kept your emotions.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew, for hanging out with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Good night. 3 a.m. Go to bed. Okay.
He's waiting for Kāhu Lāhela because it's another fabulous interview.
There are no accidents like that, right? You showed up right at this moment because you were supposed to, right? Because I guess you were supposed to hear what I was sharing. And
sleep tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Always been a big baby. See, now calling yourself a big baby is a put down, right? Unless you personally are really thinking, woo, I'm so happy I'm a big baby. We really know how to be mean to ourselves. We don't really know how to be compassionate and patient and loving and kind to ourselves the way you might be to a little child. So somebody somewhere called you a big baby, and somewhere, somehow you took that on. And I invite you to change those words, change that label, and become beautiful emoter or a great crier, something, right? Turn it around. Let yourself be the hero of your own story. Yeah. Okay.
There's a question for you.
What are my feelings on illnesses? What are some of the lessons we need to learn, right? Cancer, in your case. Yeah. So I, mentioned, I think in the interview part that I don't believe like some people do that, like I had to get that, so I did that, like there was a reason. I do come from the shit happens family of things, and things are also really connected. So the one thing I would say about anything, including cancer, is that when you find yourself in that circumstance, the thing as a growing, expanding divine being living as a human being is like, okay, what does that bring me to do or know now? What's, what inspiration can I have about, I don't know, maybe it's about you not treating yourself well. And now is a time because, pedal to the metal or, that kind of thing. And again, compassion, no matter what happens. And I do think that there are times that our body is trying to get us a message that is not just like, oh, my knee hurts, but if you really kind of pay attention to it and sort of ask yourself, what is that about? It might be about you're working at a job that you hate where you're standing 8 hours a day, and so it's not just like, oh, I need to go to the chiropractor. I need to maybe look at what I'm doing here. And is this serving me? I know that cancer is an enormous sort of pause button, pause/panic button, right? So if you go into the panic and the freaking out, then I guess you got to figure out your way to get out of that. But if you use it, and not that like, oh, you needed a pause, so you got cancer, but here you are having cancer, it's going to turn your life sort of upside down. And pause, and then look around and sort of see what comes for you from there, which doesn't even make it okay or good that you had cancer. You know what I mean? It's still cancer, and it's still whatever it is for, different people. It's just, I do feel like we have the potential to grow and learn and experience everything. Some things I definitely don't want to experience, that's for sure. But whatever does come along in my life, I can grow from it. And sometimes it's just, because I survived it. Or maybe something comes and I don't survive it, but maybe it's how I was able to let go and not survive it.
Everything always works out in perfect alignment.
Right. And I invite anybody to, connect with me after this. And if you download the Creating New Possibilities, you will actually get an email that will invite you to have like a 30-minute, just, no strings attached connection call. And so you can either download it and get it there, or you can reach out to me like on Facebook or somewhere. And I would be happy to, connect if you want to ask other questions. Yeah. Cool. Mary, I don't have a store. I have a Spoonbender's Cafe, but it's a virtual place. And I have a jewelry shop, and that's online. But you live in Salem, I'm sure we could get together and meet for coffee somewhere. Hey. Yeah.
That's the panic. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah.
Oh, you read that one. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you want to comment on the share spirit?
On the what spirit?
On this particular message?
We can do ourselves so much harm because we're taught to reject and shame ourselves for certain emotions. The only way to the other side of them is straight through them and brings us to the other side. And I agree, we're taught to reject. And yes, just what you said, exactly that. And I, the little like Miché piece that I would add to that is that we don't, or maybe can't even always go straight through. So straight through is great if that's how you can go. And I try to limit for myself words like can't, should, only, ever, never, because they lock us into something. And I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, I'm reading it and saying like the only way to the other side is, to go through. But maybe for somebody it's different, and healing and learning is not necessarily a linear thing. So, yeah, I try to pay attention to the words that I use, even the ones that seem like just benign and no big deal, because on some level they matter to us and they inform us.
Okay. Well, before you go, I have a surprise. So just hang on a second.
Yeah.
You want to tell the people about the surprise?
Well, wow, this was a big sort of deep dive, taking a chance for me to be in this book. And honestly, I've wondered a lot about these co-author books, and mostly they become bestsellers because we all get everybody to buy them, and so they're best sold. Okay, no shade, I think would be no shade thrown on other people's books. I happen to have a good relationship with Anna Pereira, who's the founder of the Wellness Universe and in charge of these books. It's the 5th volume of these self-care books, and this one was Tools for Life. And I was like, oh, that's me. So the book is coming out in mid-January, coinciding with the 10th anniversary of the Wellness Universe. And we just received these graphics, 25 authors, each with our image on it. So you may be seeing them around like on Facebook and LinkedIn and elsewhere. And currently you can sign up to be, wow, back. Okay. You sign up to be told, emailed, whatever, when the book comes out.
Is it pre-sales? Is that what it is?
Is it what?
Is it pre-sales?
Yeah. No, they're at this point they're not even pre-selling it. It's just to be notified like when it's going to be for sale.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
everybody
And
who signs up for your gift will be on your list, and then you'll let them
right.
know.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we will. And yeah, Miché shines is one word, Andrew. Sorry that that can be confusing, right? And I will also say,
Yeah.
Deborah, could you write down, or somebody in there, micheshines@gmail.com. You can email me as well. Anybody
That's
who wants to.
without the accent mark, right?
Right, no accent, because that's just too hard.
Yeah.
Okay, really short story. My birth name is Michelle, although it has nothing to do with being Miché. I studied Tibetan Buddhism with a couple of women lamas for 8 years, and I was actually leading a compassion chanting practice in Eugene, the town where I was living at the time. And one of the words, we're chanting in Tibetan, and phonetically, and one of the words was Miché. And I thought, that's cool. So I asked my lamas what it meant, and it means big sky mind. Like, who we are is this vast, empty, beautiful awareness, big sky mind. And the thoughts and the feelings that we have and emotions are the weather that come and go. Right. So I took the name Miché.
Awesome. Well, we should wrap because I need to bring on the next guest and get that last segment of the night going. You believe
That's
we're
cool.
9 hours in.
And you look amazing for that, Deborah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here, my friend. I so appreciate it.
Oh, I loved it. Thank you.
Yeah. Much love to you. See you soon.
Likewise.
Bye. All right, everybody. So the last guest of the evening is Kahu Lāhela, spiritual guide from Hawaii. She is amazing. You are going to be blown away by the wisdom, the love. Oh, just so much sacredness that pours off of her. So without any further ado, I'm going to bring her segment up now. Where did it go? There it is. And now it is my pleasure to introduce to you Kahu Lāhela, the final guest of Prayer-a-thon. She is a native Hawaiian spiritual guide from Oahu. Her specialty is Hana Ikapono, a healing practice of forgiveness. She's also a quantum healing hypnosis practitioner that's facilitating past life regression journeys. Her work is focused on healing, strengthening, and enriching the spiritual essence that lies within you. Now, notably, the last Saturday of every month, she facilitates an infinite love prayer circle for Lahaina on Maui. That's done on Zoom. Everyone is welcome to join in this powerful gathering. So sign up for her newsletter and get that notification along with the Zoom link to participate in those moving, powerful, amazing prayer circles. Now, Lahela grew up on her family's tropical flower farm. Their flowers were shipped around the world. It was a magical childhood filled with lessons from her beloved grandparents who taught her about Hawaiian culture and her heritage. So it's little wonder she chose professional photography as a career, having been enmeshed in so much incredible beauty during her formative years. By all appearances, she was leading a charmed life. That was until 2009 when the Hawaiian economy crashed and brought her world tumbling down. But from that tragedy sprang opportunity and blessings. In the midst of despair, she heard the voices of her ancestors calling her to a higher purpose. It was time to honor her heritage by sharing traditional Hawaiian healing through the power of love and forgiveness. And to borrow a phrase from Robert Frost, that has made all the difference. Please welcome Kahu Lāhela.
That is beautiful, Deborah. Thank you so much. What an honor it is to be here with you and your wonderful audience here who will be joining us. Thank you. Who is joining us. Thank you.
Yes. And how better can it be than to come together in love and prayer with the intention of saving the world and ourselves. So before we begin our conversation, I know you've got a special prayer that you want to start us off with. So
Yes, I brought my tea leaf and my blessing bowl. And this is a beautifully wooden, handcrafted wooden bowl made by a very dear friend of mine on the island of Hawaii. And in it is rainwater that I collect in this valley. And I collect it at the time of the full moon, because it always rains here. And I bless it in the light of the full moon. And in it is Hawaiian salt for purification, turmeric or Elena, we call it Elena, to break up energy blockages, and ava, which is a favorite root that is pounded, and we usually take it as a drink, but it's to connect with the divine spirit, the unseen realm. And in it are crystals for the amplification of the mana, the spiritual power of this bowl, and Maile leaves, which I am wearing. This is a Maile lei, very coveted lei here in our islands. And I'm going to begin with an oli, and this particular oli or Hawaiian chant opens up the pathway ahead, to clear the pathway ahead for all of us. So I invite you to just take some deep breaths, to inhale with me 3 times and exhale. And inhale again and exhale. And one more time. Inhale and exhale. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to open up our sacred circle here with our blessed water. And I'm just connecting us all together in the sacred circle. And through our breath, we connect with one another around the globe, wherever we may be. And this prayer goes out to everyone, everywhere. No hoana ke akoikna hele hele. Ia laia e ke ki o hue taua kō. E nā kino malui talani malue ho. E ho'olu mai ana o lakai kono mau Kāhu. O mākou, o mākono. Ai. Thank you, Deborah.
thank you. That is so beautiful. I so appreciate that. It's the perfect way for us to begin our conversation. We have a lot to talk about. So I think I'd like to start with you talking about the 4 Hawaiian values. Because that is so deep, and I think it's a great introduction to the other things we're going to talk about.
Beautiful. So these 4 Hawaiian values are extremely important to me. And I, as a, not only as a Kahu, Kahu is a title, but as a Kahu, I utilize these Hawaiian values in my blessings to teach other people about the importance of being intentional with your life. That is my work, is to teach people about being intentional. They are aloha, pono, and mihi, and ha'aha'a. I'll go over these. Aloha, as we all know, is hello or goodbye. We say aloha to one another. As we greet one another, we say aloha when we part ways. But on a deeper meaning, aloha, alo, is your divine presence, and ha is your breath of life. When we come together And when we aloha one another, we are sharing our breath of life with each other. So it's the inspiration that we need to live our days, to go through our days, to take intentional steps throughout our days. And I really love this quote by a kumu hula, a teacher of hula here on Oahu. And she says, her name is Olana Ai, and she says that aloha is the intelligence with which we greet life each day. So just let that sink in just a little bit. When you feel that, aloha is the intelligence with which we greet life each day. It's our divine essence, our divine presence, and our breath of life that we speak out into the world, that we share with one another. And here is a saying, aloha ke kahi ike kahi, love one another. Share your aloha with as many people as you can. So that is a guiding light. And then we have pono. Pono is a very powerful word. In its most simplistic state, it means integrity. It really means doing the right thing, not just for oneself, but for the betterment for all. It's living in accordance with higher standards, higher principles. And to me, it really means selflessness. We put ourselves first to take care of our kino, our body, and always bringing ourselves into alignment, body, mind, and soul, body, mind, and spirit into alignment this way. And pono is how we express that out in the world, blessing others, making the world a better place. When I see an ambulance that's driving by and the lights are going, the siren is going, I'm sending my love, my aloha, and I'm setting my intentions for that ambulance, that whoever is involved with that situation, that they receive the support and the resources and the love that they need for healing. And so that's living in pono, that's being in pono. And mihi is best described in this Hawaiian proverb, ho'okahi la'au he mihi, which means the first medicine is forgiveness. That explains itself. And then we have ha'a. Ha'a is humility, to be humble. It doesn't mean to put yourself last. It doesn't mean that you are that others are stronger than you and that you are weaker. It doesn't, you are not lesser than. Humility means that you recognize the greatness in others as well as yourself. Humility means that we see each other through our, even though we may appear different, there's no judgment. There's absolutely no judgment, and there's just, what can I learn from you? How can I, what gifts do you have to share with me today as I will share with you? It's bringing these 4 Hawaiian values into our lives daily that helps us to live an enriched life. A life of meaning and purpose and intention and pure guidance with Source. And so, thank you for asking. Thank you.
That is so beautiful. So I mentioned in the intro about you growing up on the flower farm. Would you like to share just a little bit about your childhood? Because to me, it just sounds like the best that it could ever be.
So at the age of 6, our family moved to family property right on the water here, not far from where I live, maybe 5 minutes down the road. And our grandparents bought this property in the 20s, 4 acres on the water. My father and his sister lived there part-time. They also had a home in Waikiki, which is, in today's time, about a 40-minute drive to get to Waikiki and out here to Hakipu'u. And so back in the day, in the 20s, I'm not really sure how they made their way out here. If it was horse and buggy, I'm not really sure. But anyway, they found this beautiful property. They built their summer home here. Now, fast forward to the 60s, 1965, my parents built a home on this property. And it is in a place that is zoned agriculture. So my mom saw the opportunity. She always had a green thumb, as did her mother, my grandparents. Wonderful, wonderful people who I cherished, as you mentioned. And my mom decided, well, first of all, let me back it up just a little bit. My mom was Mrs. Hawaii in 1960, right after Hawaii became a state in 1959. So off she went to the Mrs. America pageant in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And she won all these contests. And back then it was very it was all about home appliances. So they were promoting all of these home appliances. Well, my mom excelled at all of the tasks that they had to do, like baking and cooking and sewing and just many, many, many different things, using all of these appliances. Anyway, so she's gorgeous. She's still with us today. She's 91. She lives right next door to me. We take care of her. And she decided in 1965, when they built their home, our home, that she wanted to start a flower farm to grow all of the tropical flowers, the gingers and the heliconias and all the flowers that do very well in the tropics, along with different kinds of foliages. And she got these amazing orders to ship flowers. These were like 6-foot length boxes, because they grow on long stems.
Yes.
That was shipped around the world. She had an ag stamp and everything. And so growing up on this farm, as a child, you're not too much about, having to do, chores and things like that, right? But it was my older brother and I coming home from school every day. She said, you can do 30 minutes of homework, but then you're out in the field and you're going to pull weeds and you're going to water the plants and you're going to fertilize the plants. And, so we're just like, oh man. But what we didn't realize at that age, that we were developing a relationship with the spirit of the land. And we call it aloha aina, to be in commune, in commune with the land. And we lived next to a very ancient Hawaiian fish pond, built in roughly 800 AD by the Menehune, which are a small people. And this ancient rock wall went around 126 acres of ocean. So you can see that's a very large fish pond. They would have gates that open up as the tide is rising to allow the water in, the ocean waters in, and then they would close the gates to keep the waters in. And when the tide recedes, then they would open the gates to let the water rush out. In the fish pond, they would raise all kinds of different kinds of fish. So it was amazing to live so close to the ancient ones. Now, I feel that as a youngster, they watched over us. They protected us. They I felt that they were also like our kupuna, our elders, our ancestors, helping to raise us, to keep us safe. We would be out boating, we would be out hiking, we would be horseback riding, we would be doing all of these things. And never, ever did we ever get into any trouble or were we ever hurt in any way. And that's when I feel my relationship with the unseen realm was developed. And also connecting me to past lives that I know I had lived there before. And I also had a relationship with plants. So I was as we say, a Kahuna Lāhela, a plant medicine expert in a past life. So I had this really close relationship with plants, and I still do today. As you can see, I just love to bring the plant medicine into these sacred circles because this offers so much healing mana energy to uplift us and to just help us to feel inspired and supported. So that's, I could go on and on about my connection there.
But, you know, it's so perfect that you talk about that because here we are at this moment. It's not just saving ourselves, it's saving Gaia because we kind of need her. So it's also opening up people's awareness to that thought that we need to have a little love and respect for Mama Gaia and treat her with more kindness to help her as she goes through her own rebirthing process, not to get in her way. And I love that you're bringing the plant side of it and that you still use that. It's such a beautiful tradition.
Yeah, it's in everything that we do. It's in everything. And prayer, since this is a prayer-a-thon, prayer is involved in everything that we do. It's not just before you eat a meal.
Yeah.
It's not just before you go to bed at night. It's not just, it's every act includes prayer. If I'm out there and I want to pick a flower, I say a prayer to the tree and I ask permission. I would love to wear this beautiful flower in my ear for tomorrow's session with Debbra. I would love to be able to have your fragrance and your beauty and your essence with me. May I have permission to pick a couple of flowers? I would be so honored. And I just talk to the plant, talk to the tree, and that is a prayer. And I don't assume that, oh, there's a flower, I can just pick it. Not in the Hawaiian culture. It's reverence for life, for all of life, everywhere, all around us. When we establish that connection, that interdependency, then they know that we're giving first our love and our appreciation, and then they reciprocate in kind. And so it's this beautiful synergistic energy that flows between us that is forever going to support me. And I know that they're listening to my prayer because then the wind comes, just a gentle breeze that comes to acknowledge me at what I had just shared and asked. And I wait for that. I wait for that little bit of acknowledgement, and then I know my request has been granted.
Yes. And that is so similar to what we talk about the fair exchange of energy. I never thought of it in that same context. That is beautiful. And when we do that and we take that time to connect, it changes everything.
It changes everything. It's connecting with the unseen realm that surround us. Have you ever gone anywhere and you felt like the energy was like, ooh, a little off-putting?
Mm-hmm.
Or, a few years back, we bought a home and it was on an acre of land with a stream running through it. And I thought, well, I'm going to go. This is quite a while ago. I'm going to go down to the stream and see what's down there, just to take a look, because I hadn't been down to that part of the property. And I was sort of walking through some trees, and all of a sudden I tripped and fell. And I stood up, and there was a gash across my leg. I quickly realized that I did not have permission to be there. I'm entering into the realm of the unseen. I need to show with respect and with reverence. And so I quickly apologized. And after that, then I was granted permission. But it was one of those lessons that happened so quickly, and then the knowingness inside of me was like, oh, I was out of place.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to cut trees on our property because we had a wood-burning stove. And after getting smacked in the face a lot of times by the saplings and a number of large trees trying to kill me, I finally got the message. They did not appreciate me being out there cutting them down. And thankfully, we were able to switch and use fuel oil, which still isn't great, but the trees really wanted to let me know that they did not appreciate that intrusion.
Yeah. They'll speak to us, and and if we're paying attention, then good. That's the whole point, is to be awake and aware of the messages that they are trying to share with us and trying to teach us. Just because we own land or we own, a house or whatever, we're only there temporarily. We don't own anything. We're just stewards for that time being. So there is something there. There's a presence there before we ever arrived, before any home, or residential area was ever built. There's a spirit of the land. And when we're congruent, when we're asking permission, and when we're communicating with the spirit of the land, they support us. They will watch over us. They will protect us. They tell us to not forget about them.
Yeah. Now, what do you consider the unseen, besides what you've already talked about?
There are many in the unseen realm. All those who've gone before us, who've walked the earth, all beings of all forms of life. So also the ancestors that were there before us, their spirit, their essence. And then there's the guardian spirits, we call them our aumakua. And I have several aumakua. I have the pueo, the owl who works with me and downloads ancient knowledge. And I also have the shark, the mano, who swims around me and cleans up the debris, because I do a lot of forgiveness work with people. They come through and they clean up everything that's been released. And then I also have the Anuenue, the rainbow, is another elemental guide, aumakua, for me, guardian spirit. And so this is who I'm talking about. These are, as a collective, they are those, and they even could be people who have recently passed on. I've done blessings for homes where someone had died in the home, and I come to assist them to cross over to the other side. Sometimes people, souls that have departed, they may be trapped between the physical world and the spiritual world. It's what we call earthbound. And that means that sometimes they may be unaware that they have passed, that they have crossed over, or they may have unfinished business, or they may be connected to their belongings, their home, their possessions, their money. And so I do many blessings to help them cross over to the other side. And I've witnessed their presence. Yeah. So that's such a beautiful service to provide. Yeah.
It's sacred. Sacred just surrounds you. When I think about you and I read about your work and I experienced your Hana Ikapono, it's just sacred. It's there in every breath.
Yeah. You know, I was a professional photographer before for almost 30 years. And at the end of my photographic career, right before the housing economic crash, I got the calling, you know, and it felt like someone was whispering in my ear, go in this direction, or tapping me on the shoulder, you need to go in this direction. And so I listened, and at that time I was getting all of the spiritual dreams, and I spoke to my mentor at the time, who was also a Kahu, and he said that I'm shifting into this, you know, becoming someone who bridges the physical and the spiritual realms. And he said, you need to ask who's going to be your guide, who's going to help you to be a bridge between the two worlds. And I said, well, would that be you? And he said, no, not necessarily. You need to ask. And so I put the call out there. I as we say, the kahea, you know, I asked. And I would say within a month or so, a friend of ours said, hey, I want to introduce you to my kumu teacher. And I said, oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, we'd love to meet her. She came over. We fell in love with her. She fell in love with us. And we opened our home to her teachings. And she taught Lomi, which is a Hawaiian massage. And our home became the center for her teachings. And so from 2010 to 2012, that's what we did for 2 years. And this was the fast track of spirituality for us. So the camera was put on the side, and I was going in that direction, and it felt like I was entering into, this is my observation later on, that it felt as though I was walking into a virtual labyrinth. And you know kind of what the goal is, kind of. But you don't go directly from the entrance to the center. You got to go around over here and then around over here, and you're going to meet someone there. You're going to meet someone over, you're going to have an experience here. You're picking up the gold nuggets along the way and putting the pieces together one by one to have a greater understanding of your kuleana, your purpose, and what is, you know, because that was such a different, you know, stepping into this area, it was like, just, you know, I was not aware that this is what I was going to be doing. I mean, from photography to spirituality, but it felt right. And so I love to tell this story, that it was the night before Kumu had asked me, she says, I would love to induct you as a Kahu in my halau, in my school. And I said, oh, I would be so honored, Kumu, thank you. But now it's the night before, and I call Kumu and I say, Kumu, I'm not understanding. Aren't I supposed to go through Kahu training before the induction? And she said, God doesn't call the qualified, God qualifies the called. And that's when it hit me like, oh, that's why I'm being called to be of service in this way. And at that time, also, I was so infatuated with Dolores Cannon. And both my brother and I were very close. Even though we're 7 years apart, he's like a twin to me. And we were following Dolores Cannon, and we were watching all of her YouTube videos. And he said, guess what? Dolores is going to be here. Let's go see her. So we get down there to the hotel at the airport, and I was blown away. And that was a Wednesday. That weekend, she was going to have a level 1. And I went up to her and asked, is there any chance that I can squeeze into your class this weekend? And she said, absolutely. We can fit you in. And so that's when that whole piece opened up my eyes. And it was a great inclusion to what my Kumu Karen was luring me into, as well as bringing Dolores Cannon's work into this. It's working with the unseen realm, and it's been such a blessing to be connected in this way.
Yeah. I call that following the angel breadcrumbs, because none of it's an accident. And what you learned as the photographer, that was not for nothing. You were going through a lot of growth, expansion, life lessons to prepare you so that you would be ready to step into the next chapter. And oh my gosh, combining what you were doing with your Kumu with this new QHHT, it's so expansive and marvelous. There's just no way that's an accident. That's all divinely guided.
Yes, and that you would Dolores would come to Oahu. You know, she's from Arkansas, and of course she was around the world, but to come to Oahu, and the timing of that was definitely not just, you know, what do we say? That was not just coincidence, right? Yeah. So, and then, like you mentioned, you know, photography. So here's a story. I was called to, and this is back in the day of film, I was called by this gentleman in LA, I think he was an attorney or something, to photograph his uncle's house. His uncle had just passed away here and wanted me to go to his home and meet with his friend who would open up his home, and I could go there to take artistic photographs of his black and white photographs of his home. And we get there, and do you know what a Quonset hut is?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a Quonset hut. I had never been in a Quonset hut before, and I was so like, oh my goodness, this is so cool. I'm excited. As a black and white photographer, I could already see artistic images in my mind. So I've got my photographer's hat on, and I'm like, you know, getting ready and and I'm putting film in my camera and the guy opens up the Quonset hut. We go in and start photographing here and there, and then get back in the car and leave. While I'm driving away, it felt as though a hand had been squeezing my heart. Like literally, my heart felt like it was being squeezed, and it was so painful. I had to pull over, and I walked out to the shoreline. I took a moment, and then the light bulb went on. I forgot to ask permission. Of the deceased. May I enter your home? I'm a total stranger. That is not my place to just barge in, even though he's not there anymore, but spiritually, energetically, he's there. And I said, I am so sorry. That was inappropriate of me. Please forgive me. And then all of a sudden it just lifted. And so the lessons were happening already at that time, about respect and reverence for the unseen realm, and of course my connection with the ancient ones. And of course now I'm a photographer and I'm being all business minded, and I wasn't being appropriate in that moment. So it really taught me a lot about wherever you go, it doesn't matter who you are, wherever you go, it's so important to ask for permission. Even if I travel from Oahu to an outer island, before I get off the plane, I ask permission, even as a local person. May I step? Do I have permission to enter onto this sacred land? I bring my aloha. I'm not here to take anything, and I say all of these things before I deplane, and then I know that I'll be granted permission simply because I asked. And then I know that the rental car I'll be driving will be protected wherever I go, that I will be protected, that there's no harm will come to me. But you see what we see happening out there in the world with everyone and social media traveling all over the place and just doing whatever people feel like doing. Here in Hawaii especially, there are so many accidents that occur. And it's the unseen realm that gets upset with us because we don't ask permission and we don't acknowledge them. They want to be acknowledged. Yeah.
It's respect.
important. Yeah.
It's important. Absolutely important. So we could go on with this forever. I feel like I'm in a class learning all of these new things, concepts. But I do want to ask you, tell us about the kernel that created Hana Ikapona and how it blossomed into this beautiful modality that you now share.
Yes, well, first of all, I want to say I'm so grateful to Janet Connor. Janet Connor, I think, is also here in this prayer-a-thon.
Yes, yes.
And I'm so grateful to Janet Connor. I was introduced to Janet Connor through Emma Kupu Mitchell, who is a shamanic astrologer. She's from England, but she lives here on Oahu. She's married to a local Hawaiian. And Emma introduced me to Janet. Janet was doing her Lotus and the Lily, which she's doing right now. She's actually getting ready to launch Lotus and the Lily again. And she asked me to come and speak on Ho'oponopono, which is the Hawaiian process of conflict resolution. And so that was the end of 2017. And ever since then, since 2018, Janet and I worked together and we did many Ho'oponopono prayer intensives together. And then it was, I think, 2022 when we were doing this pilgrimage. And it was in the pilgrimage where I got the download that I must combine the Ho'oponopono prayer with energy work to help people to restore themselves back into wholeness. Because people are feeling so, right after COVID, the end of COVID, to get people back into a place of homeostasis within their bodies and to be able to release heaviness, energetic heaviness, emotional heaviness, mental heaviness, whatever it is that's been sort of keeping us living either in fear or in anxiety or depression. The list goes on. And to help people to do this for themselves. So they guided me in putting together, and they said, you can't call it Ho'oponopono because it's not Ho'oponopono. I said, well, how about hana ikapono? Hana ikapono, to restore balance. And they said, yes, absolutely. So that's when hana ikapono was birthed, and shared that with this amazing group of women, and came away from that recognizing and realizing how much this work is really needed. And that, I'm not going to give you the fish, I'm going to teach you how to fish, right? And because the whole intention is that everyone can heal themselves. We can. But we've got to be sovereign in our bodies first. We must take back dominion over our body, mind, and spirit. When our body, mind, and spirit is in alignment, that's when divine force can flow in us and through us and as us and do the work that's needed to be done to give service out there in the world. But we got to take care of our kingdom, our body first. And this is how we do it. And so it's been a wonderful journey. And so it was taught. I taught it online for a couple of years with Janet. And then now, as of 2023, I've been teaching in-person workshops. So they're 2-day retreat and workshop here on Oahu at a lovely Waimanalo beach house, right on this gorgeous beach. And my next cohort is December 7th and 8th. And I'm just launching that now. And I'm really excited. I just held a reunion for all of the women who could make it. Some men too joined us for Hana Ikapono, mostly women. And so we had a lovely reunion where we got together and we shared our stories, what has transpired for us since Hana Ikapono, and what do you see for yourself in the present moment and into the future. So we did a deep dive into these really, meaningful conversations that help to rise, like the tide rises all boats, right? To lift everybody up and feel seen, heard, loved, and supported. And that's what it's all about. And we can do this in these sacred circles, as this prayer-a-thon is doing exactly this. So I'm so grateful to you, Deborah, for listening to your angels and saying yes, because we all need to be saying yes more often. And when you get those nudges, when you get those prompts, they say you better listen, you better say yes. And so that's been my journey, and they have taught me so much, and I'm still learning. I always say there's no hierarchy. When you do this work, we're all in this together. It doesn't matter if you're just beginning your spiritual journey or you've been in it for decades. It doesn't matter. There's no hierarchy here. We are all in this together.
Yeah, I think the really important thing is that the time of living an unconscious life, just doing your thing, working your job, having your family, that's gone. We can't be those unconscious people anymore. Now is the time to connect with the sacred, with the unseen, with your soul, and with divine. Yeah. And that's what we're bringing together. When you do that, changes your life in the most remarkable and magical ways.
Right. Like a perfect example is I do a lot of blessings for people, for their homes, for their businesses, and for corporations, for their employees. And what I recognize is that so many people are living in fear. And it really zaps us of our energy. It zaps us, it just depletes our immune system. And these are areas that we can control for ourselves. We really don't have to be living in fear, because fear is man-made. Fear only exists between our ears. And we must take our power back. We too often just give our power away to authorities, to people who have no place telling you how to live your life. You do you, because there's only one you in the world. You do you really well. And for women especially, let's use our voice. And in Hana Ikapono, I do this and I say, let's remove all the blockages here. Let's remove all the blockages here to release it, to be transmuted. Those that come from our past lives. Whoever has silenced us, it doesn't belong at this time, in this lifetime, because we all signed up to be here now on Mother Earth. We all signed up to be of service at this time, to tip the scales in the right direction. So that's why we're here, and we're here to assist, as you mentioned, Mama Gaia, as we say, Papa Hanau Moku, and we become stewards to bless the land everywhere we go. And one of our elders here, she was an aunt to me. Her name was Pilahi Paki, and she said that the world will turn to aloha, to Hawaii, because of the spirit of aloha. Aloha is just pure love, and it's not a noun, but it's action. It's a verb. It's alive, and it's living, and it's flowing. It's sentient, and it's carried out there into the world by the wind. So it goes everywhere, and it wraps around this beautiful planet of ours and brings life. You know, like we have our goddess Pele, and she has been erupting on Hawaii Island. And she comes through, and some people call her the destroyer, but she also comes through to clean up all of the mismanagement of the land. She comes through, she cleans it all up. And then her sister that she carries with her is Hi'iaka. Hi'iaka comes through and sprinkles seeds for plant life to grow. And so the two of them work together this way. And so that's how we can live our lives, is through blessing one another, like just being a beacon of love and light. You don't have to say anything or do anything. You're just being that beacon of love and light, and you will transmute heaviness to the light, darkness to the light. It's just in your being. And so we can release fear, because fear blocks us and keeps us living in the dark. But imagine what would happen if we just peel back those layers of fear and learn to trust ourselves, take back all the fragmented pieces of ourselves that are spread out there, bring ourselves back into wholeness, so that we can be stewards of love and light.
Amen.
Is our kuleana. That is our responsibility, our duty.
And hopefully that's what we are catalyzing here. We need to spread that energy across the planet. And Metatron calls it a positive infection, because they spread from one person to the next. So we're sending out that positive infection of love and intention for healing. Yeah. So I hate to have to end this conversation because it's captivating, but we do need to wrap up. Thank you so much. It has been such a delight. Now, you do have that retreat coming up, and you've got some other things happening that people can connect with you.
Yes. I have the Infinite Love Prayer Circle, and that is a wonderful opportunity. I have a dear friend who's going to be, I always have a special guest, and this dear friend of mine is going to talk about personal responsibility. So I'm really excited about this conversation. So I hope you get to listen to the replay. And then I have Hana Ikapono, December 7th and 8th, here on Oahu. And I'm always available for QHHT. I do these remotely as well as in person. And I'm also available to do Hana Ikapono via Zoom. So you can go to my website, kahulahela.com, and find my service listings there. And thank you so much. Yeah, and if you sign up for my newsletter, you will get a free mini course, 5 Hawaiian values that make a difference.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Deborah. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. Wow. Are you guys feeling filled up? Like there's just no room for any more? Wow. I'm gobsmacked. That's the only word I can come up with. We are going to bring Kahu Lāhela up on stage, and we're going to do things slightly differently here. She's going to do about a half an hour of Q&A with you, and then she's going to deliver a very special blessing to bring the energy down as we close this blessed event. And so we are bringing her up. Get your questions ready because here she comes. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Aloha, Deborah. Oh my gosh, this has been amazing. I have loved listening to all of the speakers. Well, I got started a little later, so I'm going to go back and re-listen, but I'm like filled with, like we always say, I'm just covered with chicken skin because the roster today, amazing, beautiful. All these amazing downloads. You have an incredible group of presenters today. So thank you, Deborah. Thank you for listening to the angels and for getting the inspiration to do this. And it's a big undertaking on your behalf, but what an amazing job. So snaps to you, Deborah. Snaps to you.
It has been a true delight, and I can't wait to hear what people have to ask you. So let's see what we got going on here. Oh, I love that. So I'm going to just show you some things that are just, beautiful validations. Is that lovely? Do you see that?
Oh, I'm seeing them. Yes. I have to.
The one I put on the screen. It's, I will go to sleep praying for peace and calm to return to the collective us around the world. Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you, Pamela. And yes, that is beautiful. I will do the same. Yeah, they love that. And I love the comments. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and here's an interesting question from Andrew.
Oh, okay, Andrew. Aloha, Andrew. Do you think those of us in dense cities should have houseplants? Is that enough to contribute to Gaia? Absolutely. What a brilliant question. Absolutely, Andrew. Thank you for, plant life is amazing when we can begin the conversations that we can have with our plants, right? They have this innate intelligence that flows through them, that we can connect to source with their help. And we need plants. Plants thrive on us as we thrive on plants, right? It's that reciprocity of our exhale and their oxygen. And this is something that everyone can use. And especially I think I was listening to Miché earlier, who I absolutely love and adore you, Miché. Beautiful session. And I think, Andrew, you had mentioned that you were going through or dealing with cancer or had dealt with cancer. So houseplants would be so powerful for your healing, and to give to them anything that you want to release. They help to transmute energy that you want to release, and they will transmute it. And so just develop that conversation, develop that conversation to go to go back and forth with them, in your day-to-day processing of life and everything that we're all experiencing these days, right? It's just that way to connect with nature, to connect with Mama Gaia, to connect with the elementals. And they have so much wisdom and healing to impart on us. And I'm reading here, Cher's spirit. She says, my home is filled with plants, musical instruments, and stones. It helps me remain tethered to the spirit of Gaia. Ooh, that's a beautiful word, tethered.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, and look at this one. You might not have seen this one.
Oh, yes. Janet. Hey, Janet. Aloha. Oh, it's just, I just am so thrilled that you started this prayer-a-thon with Janet, and then I'm here at the end of the prayer-a-thon. And yes, God qualifies the called. Isn't that what we're experiencing all day in this prayer-a-thon?
Yes.
God qualifies the called, and we're all called here. Yes.
And we have the yummiest sandwich here with the two of you on either side.
It is so great. What a blessing.
Yes.
I'm oh, Goddess Val. Aloha, Goddess Val. I studied belly dancing, and the Hawaiian arm and hand movements were my favorites. I would like to learn a Hawaiian prayer dance. Oh, wow. Hawaiian prayer dance. I have some beautiful kumuhula friends. In fact, I'm going to ask if Geraldine, who's on this, she's typing in the chat, if she might be able to put up the name of our dear friend who's a kumuhula. And her name is Malia Holmeschild, and she teaches hula. I believe she teaches hula online. And she would be able to teach a Hawaiian prayer hula. That's for you, Goddess Val. Yes.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, and look at this one. I think you guys have a mutual.
Oh, well, Miché. Thank you, Miché. Oh, yeah. It's just pure love here. This prayer-a-thon is a love fest. It's really what it is. Yeah, I love it. We are so filled up. Yes, we are, Andrew. Yes, you're getting blasted with so much love, Andrew. Yeah, there's just take that deep breath. We can all take this deep breath right now. Just take this deep breath. Inhale through your nose. Exhale out your mouth. And release whatever it is that you no longer need to hold on to. We can just release it, let it go. And as we inhale, we're receiving into ourselves all the 50 trillion cells in our body. All are lighting up. Just feel that, and as I talk about it, I am just covered. And that means it's working. It's happening in me now. I just receive that and feel that. Here's a fun story. I went some, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, my brother and I and his girlfriend went for a swim off the west side of Oahu, off of, trying to think of the name of the beach there. Anyway, at the very end of the road. And we swam out maybe a couple hundred yards offshore, just swimming with our masks and snorkel and fins. And we see, this is early in the morning at about 6:30 or 7, and there's a pod of dolphins coming.
Oh, wow.
Now this pod of dolphins comes up to us, and many of them are just going. And we're just in amazement of 100 dolphins in this pod. And one of the dolphins pulls up and sort of mimics me in the water. You know, my body's sort of like this, and then the dolphins made it body like this, and next thing you know, and it just happened so fast. This dolphin does a full body scan and is clicking and just looked at me with the one eye and then gently swam away. And in that moment, Deborah, I felt like I could run around the island or swim around the island. I had so much energy. It fully zapped me and cleansed me. And that memory will stay with me forever. That is the beautiful, that's what we call ho'ailona, a sign, a message from spirit. And of course, we just love our Lemurian brothers and sisters, right? The whales, the which is our Olona, and then the dolphins are the Nai'a, and then the turtles are the Honu. We just love our Lemurian brothers and sisters. And so here in Hawaii, we are considered the tippy tops. Our islands are the tippy tops of Lemuria. And so there's so much healing mana, healing energy here. And we can receive this healing through nature. And so I just want us all to visualize for ourselves that we can do this for ourselves. We can visualize, you can visualize yourself being in the ocean and this dolphin coming by and doing a full body scan for you. And anything is possible, and anything, we can create healing opportunities for ourselves. It helps to dissolve the heaviness, the calcification of what was or has been our reality into what we want it to be now. We have that ability. And that dolphin just taught me something so valuable that, yes, I'm a powerful being. And it helped to show me to, ways that I can dissolve the ego side of me, to dissolve that part of myself so that I can be one with all of nature. And we have a choice every moment of the day. We have that choice to dissolve that hardness, that calcification, and just merge with, in one of my favorite analogies is, have you ever seen the movie Finding Nemo?
Yes.
And in that movie where Nemo's father, I forget his name, but he's with Dory, and they come across the turtles, and the turtles are just in this great Australian current, and they're so joyful and they're so happy. And so they're invited to go with the turtles into it in this channel, and the energy is just flowing, and it's just flowing. But so they're in the channel with these turtles, and little Squirt falls out of the channel. But Nemo's dad gets kind of concerned, like, oh no, poor guy, is he okay? What's he gonna do? And Squirt's dad says, oh, let's just watch to see what the little guy does. And the little guy is swimming and making his way. He pops back into the channel. He goes, Dad, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? And so it's just a reminder that the flow is always right there. It's right in front of us. The minute we can dissolve the heaviness and not see it so much, life so much as a challenge, but it's all dependent on what we focus on in that moment, right? And so it's just a beautiful reminder. And I love to share that. I love that part of the film.
You know, talking about perfect bookends, Janet and I
Yes.
were talking about softening agents at the beginning.
Oh, but of course. But
Everything
of
is so
course.
in sync. It's so beautiful.
Yes, yes.
Oh, so you got a follow-up from Andrew.
Okay, Andrew. It's come at. Okay. Yeah. So, I have family going through this situation now, and my brother, and he and I were having a conversation the other day, and he said, it's really this situation that he's going through with cancer. He says, it's really teaching me so much. And I said, what is it teaching you? And he said, it's really helping me to tune into my body, for me to have a conversation with my body. And I said, well, that's brilliant. And he said, yeah. He said, and it's helping me to take better care of myself, to do things differently. And I said, well, that's amazing. And he said, and I'm also learning to trust my guidance, the guidance that is coming to me. And I'm like, there you go. There you go. So as it sounds like you're back in the seat of not so much being in control, but just taking your power back. Like you're not being a victim. And he said, yeah. He says, and it feels really good. And he says, yeah, there are some things that I have to face. There are things that I have to do. And he says, but my eyes were open. And he said, he went through the tears and the fear and all of that. And he's come out the other end of that. And he's in a different place now where he sees things differently, and he sees, okay, and he asks the right questions. It's always about asking ourselves the right questions. It's not like, oh, why is this happening to me? No, it's really shifting that perspective to, what can I do differently to make a difference for my healing? And that's really, again, choices, right?
Yes.
And every moment of every day, we're all having to make choices, and we're all coming to the crossroads there where we have to build our discernment and, sort of build our resilience, and ask ourselves, whenever we don't know what to do or the direction to take, to just stop, take a breath, take a pause, and just ask, what would love do? And love is always going to guide you in the right direction. Love is always going to guide you on the right path. And that is the lesson. That's what cancer brings us. It brings us lessons, life lessons for us to learn. We're all here to learn lessons. We don't come to Earth just to live a cruise life. No one is from Earth. We're all star seeds. We all came from elsewhere, but we're all souls who signed up to be here at this very moment. And we're the ones who said, I'm going to go back to Earth. Earth is the hardest school in the universe because it is the densest planet in the universe. And so with density, the lessons are very hard, but we forgot why we came here. I said, I'm going to Earth because I need to have a level 10 lesson on forgiveness. And I asked, who's going to help me? And all these other souls said, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. But we come here and we forgot. And so it's about remembering. And I have many incredible teachers who have helped me along the way. And they just show up as mirrors for me to see how I am showing up. And when I can see that I'm showing up lesser than they, that's a reminder for me, a reflection in the mirror. Oh, I'm not lesser than. I am magnificent. I am powerful. I am capable of so much. And that's not just me. That's everyone here. We're all magnificent beings. And so, yeah, I'm sorry if I'm. I kind of go on and on, but I just love this conversation. It's so great.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what a blessing, Andrew. Andrew just showed up late, didn't know what was going on, thought he was going to bed, and now here he is, and it's must be 4:00 in the morning his time. So bless you, Andrew, for hanging out. I know there's a reason you were here, and I'm so happy.
Yes. Sending you love and healing, brother. Love and healing.
Yes. Been to Hawaii. He says he's been to Hawaii many times. Oh, that's so beautiful.
Oh, yes. Kauai is a beautiful island. Yes. I have ohana there. I have family there. Yes.
Everybody should get to Hawaii at least once in their life if they can.
I agree. Yes. 4 a.m. Where is that?
Berlin.
Berlin. Incredible. Oh, Barbara, I connect with the energy of my inner child by thinking about dolphins. Oh, yes. Boy, that is beautiful.
Yeah. Check this out.
I feel almost overwhelmed by the incredibly beautiful souls who have given of themselves to this event. Oh, share spirit, beautiful. As are you, beautiful soul. Yes. Beautiful. Mary Lynn Young, aloha. Yes, and yet it's been wonderful. The astrology is quite intense today too. Exactly. And I imagine us empaths and psychics are picking up on a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is no accident the angels chose this day.
This day. Yes.
They were very specific.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
We've still got about 10 minutes for questions, you guys. If you got more, pop them in there before we go into this amazing blessing that I've been fantasizing about, because I just know it's going to be so over the top.
Yeah, this is so fun. And thank you all of you who are staying up so late to still be here with us. Amazing. And we're here in Hawaii. Yeah. So we are 5 hours behind Eastern time and 2 hours behind Pacific time. So it's 5:20 here in Hawaii.
Yeah. While we're waiting for more questions to come in, I want to shout out the amazing Debbie Soderberg-Kirchner, who has been in the back end helping me the entire 11 hours. Let's give Debbie love and applause and thanks, and gratitude, appreciation. She has done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And all of the wrenches who have been with us today, some of them have been here almost the entire time. The wrenches are the people with blue and the little blue wrench by their name. That means they're moderators, and so they help with the chat.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, and it was Andrew's birthday yesterday. Oh, perfect timing, Andrew. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Andrew. Yeah. Oh, here's some more.
Oh, sure, Spirit. It has been a great gift. Truly, I feel so much love for everyone here. I'm sending you love and healing. Oh, beautiful. Yes, we're all sending Andrew love and healing and blessings. Thank you.
Doesn't it feel like we're all bathing in this beautiful pool of creator love?
Yes. Yes. Jenny Goldman, any tips on how to stop the hardness when it is in the way? I always seem to realize what I am doing in retrospect. Ah, yes. Yeah, I noticed for myself when I reach that point and the hardness is real. Yeah, we all can get there. And what I recognize in myself, in my body, because I'm, right away I go to my body. What is my body doing? What is my body saying? And what is my body telling me? And I recognize that I'm not breathing, or my breath is extremely shallow. And I might be even holding my breath, Um, when I was a photographer, when you're photographing and you're holding this lens in one hand and the camera in the other hand, and you have to hold your breath to take the shot, right? To click, click, click. You have to hold your breath. So it was, constantly, you're having to hold your breath, but you get tired easily. And that's the same for, when we come upon a challenging situation and we just don't, and we're feeling tired and exhausted, it is that time to just remind ourselves, pull back, put ourselves first, stop everything else, just stop everything else. Talk to ourselves, calm our mind down, and we do this with our breath. We just inhale, take 3 deep breaths, or as many breaths as you need, to just inhale through your nose and release the hardness out of your mouth. And just feel, you will just do this several times, and you will begin to feel that hardness dissolve. And it works every time for me. And it's our body telling us to stop. It's our body reminding us, okay, take a pause, take care of myself. What is it that I need right now? Maybe I need to drink some water. Maybe I need to take, a few minutes to just meditate. Maybe I need to ask myself some questions and ask myself, what am I to learn in this moment? What is the lesson for me right now? Body, what are you trying to tell me? And so when we always ask ourselves those kinds of questions, the who, what, when, where, and how questions, then when we can ask better quality questions, we'll receive better quality answers.
Yes.
Oh, Amy.
Sorry.
Amy. Oh my gosh. I'm feeling you right now. Amy says she's catching the end of this after a long, hard day, and she had to put her beloved dog down this morning, her beloved Bella. Bella is so happy. I want to let you know that. And she says thank you to you for all the love and care that you have given her. And she is your little guardian angel right now. She can do so much for you. We lost our beloved kitty cat a year ago on October 4th. And she started working with me from the other side. And so talk to Bella and have conversations with her. She's going to show up for you in just miraculous ways. And she's going to be your guide. She's going to help you. And so we send our love to you. May you feel comforted in the memories when you think about Bella and you look at some of the old photos of her and any videos you have of her, and just think of the different ways in which she shared her love with you, and just rejoice in that beautiful spirit showing up for you. Yeah. And for anyone else here who has recently lost a loved one, a pet or a beloved, yes.
And thank you to all of the people in chat who are so beautifully sharing love and appreciation.
Yes. Yes. Death is a convincing illusion, merely a slipping into the next room. I like that. A shift of our energy from one form to another. Yes. We don't really say goodbye. My prayers for gentle comfort, Amy. Beautiful. Thank you, Share Spirit. Yes, that's right. One of our Kumu would say that our beloveds change address. So I love that. Yes.
Well, I think we're at the end of the questions. So what do we say? Are you ready to shift gears into your
Yes. Yes. I'm wondering, I don't know how my audio will be. I kind of wanted to share a melee, a song before I do my poulet, and I'm not sure if
Well,
this
Miché used the singing bowl, and that came through pretty well.
did
So
it.
we'll just
Okay.
ask the angels to take care of the sound for you.
Yes, absolutely. So I have my ukulele here.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to give you the stage.
How does that sound? Is there any feedback? Okay. So I wanted to come on here and share a mele, a song. You know, at the end of our gatherings here in Hawaii, we always share a song. We come together, we sing together. Sounds good? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the feedback on that. Awesome. Okay. And there are so many songs right now in my mind that are just like, pick me, pick me, pick me. And okay. This particular song is E Kolumea Nui, meaning the three greatest things. E Kolumea Nui. E Kolumea Nui Makahonu Ua O Kamana o I o Kamana o Lana Ame ke aloha kai o ia e o mai ka ina mea pau o mai ka ina mea a pau hana ho e kolumea nui makahonu o kamana o I o kamana o lana a me ke aloha kai o ia e o mai ka ina mea a pau o mai ka ina mea a pau. Po mai ka ina mea a pau. E kolumea nui, the three greatest things are faith, hope, and love. Okay, so now I would like to offer a pule, a prayer. And I'm going to begin this prayer, this pule. I'm going to begin it in Hawaiian. so that you can get a feel for Hawaii and everything that is about Hawaii and our Hawaiian values of aloha, of pono, mihi. And while you don't understand the Hawaiian language, I will translate it. But while you don't understand the Hawaiian language, I just want you to maybe close your eyes and just feel the mana, the powerful energy, the source energy flowing through the words, because everything is about vibration and everything is about tapping into that frequency. And after the Hawaiian language, then I will translate it for you in English. So just take a deep breath with me and exhale. Beautiful. Oh, you know, first, if you happen to have water, let's take a sip of our water, because our water's been blessed by this prayer-a-thon and by all of the loving support here. So let's take a sip if you happen to have water. And that tastes so good. I also have my candle here, so we can all receive the light from this candle that's flickering here. Okay. E pule kako, let us pray. E kia kua mana loa, e ia mākou na leo I kamakani. Me ke aloha I ka aina hanau. E alaka I a mākou I hana like. Nā pula pula a me nā ki e. Me ke aloha ke kahi I ke kahi. E vehi ka puka o kou hale. I hiki a kāua ke halawai. E hanu mai ka haola. O ia no kou aloha. E ho'omomona I ka aina. I ulu mai kai nā pula pula. E hole hole aku I ka luhi hewa. I nā laina a pau. E ho'okui kahi I ke ala. I hanau ia ke ala hula hou. E ia nā pua o ka honua nei. E hui pū me ke aloha e. E hou mai ka ikaika, e hou mai ka ike, e hou mai ke akamai, e hou mai ka mau popopono, e hou mai ka ike papalua, e hou mai ka mana. Divine Creator, we are the voices in the wind with love for our homeland. Guide us to work together towards rehabilitation with love for one another. Prepare the threshold where heaven meets earth. Breathe into us your life-enriching essence. Enliven the soil for the seeds of enlightenment. Peel away the layers that constrict us. And clear the way for the birthing of new consciousness. Here we are, children of this earth, together in the spirit of aloha. Grant us knowledge. Grant us strength. Grant us ingenuity. Grant us understanding. Grant us insight. Grant us spiritual intuition. Mahalo ke akua. We are grateful for everyone who is with us in prayer. We're grateful to Debbra and the angels for co-creating this prayer-a-thon, and for each of the presenters sharing their messages and prayers of love, of hope and faith and healing for all sentient beings on our beloved Mother Earth. Papahanau moku akea, as we say here in Hawaii. We are grateful for the blessings that are sprouting forth, giving life to the seeds we are planting. We pray for everyone who have lost everything, their homes, their livelihoods, their loved ones. And we pray for those who have lost their lives due to major disasters and war. May their loved ones on the other side of the veil greet them and escort them across the rainbow bridge of light so they may continue their soul's journeys. May comfort, guidance, support, resources, and financial assistance be provided to all in need. Together, we hold the vision of families rebuilding their lives and their communities. As we reclaim our power and sovereignty as beings of love and light, let us remember our free will. May our resilience and discernment grow ever stronger. May we flush out, dissolve, and transmute with grace the veil of control, deceit, confusion, darkness, and fear. May our collective thoughts, actions, and words be infused with a higher frequency of compassion, forgiveness, and appreciation for all life here on our blessed Mother Earth. And as we move forward, let us celebrate our divinity, knowing that every act of love and every moment of forgiveness helps shape a brighter, abundant world for all. Amamaua noa, the prayer is lifted, it is free. Let us all say together, Amen. Eola life everlasting. All my love to you. Aloha and ahui ho.
Aloha to you. Thank you. That was incredibly beautiful.
Thank you. Aloha.
Yes. So I don't think there's anything left to say. Thank you. Okay, everybody. So we're going to bring Helen back up to help us bring this thing to a close. Hi there. How you doing?
Oh, fine, thank you. How are you holding up? You've been at this all day.
I am wonderful, and just watching all of these amazing comments and all the love pouring. This is such an amazing love fest. And I know this energy that has built and it's been lifting and expanding all day is going to carry us through November 5th.
It matters, yeah.
Yes, to bring us that miracle that we need for the most beneficent outcome, whatever you believe that may be.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of you amazing people who have been here in chat for so many hours. Thank you to the incredibly generous wrenches who've been with us. We could not have done this without you. And Debbie,
who is that?
The wrenches, the moderators with the blue wrenches.
I thought it was some, I don't know, some sort of cultural group or something.
No, when you see the blue wrenches by somebody's name, that means that they're a moderator and they help with chat.
I can't see the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
One of the things they do that's a wonderful service is they keep popping in the links for each of the guests.
Oh,
so
how to reach them.
Yeah, so people can connect with them, and we're
that's handy. Yeah.
They provide a wonderful service. And I see Emma Kupo Mitchell still hanging out with us. So beautiful. Thank you, Emma.
Well, Deborah, you don't even seem the slightest bit tired. This has really fired you up, huh?
No, I'm feeling the tireds now. I'm feeling it, but it's just this wonderful journey that we've been on today together. And it probably sounds hyperbolic, but it really is more incredible than I even imagined it would be. Divine perfection.
Yeah. I think it's crucial for people to get together and support each other and lift each other up. And it's important. I think too many of us get isolated and spiral, downward if you don't reach out and connect with people.
Yeah, and we really are hopeful that they'll take this beautiful comfort, love, support through the next few days. Don't fall back into fear and worry, because that's counterproductive. Stay in this beautiful feeling and come back and watch the replay, whatever sections you want to see. If you start getting into that fear and worry, don't go there.
Yeah,
you don't need that energy.
Yeah.
So we are going to save the world. There is no question about it. It's just a matter of timing. So let's do everything we can to make sure this is the right timing.
You're going to send it to Kamala? She could probably use it.
Well, yeah, we'll send her the energy. I think she's a little busy to watch the replay, though.
Don't you wonder, like, how many hours of sleep a night they get, like an hour or something? Yeah. Can you imagine the stress? And that must be
brutal.
It takes a remarkable, particular kind of person.
Yes. So I just want to remind everybody, tomorrow night is First Monday Metaphysical Chat on my channel, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I do this every first Monday, and I ask the angels, gee, should I move it a week back? Because it's kind of close to Prayer-a-thon. And they said, absolutely not. You need to do it tomorrow to help keep the energy going. So please come join us tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Dave Johnson is going to pop in. If you don't know Dave, he is from down under. I think it's Queensland that he's from. And he'll be there. He's going to offer a prayer, which is a lovely surprise. He wanted to be with us tonight, but we were jam-packed. So he's going to join me tomorrow, and we'll have metaphysical chat with Dave. So it should be wonderful.
And probably worked out better because he won't be in a time crunch.
Well, it's actually midnight his time, so it's, not ideal, but it'll work.
Yeah, but the real important question is what day? That's
yeah,
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably Tuesday his time.
So hard to I can't figure out time zones. They're just ridiculous.
Yeah, we had that issue with people during prayer during the psychathons that getting the right day if they were
Yeah. Did you know that originally they started time zones because of the railroads?
No, I had no idea why. I was told it was because the bankers wanted an extra hour to golf. That was the story.
Oh, well, that wouldn't surprise me. No, it was because of the railroads trying to coordinate schedules for the railroads across the country. It's the first time they were ever faced with being able to travel large distances quickly.
Oh, so now you've done it, Helen. Andrew was about to finally go to bed because I think it's 5 a.m. his time now. And you came on and now he's all jazzed.
Andrew.
Sorry about that, Andrew, but you will.
Now you're going to have to stay up all day. It's like jet lag. You're not supposed to go to bed as soon as your first opportunity. You're supposed to wait until your ordinary bedtime. That's how you prevent jet lag. So now you have to stay up all day. Just saying.
Share Spirit, you do indeed deserve a wrench. I gave that to you for a good reason. And I appreciate you being here wrenching. So absolutely, you deserve it.
Deborah, did you have any weird pushback? Were there weirdos?
I did not see a single negative comment. Maybe the moderators zapped it before I saw it, but I was amazed. It was very peaceful, very wonderful. But
maybe they were afraid too.
Well, we weren't talking politics. We kept that off the table tonight. So maybe they weren't attracted for that reason.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Maybe they search for particular topics.
And I think our energy was just too powerful. It would have repelled them.
Oh, I think some of us repel them all the time anyway.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah. So, Salva says they're expecting Tropical Storm Raphael tomorrow in Jamaica. So let's send some love and light, some energy protection. Yes, keep you safe. So I'm just, every time you do that, I hear, who was that? Ricky Skaggs. I think I'm just on the back porch swinging.
I'm not. It happens if I move. It happens if I don't move. Sometimes it happens when I make a facial expression where I go like this. And
Yeah. Well, I noticed when you move your hands, it causes you to go swinging. No, more like back and forth, I think. But
it's hilarious.
I guess it's not repeatable, but I saw that a couple times. Yeah,
we can stop it, but if we stop it, then you get a panoramic view of my big messy room. So you don't want that. Yeah.
Your room is beautiful.
Okay.
I will sleep in tomorrow. Thank you, Debbie. Although I do have some things, and I've got, of course, metaphysical chat tomorrow night. So sleep will come on Wednesday. Yes, the ripple effect. That's what we're hoping and counting on, actually, Barbara, that the ripple effect will go out all over the world. Money's Girl 65, links in the description. Yes, I will. I'll go back and do that for you. I don't know if I'll get it all done tonight, but I will start it tonight because I also want to get you the timestamps so that you can go to any part of the replay that you want to.
Do you watch everything to put the time in?
I put it on double time and run through. And
oh my God, Deborah, that's so much work. You're really dedicated.
It's worth it because I want the people to be able to go through and find these things.
Well, you can find it easily. You look at the transcript and just scroll through the transcript for the words that catch your eyeball. You know?
Well, I know by the schedule approximately when.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I can do some jumping ahead. It's not so bad.
Hey, I'm trying to make it easy for you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm good. Just scrolling through the comments here to be sure we don't miss anything. And then, then I'll bring us to a close with our usual little prayer. And if you want to skip out on the prayer, that's okay.
Oh, I'll stay.
I don't want to torture you.
I'll stay and keep you company.
Yes. I don't know if Janet's still listening, but tell Janet your story about prayer and why you weren't present for parts of it.
Oh, because I believe prayer is a private conversation between you and whoever you're talking to, you know, and I do not think it should ever be public. But, yeah, but I didn't want to say that out loud because people would disagree.
No, it's okay. And it is also part of that Catholic programming that she was talking about.
Oh, no, they were all big on group prayers and mass, meaning large numbers of people in church and rituals and processions. And
the ritual, not the meaningful stuff. It's very different. She talked about the Apostles' Creed and how horrible that is. And that's you guys should have a conversation. Yeah. Okay. I'm not seeing too much more here. People are starting to get ready to head out. So Debbie said she didn't see any trolls. That is fabulous.
Wow.
It's evidence that the angels were giving us that extra protection, making the energy just so beautiful that they didn't want to come here. And that's perfect. Oh, Andrew. It's so sweet. Question for Helen. Did you take a nap?
No, I've been preparing my next book for I mean, I have to read about 50 pages a day to keep up, not counting what I do research for my videos. Like the stuff that we do is extra. The stuff that I do every day is extra. And I'm trying to complete a book. So I have to get started. I can't. It never rests. It never stops. You know, yesterday was Saturday, uploaded the book, and I'm always a couple of weeks ahead. So next week we'll finish the book I did yesterday, but I have to have something in preparation. I like to keep a few books ahead because if something happens and I can't get to it, then I have it. So I make the best use of time that I have. Plus, In full disclosure, I just knit number 19 hat for Christmas for family members
Oh my
because
God.
we're not really doing gift exchanges, but I can't just not do anything. So I've been making a bunch of knit hats for Christmas.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we might actually finish before the clock hits the 11th hour. So,
we're very close.
Yeah, we're close, but I'm not going to take 10 minutes to pray. It's not that long. So I'm pretty short. So I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank your angel teams because they were with us. They made this big circle and kept us safe, which is truly, it's magical, it's miraculous, it's marvelous, magnificent, all the M's. I'm so grateful that you guys all showed up and hung with us so that we could have this wonderful experience, because without you, it wouldn't have been the same. Please do invite your friends to come back, check out the replay. Let's spread this blessing to more people because they need it now. There are so many people that are hurting out there. Let's send the love to them.
We're not alone. You know, we have each other.
We are not.
Yeah.
We know that in our little metaphysical community, but the people outside that don't really get it. And we want to spread that to them.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Yeah.
It is. I feel so sad for them. But when they're ready, they will come. And meanwhile, we'll keep putting out uplifting content like this so that one day when they're ready, they'll pop in. So thank you to Creator, to Metatron, to all of the amazing angels who put this production together, assisted and guided us every step of the way, just for the genius concept. I had no idea what a genius it was when you downloaded it. You're so grateful, and lifting everyone up into that wonderful divine light, bathing in it, being comforted by it, being cradled. See yourself cradled in the arms of divine as you are rocked and soothed like a little baby. That is just the most precious gift. Allow yourself to feel that. And secure, happy, confident, knowing that the most beneficent outcome is on its way to us because you answered the call. You came here. You took the action. That is everything. I can't emphasize that enough for you. Taking the action is the key to causing this miracle to manifest. So I'm going to send you off. Have a wonderful night. Have a fabulous week. Please do vote if you're in the country. Come back and see us tomorrow night, and we'll keep the love train going. Much love to all of you. Have a fabulous night.
Thank you, Deborah. We love you.
Thank you. Much love to you too. Bye.